one, and we're streaming. Okay, the stream is live. Hello. Welcome back, two people watching.
Jello.
Good evening.
We're back. Ari has written up a very long log describing what's going on. But can one of you guys give your own, description of what happened last time?
I can if you'd like me to.
Yeah, go ahead, and you'll get a hero point. And yeah.
Oh, that's why I do it, my man. So quick recap on Hanaq Book 2, Gotmouth Saga. Last episode, we had, of course, seen Maltese collapse because she had broken her oath that she had made, and this had activated the Geas, which was trying to kill her. And so our primary goal was first to head over to the pirates that had been camping out in Blackrock. But something strange had happened there. For you see, they had been hypnotized by this mysterious double fellow to attack us on sight and capture someone else. And so we had a little battle. It was pretty cool. I got crit 5 times in a row, and Peregrine went unconscious. But, aside from all of that, we emerged victorious, and we found out, of course, what this double fellow had been up to, and we also interrogated the prisoner that these pirates had been keeping, and it was a dragon who very much so resembled Dr. Levesi, and he had given the quick rundown on who they're hunting, or at least the closest thing we could get out of a coven member. And naturally, we decided after this to go to the capital to investigate this spymaster fellow, because funny thing that they're very similar in how they act to this double fellow, hiding in shadows and using disguises. And so we went there, and we found in the spymaster's room this entrance to a place that none of us had seen before. And a funny thing we found there was this artifact that glowed really brightly, like staring into the sun kinds of bright. And touching it would send you across the room, and if you had innate arcane sense, it was not so good. It's sort of like having TV static going on in your head. And after it had been touched a few times, the room had begun to collapse, and thankfully we made it out of there safely. But soon enough, we had seen Crazy Eights, this strange jester lurking around and being a little bit sus. And so Peregrine and a few others had gone to where Maltese was currently being kept. And Ari was told by Eights that at noon in the morn tomorrow, we would see Peregrine be made king of the land, and Maltese be cured of her current affliction. Only for us to find out.
That was Peregrine that was told that. We were
Oh, I thought it was Ari. That's
Yeah,
most
it was,
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh well, and so we went there in the morn, right at noon, and so we found out that Eights and this double fellow were in league with the Shadow Dancers, and much more powerful than we had anticipated. For a while, Eights had tried pressuring Peregrine into letting his father be executed in front of everyone, and he would be made king, and this might fix whatever's going on with Maltese. He wasn't taking that response, and got pretty beat up by her. And after that, Eights had come up with this new idea, absconding away with Ari and returning with her looking like she had been through the dehydrator for a few days. And the other docket to try and make this whole don't kill anyone thing work out was for Wicker to expose his magical abilities as an oracle to a very wide crowd of people that included Darkhorns, that commissar in the Armada. And after that, she very evilly laughed and disappeared along with the rest of the shadow dancers that were there. And now we're left in this room after all of these people had rushed away, afraid of divine magic being shown off to everyone else who had not been around it before.
Thank you.
What's this?
Thank you, Ash. That's a great summary, and you get a hero point, and Ari gets 2, because Ari wrote the log. Alright.
Thank you, dogs.
Yay.
Everyone add in, and we're gonna get into it. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, let's, yeah, there we go. Alright. Silence. There's an eerie silence that washes over the emptied throne room. Calidus finally stands back up. Good. We're alone. He points at Ari. Son, what happened to that one?
That pony took her away, and she did this to her. But she's, I guess, alive for now. If I find that mare, I'm going to... She makes me mad.
Ari's still out, right?
Ari is unconscious. You don't even know exactly what it is, but you feel something of a pulse if you put your hoof to her body. It's just that she looks like a mummy.
Wicker's stepping over to try and patch her up
Desiccated.
a little bit.
How are you going about that?
Well, of course he's gonna tap her with a. Well, he's gonna try. He can try to treat wounds, I guess, because she looked like has some marks on her, or what?
She looks desiccated.
Your treat wounds does absolutely nothing. You don't even know where to begin. This thing looks like a complete mummy.
What the hell happened to her? All right.
I really don't know.
Well, my next course of action, of course, would be to touch her with a heel. Well, hold on.
And
Redescribe, is everyone still like, hold on. Are there still a crowd of ponies that are like, or griffins that were here?
Calidus ordered the guards to tell everyone. So Calidus actually would say about this time, I put the entire city on curfew. I don't know what that boy did to Maltese. All I know is that it's a forbidden magic. My father wrote of it. His explorations into it gave him a terrible curse. I don't know how to trust it, but he seems to be of good intent. I might be able to buy us some time.
Buy us time for what?
Before anyone else finds out. If it gets out, which it essentially already has, but if it gets out beyond the walls of the city, which it inevitably will, you will be criminals. There will not be a single place in the world where you'll be safe for long.
Well, it's not like I haven't been living that life already.
We're pretty much prison.
That's what I've been. And if they're going to try and take Wicker away from us, I dare them to.
That's a good point, actually. It was just him, technically speaking.
I mean, I was helping her. I helped Maltese. She's one of the rulers in the royal family, and I helped her.
Be that as it may, Wicker, there are people that don't properly appreciate what you can do. And if they're going to be such ingrates, that's their decision to make.
If they come back, I'll just explain it to them. They just didn't understand, and I'll just tell them.
I don't think there's anything you can do for them, Wicker.
Well, Electra's missing from the map.
Where is Electra?
Electra was IRL, knocked out, and
I believe...
and she didn't get dragged here.
Okay.
Yeah, Electra was AFK when this happened.
Okay. So, I believe you said, Wicker, that you tried to use healing on her.
Natural.
Yeah, you start the heal just when you're starting to get your hooves close to start healing her. Her skin like starts to melt away at like even just being close to a heal, like even further.
He will pull his hoof right back. What the heck?
They must have done to her what they did to Peregrine.
That doesn't happen. What?
I don't think so.
Well,
But,
this place isn't
I'm-
consumed by the blight yet, so what is it that they
We
did
aren't
to
even-
her?
We aren't even able to tell if she's alive anymore, right?
Well,
You can,
we can
feel
feel
something
a
like
pulse.
a pulse, yeah, but it's not. It feels like it's a pulse that shouldn't be there. Seeing what state the body is in right now.
May have a point then.
Oh my gosh.
Peregrine's gonna like try to like lift her up and balance her on his back, just to, haul her around places because we can't stay here.
There's a frightening brittleness to the way she moves.
Well, I'll try not to rip anything off.
She's moving like a desiccated bag of bones.
Wait. Maltese. Calidus walks over to Maltese, who seems to actually be coming to now. What happened? She says, holding her head.
Well, you got what you promised.
What?
The shadow dancers.
Oh no. I really shouldn't have wrapped you up in this.
Well, I suppose it doesn't matter now. It's either gonna be them or Armada. And Armada already knows about our friend Wickerwin. So, odds are, if we don't side with someone, or find some way to keep them both off our backs, we're screwed.
But Calidus is like looking around at that girl. She's gone now. She was the shadow
Temporarily,
dancer
I'm sure.
representative. We to even. It's not like I'd even want to talk to them again. He says, still, while I have the curfew around, he says, we can, at the very least, potentially have maybe a couple weeks. That's how much time we'll have before the food stores completely run out. Once that happens, I will have absolutely no choice but to open up the city and let the secret get out.
Do what you have to do. We're not gonna stay here very long. We have, I think it's time to pay my dear brother a visit.
Or you... Wait, are you saying we go take on Grey Dawn now?
Say I do. I have a bone to pick with him anyways.
If you go out there, this might be our last chance of winning at all, he says. This will need to be our final strike. The problem is that our army is in no state, at least alone without allies, to take them on. You'll need to have support when you go in there. I'm not going to let you go in and kill yourself.
Well, I'm not sure what kind of support you can offer, but
Is it...
these 5 people behind me, or 6 rather, sorry, yeah, 5, have been all the help I've needed, clear through Aether Sage. I
Have
think I
you-
can handle Grey Dawn.
Met any mercenary groups by any chance? He asks.
Pirates in Out Valley, but they're a little preoccupied themselves, thankfully.
If I may suggest something, do you remember whenever we were stopped out in Elf Valley, the two other goats that I know, Arash and Parviz, they have similar experience that I do, serving as a Fey at Arms and then a soldier in the Blackhorn Army. I believe they may be of good use, though I don't know if there's anyone else we can remember. Perhaps our old friends from Overwood.
Maltese looks serious. Like, even though she's just been harmed, she's like getting back up and like she's on her feet. I could get some of our spies to go contact them at least. It's worth a shot, right?
Yeah.
We're going to need everyone, and frankly, we can't afford to be picky.
We just need to
The coven.
offer them something. The coven. Well, if they find out about him or me,
Oh, please. They already know about me. I'm sure they're probably aware of,
well, it's not a bad idea, I guess. But how do we even go around contacting someone like them? All I've heard, the only thing that Athos told me is to avoid them when I was in training.
we seem to run into them where we go. Maybe we can find one of those Kieran that they're after.
And what's to say they aren't a member of the Shadow Dancers? Weren't they out there being their suspect selves in the middle of Hathersage, looking for some staff?
Not sure. All I remember is shooting one, and then getting the lights knocked out of me.
It may not be of much help, son, but perhaps you could look in our archives for something. Listen, it's time I've been a bit more forward about what was happening here. There was some kind of curse plaguing your father. At least that's how he described it. He was trying to be as secretive as possible. The only one who knew about it too much was her. He motions to Maltese. She was doing some training to cure him. Maltese finishes him. That's what me and Athos were trying to do. But we stopped the training early. For some reason, he, and of course she's referring to Lanner, didn't want me going any further no matter what.
That's Grandpa. Always,
go on.
always thinking the best of us, I suppose. Was it dangerous?
Yes, she says. There's a new sense of humility that's been put into her. I basically saw some of the most horrific things I've ever seen in my entire life. But he stands straight again. It was worth it. It was to save the king. Why wouldn't I go that's my job. I have to go at any risks I can. I have to go to any length I can to save the king.
Yet you ended up saving me. How exactly did that happen?
It looks like she's still hiding something. You don't even need to detect something because she doesn't want to mention it. It's just you.
Baron just shakes his head. Forget it. Ursul's waiting for us. We'll check the archives, then we'll get out of here.
All right. I think Calida speaks again. Very well. We all have things to do. I'll take you to the archives. Maltese, go send the spies. She, doesn't even need to be asked twice. She starts, bolting for it.
And get some rest afterwards.
She's like, I don't need rest, she says, but it's in that comical, she probably will anyway, she just doesn't want anyone to know.
Well, since we have...
Everything happens to her. Sorry.
If we have a plan now, would you like me to accompany you to the archives? I might be able to help if you'd like.
I'd say we're all going. certainly invited.
Well, it's more so a request of your father, the king, because I understand that sometimes there are things you don't want to share.
Calidus has
Considering-
taken. Oh, going on.
I was like, consider what just happened. I think everything here is an open book. No pun intended.
Calidus
Good
has
idea if we all stick together.
just staring at Wicker right now. Though, as you guys are starting to head off, he just pauses. Wait a minute. Hold on just a minute. That deer, he says, you like kind of flashing back to Darkhorns. They have something to go and communicate with the rest of Esperanto.
Are you saying that we should go and take it from them?
What?
Oh,
If we want to prevent the word from getting out quickly, we need them to not send out that message.
We need to go talk
Right.
to him right away.
Well, if you'd like, I can certainly give them encouragement to be quiet.
If they find dead Esperanto here, that's a liability for them to declare war on us. That's not what we want right now. We need this whatever they use for it to be disabled.
Well, I wasn't saying anything about killing them,
figured out. when we
but I
get
can
there.
give them
Let's
good
go.
reasons.
Darkhorns has always been good working with us. I don't see that there's any reason why we shouldn't just talk to him about it.
Well, I don't see much of a reason to bother with Esperanto. Let's just get going and solve this issue before it gets any worse.
Agreed.
I could use a.
So,
sorry, Wicker?
to the library. Oh, go on.
No, so Wicker didn't quite understand what he was being. You're saying
He
I
wasn't
have
talking about you.
something?
He was talking
Um,
about the deer who's
the other
leading
deer.
Esperanto.
Yeah.
Dark.
Though funny you should mention it, Calidus seems to be just staring at you, Wicker. Not in any, like, super judgmental way. He's just seemed to completely taken fascination with you. But...
and,
Go on.
yeah, just Wicker just probably looks like he's stiff as a board right now. He's just very tense. His healing looked bad on Ari, and he's getting stared at, and he just had that whole thing.
So, is it Electra and Ashtaspa going off to see Darkhorns, and everybody else going to the library or the archive?
I thought we were. I
that-
thought we were all going to see Darkhorns.
Oh, that's fine as well if you'd like. But if you guys want to split the party, that's fine as well. I'm not saying that in like the DM, like, haha, going down to these 2 corridors of the dungeon. I'm just saying, like, if you want to handle that way, I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with a split, but if we split, you guys need to take Ari. I think that would probably work out best if.
Wait, you want them to take Ari to the Esperantos office while they're going to either beat up and/or sneak in and break their things?
I think, judging by who you're going with, it's not going to be a sneak in break. It's going to be a diplomatic approach, and the library isn't going to have anything that's going to make you feel better.
Well, I mean, isn't Ari still like a mummified bag of bones?
Yeah.
The raisin
You're gonna
still.
weekends Bernie, like
Yeah.
Ari over there and try and convince Esperantos?
Well, yeah,
You know
how
what?
about
That would be
this?
fucking
Can,
hilarious if we did that.
what if Ari decided? What if her will transcended her unconscious being right now?
Oh no, this is for these clans to figure out. I'm just
Okay.
I'm
It would be funny
Alright,
if we could
let's see.
somehow weekend at Bernie's Ari into being diplomatic for us while she's pretty much a corpse, and everyone's like, "Oh yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Ari. We really appreciate your concern." or
She's
something
sitting
like
at the
that.
head of the table. Yeah.
Just marionetting or playing your instrument.
Yeah.
For the buff.
Exactly.
just to note, she will kill all of you if you do this.
You're you're in no position to argue.
You're not wrong.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with the split. I think it may be in our best interest to do that. However, I do want a harm from Wicker or a soothe or something? Because I'm still at like 10 HP.
Sure. You can do a harm and a treat wounds. Let me see. First, let me do the treat wounds.
You're
That
taking
one.
so long.
All right.
Ah, that'll do.
Yeah, that's not enough. Here, take this. Enjoy.
That'll do. Yeah, hold on to your onto your font, or you don't have a font. Sorry, your
Harm.
yeah,
Yep. That's why I did the
that'll do.
treat wounds first.
Okay. All right. You guys go. Maybe one other person come with me. I'll keep Ari with me. Callus and I will go get whatever he needs me to find in the library or
All right.
archives.
I'll just put down here who's gone with them, and I will put on everybody onto the map. Real quick. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to the map for, I think we should go to, Fortress Anatum. That's a pretty decent, like, background thing, because, I'm going to say that some of the party goes down to here, and some party goes to the, is inside the palace here. Real quick, Peregrine, give me a 1d2.
Sure. 1d2.
All right, you're first. So, Peregrine, you guys are taken to a giant library underneath the, actually, it would probably be down a couple of corridors. Now, you know these routes pretty well. But, like, these are starting to go to these, like, less traveled areas of the castle, or I should say the palace, to this, like, underground area. And eventually you guys get to this humongous library. Now, it's not as big as the mutated library, but, like, this is your guys'
Right.
This is fit for a king.
Yeah. Never was one for reading, but knowledge is power. So, Father, what are we looking for?
It would probably be helpful to have somebody who's experienced in, looking through libraries, or, any kind of, either a society check or a relevant lore skill, if you guys have one, would help for this.
Man, I wonder who has those.
Yeah, I suppose
Side.
either Short Fuse or Ashtos, which should probably come with me then.
Yeah.
Do you have anything short?
Society. Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Is
Intelligence.
it blind, right?
Nope, this one's... Yeah, you can keep it public if you'd like.
I already did blind.
Oh, no problem. Here's what you got. Sure, you're actually able to find... This is just to show you how long it takes. Eventually, you guys
That was
find...
me.
Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Wicker, yeah, actually, then the person who would beat out this time would be Wicker, actually. Wicker would be the first to find a little area, in one part of the library that seems to be kind of, like, modest. But you know here that this is actually, like, looking through the books, this is actually a place with Gotmouth history on it. And eventually, sitting on this giant, like, I don't know what's it, like, it's an altar for books, like book altars that, like, are in libraries
Lectern.
where it's, yeah, lectern. You actually find this, and I'm gonna give this to Wicker if you would like. Here you go.
A thing?
Yes, an item. I am going to grab your item really quick. Here you go. It has been added to... Now it's been added to your inventory.
I
What'd
see.
you find?
It's called Testaments of King Lanner.
Didn't know my grandfather wrote a biography.
There's a few different... Oh, there's a lot of articles in here. Let me flip through it.
This, with, like, your skill kind of reading through a lot of libraries, Wicker, you're able to find the most relevant sections, and these are it. If you'd like, we Would you like me to just post this to the chat?
The entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
This is
I'm not
a
about to read.
lifelong diary. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. This whole thing. Though I could basically kind of lead you through a quick synopsis if you guys would like. It seems like this is a diary of his travels, and later on, his late life. So it was his travels, a few details about his midlife, and some of his late life. If you guys would like, you can read through it, or at least read through small parts of it. You don't have to read through the whole thing if you don't want to, but yeah. That's what you got.
Is it posted somewhere, or is it just?
It's been posted
Yeah, just
to chat.
got posted to chat.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Ah, that's a lot. Let me see what I can find here. Let's peek into April 20th here. I'm awake somehow. I touched the deck of cards and something washed over me. I saw a flash of light, colors all blending into each other, into patterns and geometric shapes that are impossible for me to understand. I woke up in a tavern in the middle of the desert. Cards and my right claw were fused together into a lump of flesh. An interesting sight to see, no doubt. Perhaps it could have been a fine thing to discuss over some drinks with the lads, but unfortunately I do need that hand. The writing bounces a bit. You can tell he was laughing at himself when he wrote this. Sloppy handwriting, grandfather. Then I saw her. She entered the room. Her face was full of life, beautiful, but her expression was completely blank. Her name is Limniscot. I'll have to ask for pronunciation on that later. But she said I could just call her Eights. Oh, okay. That explains that. She told me things about a group wanting to fight against Esperanto. The Shadow Dancers, they call themselves. She told me what Esperanto had, their magic, who led it, and the warriors of Armada. I understood at the very moment that I'd never be able to be truly independent from the Universal Union, but I could help to tip things in favor for a better future. She then worked with some other figures as they began to heal my wounds. They told me it would slow the spread for now. Apparently I've been cursed with something even they can't fix. If that has anything to do with me. She seemed awfully convincing. However, I'm not stupid enough to fail seeing that she's a dangerous individual. I must be wary of these shadow dancers. I found Athos and the others in a nearby town. They thought I had died because they left me behind when the chamber suddenly began to collapse
Yeah.
and had to fight their way out. Unfortunately, that fool Dantes died saving them. I hate to admit it, but I'll miss him. His stories, the tangents he'd go on. He really wasn't all that bad, come to think of it. Well, gives us a little bit of insight into Eights and how she came to be involved in his life. We can read the rest of these later on the airship.
Now I would say that's a decent time to head back to the Esperanto Embassy crew. Ashtaspa and Electra, you guys are seeing that the guards are all like rushing people inside right now, as you know this situation unfolds.
Well,
The
what do you think we should do, Ash?
My first instinct is to beat everyone that gets in our way into submission and take what they have. But
I don't know if
is
we're gonna
that
be
what
able to
you
take
wanted?
on all of them, and I don't think that would be the right thing to do either.
Well, do you have a better solution?
I'd like to talk to him and have him cooperate, but I really don't know what to say. If I were in his shoes, I don't know if I would do anything different.
I think we're reaching an impasse there. Perhaps we could sneak in and take what they're using. I'm not sure what it is they would be using exactly, but if we're able to sneak in and find it, we can take it and, if necessary, destroy it.
How are you guys approaching this building?
I want to say that we're sort of like maybe like a street or two down, observing this and just sort of like talking to each other in a way that doesn't look too suspect.
Mhm.
Yeah, because like as you guys are kind of coming up on this, like coming around the streets, like you can hear a voice yell out, "Electra, you're alive!" And there you see it. You see Commodore Darkhorn's kind of like standing there, like right outside the embassy, and a few of the guards are like saying, "Get back in, sir!"
Lecture's gonna turn to Ash and say, "Well, I guess the stealthy option is out the door."
I suppose
Yeah,
not.
I guess she's gonna start walking towards Darkhorns.
Yeah, he's kind of standing there, right? And he's like, "Electra, I thought you were with that whatever was going on in that room," he said. "Who were those people?"
I don't know exactly who all of them were, but I can tell you for sure that what you saw in there, that magic that Wickerwind was doing, it's a weird magic, but he was using it for the right thing. He was just trying to save people.
What? He said, "We all saw the magic, Electra." He says, kind of staring her down. "I'll be up in my office if you need to talk to me," he says. "Otherwise, I need to inform that there's something going on here. Even if he is innocent, the fact that there's magic like that present on this planet means something is seriously wrong. It's my duty." And he's going back up, and this is kind of where I leave the choice to you guys. What do you do? You guys are once again left alone. But he does say if you want, you can meet him in his office. Otherwise, if you guys want to go to another method, I will not stop you.
I guess I'll turn to Ash. I think I'm going to talk to him, but maybe you should try to sneak in just as a backup plan in case things go sour?
Sounds good enough. I'll sneak in, cast a spell of invisibility, and then we can work out what's going on from there. But if things get a little too sideways, don't be surprised if we have to beat them senseless to get out.
I really hope it doesn't come to that, but we can't let word get out.
I'll
Believe
kind of...
me, if this...
Hold on.
I was just gonna say, believe me, if I had a choice, they wouldn't be speaking at all.
I'll just put into the room, like, into the corner, anyone who's not here. Go on. Sorry.
Look, Ash, I just want to say thank you. I know that it's probably hard for you to show this much restraint.
I'm only showing restraint because... well, I suppose you're the closest thing to a friend I have right now. But if...
I can't even
remember...
explain how grateful I am for all of you since I've gotten here. I don't think I would have even made it off that first island without the rest of you.
We needed each other then, and we need each other now. So let's try and make things work just fine. But if things go south, you know exactly what to do.
Like I said, I just hope it doesn't come to that. And Electra
Be prepared for it.
Okay. And Electra will give Ash a hug and continue on into Darkhorn's office.
All right. Now, Ashtaspa, go ahead and make your first stealth check, and Electra, I'll just say that you kind of, nobody's stopping you. They're more or less, people seem to be all right with your presence here.
All right, stealth check time. And this is going to be a blind roll, right?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Stealth is not blind. Okay, here you go. Yeah,
Okay,
it's because you know how like stealthy you'd be. You got a 25, which is a really good roll, actually. So you're gonna start like sneaking in actually pretty well. Like there's a lot of openings in their guard patrols right now because it's on such high alert right now. Electra, you get into here. Electra, he says. Sorry, but we're almost out of tea.
That's all right. I'm not really in the mood for eating and drinking right now anyways. I'm feeling kind of sick, to be honest.
He looks around and then just kind of like lets you go on as these guys, there's like 2 guards in the room right now, but he's kind of like eyeing them a little bit.
Do you think we might be able to have some privacy?
He says. Give me a diplomacy check.
Okay.
Public.
Yep. After all, we will be discussing sensitive matters.
He nods around. Clear the room just for a little bit. But sir, I'll be fine. I trust her enough. That being said, I hope you realize this is, well, obviously, a big move of trust on my part. I don't know what you were doing up there.
I was with the rest of my party. We were just...
So you're
we
with
were trying
Wicker.
to get to... Yeah, yes, he's with us. And to be honest, he saved my life. I trust him. Like I said before, the magic that he was using, it creeps me out a lot. And it's super weird, and I've never seen anything like it before, but...
Well,
he
don't
does
kill
use it for
anyone
good.
thing.
He's one of the best souls that I know.
Sorry about that. I'm just dealing with stream stuff. Somebody says that the stream is quiet. Is it quiet right now?
I'm not sure.
I think Electra's a little quiet,
Electra's just quiet
in Discord. Yeah, but that's not even in stream. That's just in Discord, Electra.
I'll just turn it. I'll just turn her up. Make it so that Electra's voice comes out like a little bit louder.
I just mean they're very quiet just in this Discord call.
Yep.
I'll leave in a bit.
So Darkhorns is kind of like looking around, and he's like, I hope you realize, he says, why, Matt, I don't know much about whatever magic he's doing, but they're going to want to take him in alive for questioning, and they're going to take you in as well.
I know. And I know it's
And
gonna
once
be
they
a big
do...
thing to... Sorry.
Oh, sorry. He's kind of like, and once they do, I don't ever see anyone they take in for things like that. I've seen one incident where there was a magic cast like that. It was a long time ago. It was a very powerful cult that we were dealing with at the time. Their leader had the exact same kind of magic. They had done horrific things to the town, to the commoners there. There is a reason why people hate magic casters like that, he says. However, all I do remember is what happened to those cult members. They were taken away. We were assured that they wouldn't die, but we never saw them again.
Well, that kind of sounds like something bad happened to them. You don't see what's going on here with Armada? It's obvious that there's some sort of corruption. Pretty much every one of the commissars and really any of the officers that I've met at all from Armada so far here have just been awful, other than you. You're the only one that I can talk to.
I'm sorry, Electra, but once you've seen, if I may ask, when did you graduate from Red Miles?
This was my first assignment.
Then I think you'll understand why ponies become like that after a couple of assignments, assuming you come back with us. Listen, this is what I'm offering. If you potentially just say that you weren't working with them, I can convince the higher-ups that it was a complete misunderstanding, and only he says, referring to Wicker, will go. It's not... I don't want to do it, he says, but it's the best I can do, at least, for keeping you free.
Electra seems to think about it for a second. And what happens if I refuse?
You know what I'd have to do then, at least by my responsibilities. Traveling with someone like that will make you a pirate. That being said, you've been nothing but helpful to us. And the people you've traveled with don't seem to be terrible people either. Even him.
They aren't, and that's what I'm trying to say. Peregrine and Ash Shaspa, they were in the prison cell on the boat, but we don't even really know why they were in there to begin with. I think that there's weird things going on with Armada. And yes, I understand that you are duty bound to report back to them. But what I'm trying to ask you is just this one time, maybe give us a little bit of time at least.
He says. By that you mean we delay letting the word get out, he says.
Yes. I don't think that an Armada presence here would be very good for anyone, even Armada at this point. You've seen some of the magic that's been happening.
He looks out the window. He's gonna walk to the window and stare out, and it's at this time that you should give me a diplomacy check, Electra.
I'm gonna hero point that.
Okay.
Better.
He keeps looking out. Electra. The reason why I'm an Armada Airfay is because I want to protect the ponies of the universe. If you can convince me that you can take down those savages, he says, pointing out in the direction of where Grey Dawn is, and keep this planet alive, so that it doesn't starve to death without Armada intervention, I'll tell my men... What would I tell my men? He says, I could just stay here. We have a device. Well, actually, come with me. We have a device that we use to communicate with them. And he starts to go in this direction and orders all the men to go back to their posts. It's funny, at this time, Ashtasva, you've already gotten to the exact same room, although this time sneakily. You guys arrive at a room, and I'll just put you in here just to represent what the room is. You guys all arrive at this room here, which is not filled up with this stuff. It's filled up with, I'm gonna see if there's a better, emptier room for this. Or something. I'll just theater of the mind and say that this room has a gigantic device in the center. You see a large device about 10 feet by 10 feet wide, and then there's a bunch of apparatuses attached to it in the sides of the room. And at the very, very top in the center, you see the very tip of it, a tiny little tuning fork.
Oh,
and,
Not to disrupt anything, but I was actually going to say, right around at this type of moment when I'm sneaking in.
Yeah.
So long as I have the time to do it, I'd like to cast invisibility to be just especially hidden, so that no one takes issue with me if I say do a little bit of thieving and pinching.
Yes.
So
go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Darkhorns, you see Darkhorns and Electra enter the room that you snuck into. Ashtaspa.
Now they'll never see me.
This right here is our device to get out messages. As you know, communication and couriers are what make any civilization.
Absolutely.
If we could just...
I was just going to say, transmission of information is vital for any operation.
He's walking up to the sides. Out of character, it's somewhat tempting not to say empire, but these guys would never say that. He looks at the very top. That little thing there. If that just went missing, he says, taking it off. If it just got misplaced, we wouldn't be able to get a word out.
That would be unfortunate for anybody who wanted to, wouldn't it?
Exactly, he says, pocketing it.
But
Oh, I think like at this moment, while invisible, I do want to kind of like whisper to Electra, convince him to give it to you.
and she just kind of gives. I guess yeah, Electra's a little startled at first, but she'll give her a bit of a wink. So I'm just thinking, if you were to be caught with it, it wouldn't be good. But if I were to be caught with it, I'm already essentially labeled as a traitor at this point.
Or
You think it might be safer for me to have it?
he looks a little bit shocked. Electra, perhaps even with this plan we're going through right now, I'd at least be able to convince them that you're innocent. But if you do this, you'll be thrown in with the rest of them, no doubt.
I don't want to be labeled as innocent if the rest of my party is going to be thrown in jail. They're my friends. Like I said, I trust them with my life.
He smiles,
And
tossing you.
You as well. Oh, she'll grab it.
Yeah.
And she'll continue. And you as well. You've done so much to help us. It seems like you've really got the people's best interest at heart. So I couldn't ask you to do something that would put yourself in danger either.
I've been in the service for about 30 years, he says. Trust me. The vast majority of guys are like me. You just have to keep hope, he says.
I know. Thank you for all that you've done.
He unlocks the doors for you guys, and that situation resolves.
All right, and on the way out, if the same airfay is there, the one that I've booped.
Oh no, Gunter!
Let me first roll a will save to see if I fall for doing it again. Okay, like just barely, with all the strength of will, I just barely succeed in not just giving him the old static shock boop. But I guess
Nice.
He'll quantumly know that something is there, and it's keen on giving him a boop. He doesn't know what it is, though.
Something is bugging me today, man. Oh, this again? I don't know. This time, I've got apple juice. But it still doesn't feel right.
I was just about to ask if the juice guy was still here.
The
As
juice
well
guy!
Electra walks by and says, "Your chances of being booped by a goat are low, but never zero."
What? He says,
Ooh.
dude, I had a
She
dream
continues
last
down the
night.
stairs.
Yeah, you can hear him like fading out. It's like, I had a dream last night where I was touched by a goat. He says, where? And that's when another guy asks. And that's where the conversation ends by the time you guys
Touched
leave.
by a goat.
So
Show me
good.
in the doll where the goat touched you.
Oh, that's great.
Back to the manor. Now, I suppose now is a decent time to ask. Like the whole city is kind of on lockdown, and in fact, even when you guys kind of get out, Ashtospa and Electra, you're like at first accosted by some guards saying no one is allowed to leave their house. Oh, it looks like those two that they were talking about. They like pull out a piece of paper. Yeah, all right, you guys are to come back to the palace. It seems that already Maltese has instructed the guards to not like accost you guys too hard.
But they've instructed us to return to the palace, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because like if you're seen outside, people are going to start asking
Yeah.
questions.
Okay.
It's not like I had anywhere else to go, but thank you for reminding me of what I was already going to do.
Electra will also acquiesce. You guys are now reunited kind of back onto, I'll just kind of say that you're maybe like reunited back at the palace. What are you guys doing for now? the bathhouse is actually open up again. I think that's a decent place to kind of stage you guys. Here you guys go.
Yeah, let's bring our desiccated party member and just throw her into the pool and see what happens.
Yeah. She's gonna suck up the whole pool like a one of those
Exactly.
little things.
Yeah, like one of the
Like one of those
sponges.
dry
that-
packs.
Yeah.
Rehydrated Ari.
But it's around this time I'd say that like once you guys are kind of like getting back, Electra and Ashtospa would probably see Oslo, kind of like what she was another one of the ones who got like escorted. They're like, Electra,
Oslo.
did you hear? Did you hear what happened, Mon? There's a dark
lot that
magic
happened.
here somewhere. He says, not aware that it was Wicker.
Yes, I have heard. I'll let you know more about it later, but we should
We
be
need
safe
to-
for now.
We need to capture him and bring him to justice.
I
You
have a
saw
feeling-
nothing if you value your life.
What do you mean, Ash? I'll eat your food this time.
Ash just remains silent, just to hammer home the point that he saw nothing.
And
He didn't
guess-
see anything, is what Triples is saying. He just heard about it.
I guess
he
Electra
is
will-
not aware that Wicker was the one who they're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in the dark.
Mhm. Electra's just gonna say, "Don't worry, I'm pretty sure you're safe, and I'm sure whoever cast that magic is definitely a just person."
Yeah.
I've got Ari's body set somewhere, just like waiting to see if there's any
Lost
change.
track of
Yes.
it? Oh, okay.
You lost
no.
Ari?
I just mean
You stole
it's
the
somewhere
Ari
arbitrary.
corpse.
It's just somewhere. Like I don't know where to put it in a bathhouse, so it's just somewhere arbitrary.
What if she's in a sauna right now?
You pushed her under one of the benches.
Why?
Lost in the sauce.
Do you guys think one of my potion could save her? Maybe alcohol.
I don't know if
that's the
alcohol
last-
could
No,
really do
alcohol
anything
would not
for
save
her.
her.
I mean, we
Why would
can
you
find-
suggest something so dumb?
Alcohol is really like what you use on wounds, right?
Well, I don't
Well,
think
he's-
it's going to work for her at this point.
Idiot!
She's a
Why
scab right now.
do you guys
Wickerwing
think
goes stomping off.
so, since it's alcohol, it's not going to work, so she needs something else like wine?
Well,
No.
it is
Well,
true
that's
that
still
you
an
can treat it.
alcohol short.
Perhaps, maybe
Uh.
that guy, he says, pointing down ironically where Wicker went. That guy is really good at healing, he says. Why don't you ask him to do it?
Didn't work.
Huh? Oh, then she's
I
dead.
tried. No, she's
Well,
alive.
she's not quite dead.
Not quite alive either.
Maybe we should take a closer look. Does Electra sense any magic emanating from her? Or at least
That's a
anything
hard
to be
question to ask.
different?
Anything to be different. Yeah, something's different about her. Can't really tell what.
Hmm.
Magically
Let me
wise, it's
see.
giving a unique emanation.
To try and discern what it is exactly, now I wouldn't personally know this, but would I be rolling a religion check to see what it is?
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. You can't really tell what's going on with her, though. Other than it's kind of wicker looking, but not really. In terms of the magic aura that you're getting from this, the feeling you're getting is Wicker-esque, I will say.
Well, it's
Maybe-
funny. It's almost like being around Wicker, but it's not quite.
Maybe she's
Oh.
hungry.
Well, what
Yes.
would she be hungry for?
I don't know. Look at her skin. Maybe she's hungry. I'm sure it's gonna try to push one of the ratchets he has on her.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go get Wicker. He might know. He seemed a little
tried.
upset. I know, but
Well, didn't Ari start hurting in a sort of similar way to what happens when Wicker tries healing Peregrine like he heals the rest of us?
he already tried to
Or
heal her, but that was in the heat of combat. Maybe he can just figure out what's wrong with her at this point. He knows a lot about that kind of magic, I'm assuming.
well, let me see if I can go find him.
And
What do you
Electra's going to
think-
turn to
what do you
Short.
think- What?
And Electra's going to turn to Short and say, when they get back, I wouldn't make any more jokes about Liquor. I think Wicker is still a little upset from when you got him super drunk.
I never started any jokes about Wicker. The situation doesn't make it worth it.
Look, all I'm saying is that I think that's why he's upset. I think he's a bit sensitive about what happened. And when you suggested that we give Ari more liquor, I think that's what set him off there. And he's going
Well,
through a lot right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's thinking himself as a walking taboo, so yeah, he's feeling hurt.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's a bad deer. He has been the best.
Of course
He
not.
worries about us.
He's definitely he's not a bad deer. He's just
Listen, we can discuss this later when there isn't a nearly dead corpse in front of us. Please go get Wicker.
I think Ash is on the way.
Yeah.
Though I will say though, the people who are like standing around her, it seems that her body is like moving a little bit, but just kind of like shivering a tiny bit.
Does Harry smell like a dead body?
No, actually, she smells quite like ordinary. That's the weird thing.
Well, whatever they did to her, it doesn't seem to be decaying her or getting any worse. Not that
Yeah.
it doesn't seem
Her
like it could get any
face
worse.
is writhing around a little bit.
Writhing
kind of-
around.
Yeah, just little jitters, as if something is moving it.
Getting the feeling of the same feeling of when we saw those I'm gonna call them re-dead, but you know what I'm talking about, in the outside of Hathor Sage, the corpses.
Right.
Yeah, the Wicker, as Ash comes by, Wicker's just kind of like has his hooves dipped in the pool.
Feeling all right over there?
Couldn't find a hot tub. I would have liked to have sitting in a hot tub. He kicks his hooves a little bit.
Well, I'm sure we can find something as close to that as possible. Maybe after bugging Peregrine a bit.
Maybe Electra could fire up one of these pools and make it warmer or something.
You know what? Now that's a thought. Or maybe we could just throw her into it. That could also work.
Hmm. This place kind of sucks.
What's making it seem so sucky?
I just got made to expose myself, and now everyone's gonna hate me. Or
Well,
worse, not just hate me, but I know how ponies react. I know how ponies feel. That's why I took so long to let any of you know what the truth was.
Well, I understand that some ponies are afraid of things they don't really understand. It's honestly foolish given what you can do, and that's a lot of good.
I mean,
And some ponies will naturally be horrible ingrates that will not appreciate anything that you do.
but they have to understand. I mean, even if they don't understand, they can see that I did what I did to help Maltese.
I know, and honestly, they should be really accepting and grateful of that. Even if whatever magic you're using, that they just don't seem to really understand and appreciate, or it scares them, they should at least be grateful that it can do such wondrous things as that. But
Well, maybe when they do, because I'm sure they will, come around, I'll be able to explain it to them.
well,
Maybe, right?
maybe, but we probably don't have to worry about that for much longer, because the Esperanto, they're not going to be getting the word out even if they wanted to right now. We took their tuning fork.
There's
So, I don't know what it is exactly. Apparently it allows them to communicate over vast distances, but that's neither here nor there. Without it, the word is not even going to leave the embassy. For at least a little bit, we'll be safe.
Well, that's good. Hmm.
Well, in any case, we have an unconscious, desiccated Ari, and I've tried to figure out what it is that's exactly wrong with her. I don't really know. Do you think you could come help us out?
Right. Yeah, now that we're out of that throne room, I think I can spend an extra moment to really look at her.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's try and get her on her hooves, and she's going to, with a little smile on her face, ruffle his mane a little bit.
He's gonna smile back at her a little bit more genuinely. Thank you, Ash.
Oh, it's nothing. Now let's get to making her feel better and healed. Why don't we?
Right. Okay.
You guys come back to seeing Peregrine fumbling with something in his talons above Ari. Looks like he's got a ghost charge in his hands.
ready to hit her with the power of God if she does something he doesn't like.
Well, an experiment, if you will. You said something about it being like Wicker, and considering how it's related to... It won't hurt
There's
her.
another Oslo in that other room.
Whoa,
Oh, shoot. Yeah, is there a second one? Alright, yeah, let me delete that.
Good.
Gee,
No.
Electra, 2 Oslos.
We need more.
Do.
Head over the mud. Hey.
Peregrine, what are you doing?
Yeah, but when he sees Wicker, though, he does kind of, like, put it all back together. I was going to test a theory.
Well, I think I'll take over if it's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Please do.
Alright. So what's my process to discover this?
You'd have to
You said
start...
I just...
You'd have to start feeling
It's very-
around, probably. Or, examining.
A body and, you said it feels very Wicker-esque. So I'll kind of recognize that, as well, I assume?
Yeah, go ahead and start
the
making your
magic?
roll for it. Yeah, go ahead and make your divine, or I should say, a religion check blind for this.
Religion.
I'll try to assist.
Mine was a second.
It makes sense.
Yeah,
if
mine's just
anybody
throwing out for
knows-
assist.
If anyone knows what's going on here, it would probably be one of you two.
I'll throw this out too, just in case it's going to mean anything. I don't think it will, but boneyard lore.
Oh, that actually might be pretty useful. Let me start checking my notes.
Bone saw.
She's not that dried up yet.
She got sent to the bone zone.
Boneyard is essentially, if you've ever played 5e, it's like the Raven Queen's domain. It's the afterlife, limbo-esque.
Right.
Wonderful.
The cue to get back in Samsara.
Yeah.
Is her hat also like all shrivelly?
Hey, Hey, okay. Yeah, so, Wicker, you start to investigate the body, and then, like, within a blink of an eye... Let's turn down the ambient. Within a blink of an eye, you just see her head, and pretty much her whole body has risen up. Kind of like, and is attached to the side of your face. As if, like, in just 1 second, she just shifted straight into that position, and now her head is right on your neck.
What?
I guess
I'm
she
gonna
just
try to
immediately
dive
bites
in
him
there.
then.
You just gotta flail and kick her off.
You better get that salt ready, Peregrine.
He's gonna flail and try to shove her off.
I throw that ghost charge in my hands.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Did triple die?
So I started
no,
I think you did.
I'm here.
Oh no.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
There we go. I'm gonna double check my
Check it,
OBS
like-
thing.
I chuck it like that dynamite and oh god, what's that pilot out on YouTube? Whatever. I chuck it at her.
Yeah,
Just
what's
out of fear.
what's the damage?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. There you go.
Just to gauge like how kind of bad it is. Yeah, there's like a little bit of
Positive damage, so.
yeah, but both of you guys, both you and Ari, are like connipted by this. As this stuff is very, very repulsive to you.
Nah.
Ari, you're awake again.
Okay, I was
You're
wondering if I was,
awake, but
conscious
you're-
enough to be,
You're awake, but you're
speaking.
shriveled right now. You've
But-
just awoken suddenly in a state where your head is right next to Wicker's, right? But you've regained consciousness. It's just you're still shriveled up.
I guess Ari's going to recoil a little as she gets smacked in the face with
Bomb.
Peregrine's bomb. Just like, Peregrine, what the hell?
What the
Have
hell,
you?
you Ari?
What do you
I'm
want?
curious though. Did you actually take the bite, or did you stop yourself before reaching in?
I mean, Wicker was
Already
trying to
trying to
push her
start the
off. We
party.
can do like an athletics check maybe.
Yeah,
to
I
see?
did say I was trying to push her away.
Yeah,
I didn't really acknowledge it, but
Maybe
Yeah.
I already got was a leak.
I would also hope the force of the bomb might, separate the two of you.
I mean, like I said, we can do an athletics check if we want.
Mr. DM.
Oh, I thought you guys were resolving that between yourself. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Wait, so what?
All right.
I think it's just athletics, right? Opposed athletics.
Yeah, like
program?
Yeah, opposed athletics, and I don't know if that would beat
Yeah.
the DC, so I don't know if she'd actually
Oh.
be able to make it in.
Nah.
Is it against my DC, or do I have to?
I think it's 4 DC, but
However you guys would like to handle it, basically. This is just role play amongst you
There's
guys.
Yes, there is a rule for grappling. I'm pretty sure it's against Fort DC or opposed roll. I don't remember which.
well, that
Either way,
wouldn't,
10
that wouldn't
is
beat his.
very low. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So no, Ari does not bite him. She gets pushed back by Peregrine smacking her in the face with the bomb, and she looks very bamboozled, let's say.
Well, I
And
think
you
that's
feel
14 damage too, by the way.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yep.
14.
And
You're
you're
undead.
feeling sleepy.
Are you alive at all, Ari?
I mean, I feel like it.
And
So
what
it
was
don't
Why?
look like it.
What do you mean?
What happened to you?
You look like jerky that's been left out for too long.
Why did you try to bite me?
What?
Yeah, why did you?
Wait, slow down. I don't. Where are we?
The
Bathhouse.
Okay. What happened?
Aids took you and brought you
that-
back looking like Queen Ramsay.
And well, she's gone now, right? Where'd
Yes,
she go?
she's gone, Ari.
Thankfully.
I don't know. More importantly, we don't know what she did to you. all we know is that once we brought you here, you tried to, I don't know, jump on Wicker or something.
Jump on him.
I mean, I
Well,
know you like
well-
the deer, but I don't know you like that deer that much.
Well-
Short.
I've confirmed something at least when I threw that bomb at you. Sorry about that, by the way. You're like me now.
Oh no!
And- Some
Wait, how?
way, shape, or
What?
form.
Oh,
Well,
okay,
she-
I.
When Eights brought me to that side room, that room in the side room she brought me to, it was like the one where we found the cards. I think it was the exact same one even, but
How
Well, she-
would that exist? Didn't it collapse in on itself?
it has to be doubles. I think he can make them somehow. If the Spy Masters double them, that would explain where the room was there too, but
You guys think that the collapsing was an illusion or something?
I don't
No,
know. It seemed
it
pretty
happened.
real to me.
They likely
anyways, all
just
she did in
resummoned the
there
plan.
was she just bit me, and then I passed out, and now I'm here.
Bitch, you say. It looked like you were just trying to fight Wicker there.
Yeah.
A little bit rude, don't you think?
I don't know. I wasn't trying to. I just.
Supposed
I
to
don't
reach
know,
for
I don't
water,
feel
not
very
deer
good.
necks.
Oh, could I have some water then? I'm feeling a little shaky.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess I just like hand her like a little I don't know, like it'd probably be weird to have a water skin, but whatever the closest equivalent to in Hanaq that is, just like, you know.
yeah, actually,
Yeah,
there
like, yeah.
are what.
So when you start to kind of like give her some water, some of those like you said there are like some wounds from the blast. There are like little cuts and aries from the blast of that bomb, since you said it was big enough to take damage, right? You guys would notice there is like a tiny bit of blood running out of it, but it is so little. There's so little blood coming out that it looks unnatural. Anyone with medical experience would know that it's supposed to be kind of like spurting a little bit out, or not, or like oozing it out. And this is just like a tiny bit.
I should note,
That's-
it was positive energy. It would probably just burn her. Like,
Well, if there's
I don't know,
like
maybe it was-
maybe a shrapnel or something, I don't know. That was
yeah, it's fine.
Does Ari feel any better from drinking the water?
not really.
I mean, I got some different water if you want.
I don't think that's going to work right now unless you're talking about one of your potions.
Yeah, sure. But
Yeah, actually, a potion could help.
okay, wait. Here, take this. Maybe this helps.
Wow, almost healed up the damage Peregrine did to me.
Feeling
Well,
better?
you're healed, right? And the wounds have been like restored with his elixirs. But she still looks the same, and she does not. I would say that probably this would be something like enfeebled 4,
Oh. Oof.
or like wounded. Yeah.
Well,
So you said she bit you. What did she
Actually
do when
drained.
she bit you?
Drained 4.
Sorry, say that again?
What did she do? Did she just bite you? Did she inject some kind of toxin into you? Try to remember.
It was. Well, she brought me to the room, she bit me, and as she was biting my neck, I felt like I was getting drained, and then everything went dark, and I don't remember anything else.
And Triple, you said the wounds weren't like gushing blood; they were just kind of.
Yes, they were like
running.
just. There was just like a little bit trickling out, just a tiny, tiny bit trickling out.
Seems a little odd. Not a lot of blood.
There's a certain rhythm, Ari, that you feel is like lacking, but you can't put your finger on what it is. And when I mean rhythm, it's like a constant rhythm in your body. That's gone now. You didn't know it was there until it was gone.
Hmm. You trying to say that you think she, like, stole my blood?
Possibly. It would
Well,
make
I
you
mean-
pass out, but I don't think that would do that to your skin.
I mean,
God,
she.
I look hideous.
I mean, I kind of did say you look like a piece of jerky that was left out for too long.
Could have put it a little more eloquently.
Dude,
Well,
you look
What did
like
you want me
a-
to say? You look like some jerky in nice clothes.
That's better.
The important
Wicker,
part is
you're,
that you're still alive. Or conscious, at least.
Your kit, your healer's tools to, do you have anything in there for transfusions?
I don't know if the healer's kit comes with blood transfusions, bandages, herbs, and suturing
I would
tools.
say so. Yeah, that would be in suturing tools. Yeah. You've got an advanced healer's kit, if I recall correctly.
Oh right, expanded.
You got a mobile surgery lab.
That's
Apparently.
true.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's still tied to that, but yes.
Very holy healer.
The
It
holy
makes- it
healer's
makes a
tools.
It makes a nice sound because it's the better healer's tools.
Armada feels this.
So Peregrine real quick is going to stick himself and see if he can start drawing a little bit of blood out of himself to just to test the theory. He if she's been drained, she needs blood. So he's gonna let that run into
She needs some milk.
a bag that he's got and
Well, it doesn't. Not that simple, Peregrine. You can't just. Blood doesn't just go into anyone.
I mean, she can lick the ones, maybe.
There's blood types and compatibility.
You
Well-
Isn't
know,
she
same
also a
species.
fae?
Yeah, man, look, your blood is red, hers is pink.
I guess like as a point, I'll just like sort of like hold out a leg and like use I don't know, like maybe just use one of my swords to just like cut open just a little bit to show the difference in blood, to show that it's pink.
Pink blood.
Well, yes, fae bleed pink.
Weird. I knew you ponies were strange. I didn't know you bled pink. I guess I probably should know that. I've been shooting at you.
Well, you haven't
I
shot
think-
at me before.
Well,
think
It's-
I mean, you're kind.
I think if we're gonna test Peregrine's theory, we should find the closest match to Ari, and sure, it's another unicorn.
Yeah, it certainly ain't me.
Short is not a unicorn.
Short is actually a unicorn.
Oh,
Sure,
yes.
it is a
I
unicorn.
am a unicorn. I
Yeah,
have.
I-
and
Got the horn.
You told,
He's got a
Got
I
a
thought
horn
you-
on his.
you
but I
guys,
thought he said he wasn't.
yeah, but you guys have seen my blood anyway. Remember that time I made Whisker?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
but,
yes, you did.
You bleed the same as at least me, Wicker, and Ari would have, because we're all fae and we bleed pink.
So hold on, is Short a unicorn or not?
I'm
Yeah.
a unicorn, yes.
Okay.
The only thing I remember Short saying he wasn't actually was short.
Yeah, like
He is-
physically, he is not very tall.
Yeah.
Like physically,
He is
he's actually
fusive.
tall. Also, this. Hold on, let me quickly clear the effects so that this speeds up. Okay, go.
Yeah, let me turn off my thing here. That's probably causing a lot of problems.
There we go. Now it's good. Okay. Well, should I do it?
I guess
Someone's
it's
got
like a sort of I guess it's sort of like a test thing. Ash will hold out like the part of her leg that's now bleeding and see if Ari's going to do anything with it.
Do I feel compelled to lick the blood?
I don't know. I would say that's kind of up to you, but most likely I would imagine it's at least like appetizing looking.
Guess Ari will
Looks more appealing to drink this blood than it did before. Which was probably 0 before.
You
But
never
now
know
it's
with
like,
Ari.
Yeah.
2 times 0 is still 0, but
Craving the red sauce.
I guess Ari will carefully take Astaswa's foreleg and just kind of look at it a little. She seems kind of fixated on it a bit, and then she's just going to lean in, and Ash is actually going to feel something piercing her skin instead of a tongue licking at her.
She's going to look down.
No!
Oh,
Don't do
What?
that!
What?
That's hot.
It's what?
what?
What the heck are you
I-
doing?
Well, she seemed interested in the blood.
I have. Wait. Ari kind of feels at her mouth a little bit, and it's just like,
One of your hooves is starting to look a little less wrinkled.
I suppose that's what she needs.
Oh,
And
yeah,
Ash is just going to like offer it again, mostly because this seems to actually be doing something.
You know, I
As
have a
an
bag right here.
As an alchemist, I actually feel tempted to help.
What was the point of the transfusion tools if we're just gonna let her?
That's
You
what
get
I'm
quieter
saying.
and quieter, Electra.
Yeah, you're. very
Yeah, I
quiet.
had to put Electra volume.
If
I
we
mean,
think, if we think
if
that Ari
Peregrine
got,
ha-
sorry,
Oh no, you go ahead. Sorry.
if we think that Ari got this affliction by being bit, do you think it's a really good idea to have her bite Ash?
No!
Exactly.
Oh,
I mean, I don't think she needs to bite someone. Maybe this can help.
What, do you need me to
And you
bleed
need
into
your
it?
blood, Ash.
It comes back.
Ponies,
I mean,
everyone.
if Peregrine
Beast
has
here.
a bag,
With a bag. And something
Yeah.
that draws blood. We do not need cutting utensils. Or raw legs. Please.
Or my
bleed into
dagger,
this
I guess.
bag.
yeah, I suppose just do that.
Well, just
mean-
bring it over here, I guess.
Yeah, I
Toss
have
it
my
over.
dagger ready if you want me.
No need for the dagger.
This is gross.
So, who are you drawing from, Ash Kaspa?
I was just going to do it with myself because already there and already kind of bleeding.
Yeah, fair.
You know, cut out the middleman.
You just became
alright.
patient one, so.
I suppose once Ash has, I don't know, given Ari a cup of blood, she's going to look at it kind of funny before just drinking it. Does she look any better after doing so?
After you've drank the whole
That was
cup of
disgusting.
blood, Ari, you now look like an old lady. But it's, like, starting to reverse a little bit.
Well,
Sorry, I didn't know you were wearing makeup the whole time.
Haha.
Would I start feeling a little woozy after having drained about a cup's worth of blood?
Honestly, let me think.
No, you can lose like a quart before you start getting.
All right,
But-
so seeing that it's working, I'm just going to continue doing it once I get the cup back.
What do you mean once?
This
What do you mean
feels-
once you continue getting the cup back? How quickly do you think blood comes back?
No, the cup is in the container.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, like once Ari's finished drinking it, seeing that it's working, I'm going to ask for the cup back and just
oh my
bleed into it again.
gosh!
Also, sorry, I didn't mean
I
quart.
don't-
A pint.
Oh, a pint.
What is it?
Yeah,
Wicker?
quart is
Are
a
you
bit
not
excessive.
Yes.
Are you not with
Two.
blood or something? Are you
I-
fine?
Do plenty of surgery and healing, but just this looks weird.
I
Oh,
don't
it's
like
not-
it either. This isn't how it's supposed to work, right?
Don't worry, it's gonna get weirder.
I certainly
think
hope it
surgery would help
doesn't.
I don't think surgery would help her right now. That would be like doing surgery on a grape.
I take it none of you've ever been in a battlefield.
I have.
We get in battles every day.
I've seen my one
I mean-
blood.
The kind where you have friends with legs blown off.
I have.
Sure is not
Well.
going to comment anything on that.
Then you can appreciate what I'm trying to say, which is
It is
being
far from the.
skittish about this is not, helpful.
Besides, it's far from the worst thing that can happen. Have you ever seen an artillerist get loaded into their own cannon and shot out of it?
No, and quite frankly, could we hurry this up a little bit? I still don't feel very good.
Alright, just give me a minute. It takes time to do this, you know. And once there's another cup's worth of blood, I offer it to Ari.
By
It
the
looks a
time,
little bit like a poor beggar receiving change.
yeah, by the
Just
time,
takes it to make it taste like orange juice.
No.
by the time you drank this cup, Ari, like, it seems like you've gotten a decent amount to actually, like, start looking like yourself a little bit again. It's just that you're covered in this, like, ugly film, right? There's still some effects, and you need even more. But it's at this point, like, by the time you've drank enough blood to get to this point, Ashtospa is starting to feel woozy.
Do you need any more?
That's
Maybe
right.
later.
Stop.
I can hold on for now. I'll be fine.
Okay,
Okay,
Ashley, you have it.
Alright, so... I start, like, trying to use shaky hooves to try and, like, bandage this up a little bit. Like, get a little tourniquet and all that, just to stop bleeding.
Ashtospa,
Hey, hold on.
Wick, we need to feed her proteins and iron, he says. I will cook something. For once, he actually looks terribly concerned
Hey,
about
Oslo.
Ashtospa. Yeah?
In the meantime,
Uh,
Asta, you should
What?
listen this, you know?
Nothing, never
She
mind, I
just
thought you were
she just sits down and like tries to not look as woozy as she is.
Yeah, you need to just rest a bit. You have some food and you'll get better.
Okay.
You help too much.
Are you feeling better, Ari?
Marginally.
I'd say you're at drained
Good
2 at
enough.
this point.
All right.
I do not like this, I'll say that much.
Well, we're
Probably
going to
throwing
have
the
to
bomb
get
at
used
people.
to it, whether or not we like it.
I mean, we can take turns on which one you want to take blood from, you know? You need it.
Well,
Well,
hopefully
maybe
I
we
shouldn't
should
need
at the
It's a
maybe
little
at,
bit
at least for
concerning.
now. Let's try not force Wicker to be on blood duty. He already does enough for us.
Not to mention that.
I'm not doing that for you.
Not to mention
Yeah.
that his blood might react funny with her. His magic
Wicker
already
Fey?
did.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he's a ruminant. Ruminants are fey.
Well, I think Electra means the magic he has. If it hurts to heal, then. Besides, I shouldn't need any more past this. I hope.
Does
Just because she stole all that from me, I think.
Has anybody heard about anything like this before?
Well, there's Peregrine, right? I mean,
But he's not drinking blood. That's just.
maybe he was like that at the start, and they gave it to him, or
I
something.
just shrug.
It's possible. I
Never had a
suppose.
craving for blood.
You don't even have teeth. How would you get blood?
What does that have to do with anything?
Would we have noticed Ari's teeth when she bit?
Well-
Bangs.
Well,
Ari did point. Yeah, Ari did point them out whenever she bit Ashtaspa. She seemed very surprised that she had them.
And they try to call Wicker an abomination. No offense.
I don't know how I'm supposed to not take offense to that.
Well, I'm also an abomination, so
Pot calling the kettle black, I suppose.
yep. Takes one to know one.
Still, if you don't mind, do you think we could go somewhere to rest?
I think a little
Welcome
bit
to
of
the
rest and
bathhouse.
relaxation might do us all well. I'll go heat up the pool.
Pool, yeah, that could probably help.
So, yeah, people kind of, go ahead and go in your various ways. Ashtaspa, give me a fortitude save.
All right, I'll give you a fortitude save, and as a side note, I need to figure out where in the world
San
Carmen, San Diego?
well, not Carmen San Diego. I'm meaning like the drained 2 condition.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think
Right click
I
your
thought that was
character.
just for me.
This is for
Oh, do I
flavor.
just?
It's
Gotta
like
go
kind of
away
a
in
feeling.
10 minutes.
You
Yeah,
If
you
ever
do
want to add it, you can right click your character and then click assign status effects, and then you can click any of those status effects there.
All right, and then I just click it twice for drained.
Right.
Yeah.
now. With that fortitude saving roll, Ashtaspa, you kind of really want to just go to sleep right now.
She just lays down and starts doing a little quiet goat snooze.
I mean, I did leave you a bedroll around here.
Yeah.
Like she's just like shoveled herself onto it and is taking a little cat nap.
All right.
She could also snooze in the hot tub.
All right. I'll give each of you a hero point.
She has creepy eyes. You guys ever notice that? Wait a minute, you all do.
What?
Not me.
Wait, what? I don't have creepy eyes. What?
Well, that was incorrect, but I mean, I was just saying.
Shore is going to.
Equine should also have those weird eyes.
Well, in the meantime, Shore is going to give Ari an elixir of life just to see if it's helped her or something. I know it's not made from blood, but maybe it can help.
It did heal her a little before, but it didn't seem to actually help with revitalizing her.
Well, who knows?
I mean, she will still definitely take another one if you're offering, though.
Yeah, sure. Take it.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
it does
That's a
its
fair
job,
one,
but it doesn't
Mhm.
take away the drained, nor does it take away her general, like, sluggish, like, this doesn't feel good, and this is clearly not a state she's supposed to be in. You hear some steps from outside, like in this direction.
too. Oh.
Oslo?
Oslo would probably be, like, back here at this point. Sir, like, he probably would have come back at this point, seeing Ashtaspa had, like, passed out, and he just leaves some food next to her for when she wakes up, quietly.
Ah. Maltese.
There you are, she says. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Well, here I am. What have you found?
You need to be careful, she says. We still haven't been able to find where the Shadow Dancers ran off to. They could be hiding here anywhere. Unless they can, open a door in the ground.
I want you to avoid them at all costs. They're highly dangerous. And I don't want to lose you after saving you.
What if they kill Dad?
Look. This... I don't know what we're going to do about this. But I do know that straight interactions with them are dangerous. She stabbed me once, and I fell to the ground. Done. Over. You fell to the ground writhing in pain after saying a word. So, please, just avoid them. Send scouts if you need to, but personally stay away from them.
She shakes her head. How are we going to feed ourselves, even after this war is over?
We'll figure something out. We always have.
But it's
Even if we have to
either...
trade with someone.
Okay. Well, this doesn't make me happy. But there's another reason I came to come for you, Peregrine. Cassell is asking questions. I feel like the only one who can explain this to him is you.
Okay. Where's he at now?
He's patiently waiting back at the palace, he says. She says.
Okay. Alright, are
And-
you feeling up to travel?
You sure you shouldn't go on your own?
In the palace, like outside of here,
Just
basically.
right now.
like-
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'll go out there and meet him.
Yeah.
Cassell.
I'm gonna pull you over to
Heard you
another
looking.
scene, basically.
Sure. Heard you're looking for me.
Yeah, let me find real quick some fireplace ambience, and like I'm gonna put you to where you guys kind of like ended up, basically. I'll just delete these tokens here if that's okay. Because these guys aren't present right now. The only people who are present is Cassell, who will represent as a commoner right here, even though he isn't a commoner. He's far from it, actually. And you're here, and I'm gonna pull Peregrine. Hold on, Peregrine. Pull him to this scene. It's around this time that, like, yeah, there's a blizzard outside, and she just kind of like just stays at saying, all right, now to find that one with the glasses. I still haven't found where she went, he says as she leaves. And Cassell is kind of sitting here. Peregrine, I'm sorry, but they've ran out of... He starts drinking something. They ran out of good oingo. We're completely out now.
Yeah. So maybe you should ration what we have left. Cassell, you of all people should know this.
He says,
Can't
all
get
we
fat
need to
forever.
do is just... If Esperanto could just come by and let us know what's going on, we would be able to explain to them that we just want to trade at the very least, and this would all be sorted out, he said.
I don't think
Over
there's
to-
much sorting out with Esperanto with what's happened so far. They've lost was he Grand Admiral or Commandant?
A Vice Admiral, yeah.
Vice Admiral. They've lost a very high-ranking member of their armada in our bathhouses, and they never got the corpse back. They've had men go missing in our lands, kidnapped by pirates, and I have a feeling they're not going to be too pleased when they come back. So, there are other options. I would rather not trade with them if at all possible, just because of those facts. There are another group who are equally, if not more, dangerous, but they may not be after our lands or our culture.
But Peregrine, he says, I think you're just too stressed out. He shakes his head. All this time, you've allowed all of this nonsense to cloud your heads. Don't you realize what they could provide for us? Just hear me out. You lived a life of pain because of our insistence of being alone. Wouldn't it be fun to just hunt together again? You could live with Marika. Not Marika. You could live with Maltese and your father. And it wouldn't be perfect after what's happened. But I just want it to all stop. Ever since you disappeared and that giant explosion happened, I don't want to deal with this any longer. I just want to... Do you know what they do to nobles, Peregrine? Esperanto nobles who fully integrate. They live like kings. They give them medicines that help them see how to be calm at all times. You could live a life of complete luxury.
Peregrine just gives him this really dirty look of just like he's insulted. Stressed out. Yes, I have been stressed out. Cassell, now that you mention it, I've been on the front lines fighting for this nation, to keep this kingdom together, to try to figure out why I've lost the last 3 months of my memory, why I died, why I killed my grandfather, and you come here to lecture me when you've thrown down your rifle, and all you do is stuff your face all day.
You seem to have like hit him, kind of like he seems to be like oh wow, that's like he's left for a bit of pause right now, and he kind of like just stares at the ground for a little bit. No, it's still not worth it, he says. You could. That's what I'm trying to tell you, he says. You could live a life of luxury, and you don't have to do that. We could let someone else fight the war. Don't you understand where I'm coming from, Peregrine? You didn't deserve to be out there in the battlefields when you're 14. How do you think I feel?
Can't change the past, Cassell. I choose to live with it. And I'm not going to have some foreigners come in and fight my war for me. If you're not going to help me, then I'll go take care of it myself.
He's like flashing back to a time when you were little, perhaps. There might have been a time when you were hesitant. You were 14 at the time. At least I think that's what it was, right? Perhaps you were hesitant. Perhaps you didn't want to go, or perhaps there was something interfering. It's up to you, kind of like, maybe what it was. But he was like, come on, boy. If you want to stay here and be a coward, you can stay here. And he's like, you could like see that flashing in his eyes right now. Make me a diplomacy check.
First kill Maltese parents. And he'll throw out the diplomacy. Not my strong suit, but hey.
Wow.
Actually, I want to make an argument for intimidation, unless that succeeded, but...
Well, it seems like you've at least given him a lot of pause from just that one moment, and he's just sitting there for a bit. What? Hold on. What are you suggesting you even do? We're in a... You at least logically understand the situation we're in.
Oh, I know. We're in a bad situation, and it's not going to get any better unless we do anything about it. I have it on good authority that my bastard brother defected, so I'm sure he's embedded deep into whatever plans they have going. He's always been a thinker, you know him.
He was an odd fellow, he said. He never would have been a knight. That's why it surprised me. It seemed like he didn't have an inch of bravery in his soul. But I still am curious what exactly you intend to do, my liege.
Kill him.
But how would we even get there? He's surrounded by a fortress. And we're on our last legs.
I just need a distraction. Something to get me and my friends in there.
He
Burn
gets
a
up.
nearby supply village. Anything that they really value that may be undefended, that they'll have to go reinforce. Buys me some time.
No. I'm sorry, boy, but that wouldn't work, actually. The best would be a frontal assault on that city right there, he says, pulling out a map. In fact, if we could get this right here, if I recall correctly, hold on just a second.
Peregrine smiles. He sees a glimpse of who his mentor used to be.
Yeah, his
What's
eyes
going
are
on?
starting to change shape. He's like standing up, and for 1 minute it looks like his like gut almost is looks a little bit smaller, even though it's very much still there. He's like, hold on, no, we need proper planning. I'll be in the war room if you need me. Goodbye for now, Peregrine. I'll bring you my liege, actually, is what he'd say. Goodbye, my liege. I'll bring you proper plans tomorrow morning. This would be unfitting to plan in the dining room, he says, suddenly returning to somewhat of a more formal self as he just bolts out of the room.
Just call me Peregrine, Cassell. And next time I come see you, I'll have your old weapon. You need it back.
He leaves. Yeah, something has struck in him. You can see like something has possessed him almost as he runs back out, and I'll bring you back to the bathhouse. While this is happening, I will quickly pull over Peregrine to the scene. Ari, you're sitting, you awaken sitting next to Oslo as he's just kind of like got this intravenous. I don't know if like or the bag or something. He's basically attached it so that he is directly routing blood from his veins into yours. While the rest of these guys are doing things. Are any of you, the rest of you, doing anything in this bathhouse?
Oh yeah, like the first thing that comes to mind is like I'm laying down, I've got my big poofy mane like all in my eyes, but like after like being asleep for a little bit, I sort of do what like, you know, a dog does whenever like you put food in front of their nose when they're sleeping and like you know, sniffing it a little bit before waking up and like taking a hoof and like leaving a little space for one eye to see what's in front of me.
Just taking note on any reaction that Ari has. Since
You've
I'm
been-
interested, whatever.
Sorry about that. I was just gonna let Ashtasma know that he left you a plate of food. Go on, Short.
I just Shorty is taking notes on any reaction that Ari has from the blood.
It seems like the process is starting to reverse as Oslo, you know, looks a little bit weaker. Ari is starting to look more and more like her regular self again. Until eventually, Ari, you're drained 0. You completely lose your drained value completely.
Well, thank you, Oslo. I'm sorry you did go through that. You feeling alright?
It is fine, he says. I am aware of the fact that I am probably not as strong as you guys. You do some decent help. I think you need this more than I do. So I will gladly provide it whenever I need it. Just need to eat more.
Well, I appreciate it a lot. Well,
Huh.
hopefully this should be the last time, though. I'm sorry to bother you.
Don't worry about it. It comes back.
I suppose it does, but still. You want me to cook you anything this time? I'm imagine you're not really in any shape to be walking around.
He gets up and starts walking. Cooking is what I do, he says. It's good to have things that you help out with, he says. You guys do the fighting, for now at least. And I... he looks a little bit ashamed of himself. I will provide you anything you need to make sure that your journey is comfortable, man.
Well, you've been a great pilot so far, so I can't complain. I certainly don't know how to fly a ship.
Yeah, he's kind of just walking out.
While he's walking out, he can hear Ash with like, you know, her face just stuffed with food, drowsily say, "Thanks, Oslo."
Yeah, you can almost feel his grinning as he walks out.
Food's okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Ah,
fireplace.
you're
Thinking,
better now.
Electra, if you can like cast fireball on one of the poolers or something, maybe you can make it like a hot tub or like a warm bath.
Uh, I can try, I suppose. Fireball's a bit
It's
explosive, but maybe it'll muffle it if it's underwater.
it's smaller pools, so it's less water to heat up.
I've got a better idea, I think, actually. And she's gonna go up to this pool, the smaller one here, and she's gonna cast a flaming sphere instead. And attempt to lower it down into the water, or at least close enough to the water where it starts heating it up.
Mhm.
You think that would work, Triple?
Oh yeah, I like that idea actually. Yeah. So go ahead and make an Arcana check. That's just how. Let's just let that be the gauge of how hot it gets. Yeah, that's like I don't know. I would interpret that as like really comfortable hot springs. What about you, Electra?
I think so. That's pretty good roll.
Wicker will
How is it, Wicker?
test that for himself. Ooh, that is nice. Perfect, even.
I'll go get the
He's
others.
gonna shimmy out of his robes or his outfit.
At this point, Peregrine's back in from outside, is he?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess Electra will come out to the main room here. Hey, if anybody wants, one of the pools is heated up. It's actually quite nice.
I don't think Ash should go in that pool, you know?
I could use one.
It sounds better than sitting out here. Besides, I haven't had a bath in a while.
I mean, you
I'm
got
not-
your blood drowned, and the water is
Well,
warm, so that's going to affect you
I'm
a
not
bit.
going to go for a swim. Just sitting.
We'll keep an eye on
Are
it.
you
Okay,
sure
let me
about
let me should help you there.
Okay, and she just like takes the half-finished plate of food with her.
Just
Electra will offer to float the plate alongside her so she doesn't have to worry about holding it and walking.
She
bounce
she
it on her
doesn't even
horns.
offer. Ooh, that'd be funny. She's balancing it on the prongs of her horns.
look, I know you've been carrying me when I'm drunk. Now is my time, so hop in.
I don't think I've ever seen you stumbly drunk.
Just walk.
Are you sure you're alright? I didn't think it was that much.
I'm fine. I've had worse happen to me.
Here, careful, just over the edge.
Wicker will perk up as he sees Ash stumbling in.
He just with like not as carefully as she would have, just like slide out of her more common clothes, toss them aside, and just sit in the water, just trying to sink just enough to where it's just like a little bit above her chin, and letting her mane just spread out in the water, and just sigh relaxedly.
Full
Also, I
capybara
know
mode.
I know this is not far from the session, but what are these? Are these like dogs or something?
They're little rubber ducks.
Yep.
Oh.
Aw, I didn't notice those before.
Rubber duckies.
Wait, what? Where are they? Oh,
They're
Here.
duckies.
oh, I see. Ow, ow.
I love how we all just immediately went like, "Duck."
Yeah.
Quack.
I've never
Duck-
seen so
duck
many people
king,
click on the same parts.
Quark.
It's Duck's parents. That's why there are two of them.
True.
Is Maltese still around?
Um,
I mean, yeah, I would imagine you'd be able to. She might come back to check at least later.
Electra would definitely offer. Hey Maltese, we're
She-
all gonna be soaking over here. You're welcome to
Yeah.
join us if you'd like.
Can you guys give me like literally
she was
1
looking for
second? Hold
someone
on.
too.
Actually, it's not literally 1 second. I just have to grab something, but it's very short.
Yes, I understand everything that Trip said.
I would just feel bad leaving Maltese out.
Well,
Yeah.
like I said, I think she was looking for someone, and I think we forgot about it.
Yeah, she's like, well, I can't find her anywhere, she says. I've been looking for some griffin with giant glasses, she says. I've got duties to perform. I can't mess around, she says, looking at you. But she keeps on eyeing that tub.
Wait, Griffin with glasses. Do you mean Marika?
Oh yeah, that
Bird
was her name.
friend.
I haven't seen her all day.
The last I saw her was, well, before all of this, and she was headed up towards the Spy Master's office, it seemed.
Huh? Does that mean... I don't know if you guys filled her in at all afterwards about like what happened. Actually, I don't know if she knows that the Spy Master is a.
Peregrine
She-
did a little bit.
Yeah, I don't. Like if any one of you explain that, she might point out the fact that that's like odd that she'd be going there, because that's not like
Yeah.
something she'd want.
To be fair, I didn't see her in the office. I just saw her heading in that direction. When we went inside, there was nothing else, but...
I don't know what else. What else would be of her interest on that floor? She says.
Hmm.
I hope Bird Friend isn't in league with them. That wouldn't be nice. We even shared notes. That'd be mean if she wasn't a friend.
At this point, it wouldn't surprise me.
She was the only one not caught in the blast.
Are y'all still my friends?
Of course.
How much did you give me?
I think I'm gonna actually. Shorty's going to ask Ash if she wants to pet a bit Wesker, so maybe she feels better.
I'm fine. Just need a moment to sit down. This water's really nice.
Right.
Maltese probably would just stay here because she keeps on like eyeing this pool, but she doesn't want to get in. It seems you're just staring at it.
Didn't I tell you to go get some sleep?
She says, "Yo, yes, I should be doing that." She says, "All right."
Why didn't she want to get in?
The same reason I don't really want to get in either, but I can't. You know, there's the water's warm at least.
Is it because we're in it?
No, because we are two species that don't particularly want to get wet.
Well, so long as it isn't raining, it's fine for me.
These pools are probably quite like shallow, most of these at least, to the point that like they're they're shallow in the sense that like they're shallow enough that it's more appealing maybe to griffins, right? Like a bird
Yeah, like a
bath.
bird bath.
Yeah. But
She's just floating around on her side.
yeah, like once you get to the deep end, the part that like why did they even build that part? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's some griffins who are into weird things, like getting wet. But yeah,
Sacrilege.
once Maltese is like, told to go to bed, she goes to bed. Now, I'm curious, are you guys doing anything else here tonight, or should we long rest to the morning?
I think a long rest is in order.
Yeah, like after having a nice comfy bath, Ash is going to polish off the rest of her food and go straight to bed.
All right, go ahead and roll your long rest checks.
What?
Yeah, check and see if you can long rest. You haven't been
You
doing
know
that this
you
whole
know what I
time?
mean, the freaking button that everyone knows
Ah.
about and everyone should know about.
Yeah, sorry. I think I've been drinking a
The
bit, so
button.
I was like, what?
Ah, we've got it now.
Ishtasva is still baby. Drained one.
I
Oh,
think
yeah,
it's
by
because-
maybe at this
Oof.
point, like Eshtospa probably would get to drained 0. I imagine once like enough waiting has passed.
All right. Well, if it's off, I'll just do the regular Schliepen and get all my hit points back.
All right. I'm gonna bring you guys back to the Gotmouth map for now. Let's bring you back to, actually, I should say, not the Gotmouth map. Let's take you back to Fortress Anatum.
Home sweet home.
Bird Castle.
You guys awaken to a very odd, to like. Start to awaken. Let's take a look really quickly here. Now I'd actually say that potentially another day could potentially pass before word starts to. Now, as you know, Maltese was trying to go somewhere, and Cassell was planning something. It might take them another day, actually. So we might want to, if you guys would like, we could skip another day, unless you guys have things you want to do. Everything is still seemingly pretty quiet.
Another
Bathhouse
day
day.
skipped.
Yeah.
Ah,
I would
it's
say that
another
would be a
day
fine enough
skipped.
explanation as to why maybe Ashkospa was able to get back to drained 0. I think it takes a full day for that.
Yeah, like raw. It's like every long rest you gain like +1 remove drain.
Yeah.
Really, the only thing I think I'd do is maybe see if they have any places where they like have like scrolls of magic. And before I forget, I think I need to get a wand of cozy cabin, because I think we decided to.
Transfer that. Yeah, you can transfer that to a wand of cozy cabin rather than a scroll of cozy cabin, I believe. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
that does make sense for that being like a wand. It kind of seems more like a wand-esque spell. But let's see. Now, Cassell and
I don't know. You go ahead. Never mind. I'll save it for later.
back at like this like manor, right? The manor. The only two people really left who haven't been kind of like talked to so far is. Oh wait, no, sorry. Yeah, you've talked to Calidus, him and him. They all seem to be busy right now, so for the most part, things seem to be pretty fine. I'm gonna actually roll one of these. Can you, one of you? Let's see. I'm gonna roll a 1d6.
If we are waiting another day, Electra's going to keep an eye on Ari to make sure she's not getting all raisin-like again.
Ah, that's actually a pretty good thing to do. You could give me a perception check, Electra. Ah, and there we go. We got one of those. 1d100. That actually is... Yeah, let's just use that.
Zari stepped out into the burning rays of the sun.
It's quite a few... there's quite a few clouds out today, actually. The weather has been getting worse.
Lucky.
Yeah, thankfully, your kingdom is as dreary as the
Yeah.
United Kingdoms, so
Jesus, yeah. We're in the Alps.
there's no worry of any sunlight reaching these god-forsaken peaks.
Yeah. I would say that, with this... let me really quickly get my location music on. Yeah. I think it's... Actually, was it?
Next time I build a kingdom, it's gonna be someplace less cold.
Yeah. Electra, with your perception check, you would notice that, like, it doesn't seem like she's really getting any worse today. Though, you know, like, potentially something would clue you into the fact that, like, this isn't gonna really last forever. Perhaps, maybe it's just, like, one hair graying or something. Or like a fur hair, I guess. You know, like a little strand or
Will
something.
you mention this to anyone?
I'm sorry, that last part about the fur?
Like one of her
Oh.
furs grays or something. Like something
Oh,
really
like
subtle.
gone
Like
gray.
super, yeah. But it
Oh.
seems that she's doing fine.
Does it look like she's noticed?
How about I roll my own perception and see, I suppose?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You haven't
Telling
been able
Ari
to
she-
notice it, Ari.
You know, telling Ari she's got a gray hair is probably not the greatest idea at this point, so Electra's probably gonna keep it quiet for now.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. A little don't freak her out more.
She's going through enough shit already.
You ponies.
Us ponies.
Be more like us griffins. Like me. I've got gray hair everywhere. On my face.
You're afraid of water.
Peregrine
bit.
is getting old.
Only one half of me.
Grandpa bird.
Aging bird.
Scrawl.
You look better too today, Ash.
Yeah, I'm a little fine now.
You still
I was
need to be
thinking that-
careful.
Well,
Make
Blood
sure
doesn't
you're
come
yes,
back that fast.
oh yes, I know. I've seen enough of my old war friends bleed out on a battlefield. It's not pleasant.
Right. I'm just saying that even if you feel better, the blood isn't there still, so don't overwork yourself.
So long as I don't have to beat anyone up, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Well,
This-
we are planning to invade a keep.
And you are a
Eh.
master at inventing reasons to beat people up.
Yeah, it's not that you have to, it's like you always want to.
Sometimes they're really asking for it. What are you getting upset at me for about?
I'm not
I'm
upset.
not upset.
I'm just being concerned.
Just make sure you eat lots, and then you can beat up as many people as you want. Well,
All right, but just because you're telling me to in a nice way, I'll make myself something to eat.
Ari Teggio. I don't know
Yes.
exactly how you'd come to notice this. Potentially you'd hear his voice, but you'd be hearing that last Duke, the one, you know, the Duke of Lark.
oh.
Ott guy. Yeah, Ott. His name is literally just
Yes.
OTT. He's like somewhere outside, probably bragging about something with a few other people. And you'd see, like, you might see him, like, wearing that necklace around his neck, the medallion.
Hmm. How engaged does he seem in this conversation? Does it look like the others are about to up and leave?
He's talking to his knights. Remember you know, the two lads.
Yes.
He's talking to them, and they of course will listen to everything he says. These two, because that's their job. So they're not. They kind of just look expressionless as they just sit there listening to this guy's story.
Do you
He's got the
think?
Thousand Island stare.
Do you think I could politely introduce myself to this? I want to say conversation, but it seems rather one-sided. Do you think I could politely introduce myself in such a way to give them a reason to scarf her off?
All right. So you're up to. They wouldn't like immediately leave, right? They'd just be
Oh
seeing.
no. I'm
What,
just saying, like,
how are
as
you going about
giving
that?
them a chance. I don't know,
Yeah.
just kind of. I mean, he's telling a great story. I mean, would he really mind if I like showed up and started listening and asking a few questions? What's the story?
Go ahead. Yeah, he's telling a story about the time he went on a great hunt. He caught a couple of things, and that was, he has a way of talking it up to such a degree that it actually sounds almost inspiring to you. But, it's just a little hunt where they hunted, like, some blippums and oingos. And maybe some of those, what was it called again? Dire wolves, yeah. You guys faced a dire, I think one back in Overwood. Yeah. He's like talking about he hunted some of those, but it's literally just that. In fact, you know, he probably only saw the direwolf. He never shot it, but just the fact that he saw it was the most cool thing in the world.
Where is he giving this talk currently?
Why don't I give the real quick? I'm going to quickly bring you to the map, Anatum Manor. And I'll just say that they're right here. I'll just put this guy, this guy.
Knowing that they're outside is all I really need to know, especially if it's out in the cold courtyard. Because at that point, not cold courtyard, but the whatever you call this place. Because this is still technically within the fortress. There's just like a tinier one.
It's just one of the many wings of the manor. Yeah.
But I think Ari would actually suggest, you know, if he still has more stories to tell, do you think they could go somewhere a little more comfortable, not standing out in the cold?
Finally, someone with an appreciation for the arts of storytelling, he says. Come, men, let's go.
Oh, you have no idea. It's pretty much my entire job.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd be kind of like, remember that, like, if you want, I could just take you to where he might suggest. Real quick, hold on.
Oh, sure.
I'll put him, like, he suggests you all go to here. Also, what the heck?
Instant transmission all the way to the east edge of the map over the cold lake.
There you go.
Just that excited to share the story with you.
Yeah.
Chuck's already in the water.
What, you know, he's just talking about, now, when I was a boy, my father took me on our first hunt. Now, let me tell you about that time, and now he's going on another tangent that's really long. This is kind of like the joke in video games where, like, the text box just keeps on going and you have to keep pressing A.
I'm going to... Can I use diplomacy to try and, like, gently steer the conversation a little more towards...
Absolutely.
Asking him a little about the... Because I imagine his neck, like the little pendant he's wearing, is rather prominent, right? I kind of want to ask about that.
Yeah.
I'll
he's
give
like
you a deception, or not deception, what? A diplomacy on that to try and...
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, yeah, I'll take this diplomacy check. It has to be public because
okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I'll tell
Bruh.
you otherwise. Usually, social encounter checks are public. I actually learned. Yeah.
Look, I have 4 hero points and I want to use them, so I'm going to use them. Oh, okay. It re-rolled it as private. Again.
Interesting.
Epic.
All right. So he's now saying, well, this thing right here, this is just something my father gave me. I don't really care too much about it, but I'm supposed to always keep it on me. Only the royal family is supposed to wear this. Anyways. Or members of the royal court, I should say, because he's not part of the royal family. He's from a completely different tribe. But members of the royal court are supposed to wear this.
No, I heard that the king was actually... how did he put it? For some reason, he seemed to want those necklaces. I know one of the other... Was it a duke or noble of some kind? He came by the castle earlier and handed it off to him for some reason.
Was it that disgusting or cowardly Duke of that cowardly Duke from Everberg? He says, who still is in jail.
Was him.
He wants it, he says, getting up. Now we can rub it in his face. Now we can all just go down to the prison and bother him with it. Because he'll never get it back. Yeah, this guy is so single-handedly spiteful of that other Duke. Actually, I don't know if I remember his name. I have it written down, so I'll just get it right here, because changing names is not good.
I'm just gonna walk up to these two and just sort of how do I put this? She's going to just kind of whisper to them, "Hey, look, just give me a few minutes. I want something from him. Just
What do you want from our Duke, he says. If I may ask.
It's actually the prince is looking for those necklaces.
Corvus.
Yes. Wait, Corvus is his name? I thought it was Ott. Oh no, Duke.
Corvus was the guy who led the, he was the guy who was kind of like all dressed in Balenciaga black and
the homo goth.
Oh
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, he gave off strong homoerotic vibes.
Yeah, she's just explaining that Peregrine wants the amulet for reasons, and that she hopes they can trust her on that.
I can't help you with that, he says. It's not our duty to take things from our lord.
I know, I'm just asking for you to stay here is all.
Well, it's not like we could do anything to you, he says. But please, don't try to cause trouble. I wouldn't want to be on the other... I wouldn't want you to be on the other side in a battle, he says.
I won't be causing any trouble, don't worry. I have delicate ways of handling things, usually. Alright,
well...
if they're fine with letting her, she will totally just slink off after this guy.
It's more like these guys are like, what can we even do to her right now?
Well, I'd hope they trust her after everything.
Yeah, I suppose that is actually an element too. He did save both of their lives. So, yeah, this guy is running off to where Corvus is. We'll just use this as the representation of the dungeon, right? They ran off to this dungeon. It's not the worst dungeon in the world. It's not like they're keeping him in like complete squalor. He's in a decent cell. But he's like, look at this now, Corvus. Corvus is just sitting there and staring at him. Yes. Why did you want to show it? I still have it. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I still have it. You're supposed to be upset now.
While he's gloating, Ari is gonna throw a little bit of actually just gonna use charm on him. Why not? Let's see. Give me his a little will save from him.
All right, let's see what his will save is. Oh no, Ari. Okay.
No.
Just to let you know, you have Fool. He is actually like. It is up to you how badly it is, but like this is enough to fully hypnotize him for like a decent while.
He's got the hypno ray.
But like you can decide like how much, brain you leave him for now.
She's barding him up.
Already using the vampirism charm.
The 2 times I've used this on random ass NPCs, they've been it's been crit fails from them. It's fantastic.
This is a natural one.
But yeah, no. Ari is going to just kind of come up behind him, put like a hoof on his shoulder, just be like, I'm glad you're having fun taunting him, but like I said, the king was looking for these. If you wouldn't mind, I could deliver it for you.
He just nods. That's all he can get out. His mind is completely foregone. It's not permanent, but like his mind is like thoroughly mogged right now.
You feeble-minded him?
Oh god. You think you could roll over for me?
Yeah, of course. He just does it.
Ari makes him do a few dog tricks in front of Corvus just to make it up to him.
He says. I see you're
And then
a caster, he says. Let me actually... He'd actually be kind of staring at you. I have no reason to report you. But... I would just like to get out of here, he says. I've done literally nothing wrong. I don't know what they're upset about. I just can't have children. It was a condition I grew up with.
Well, What do you think? Do you think you could convince the guards to let him go? She asks her new best friend.
Ari, now here's the thing. Like I said, you have control over how much like logic he has. Do you give him a bit back so he's not like completely just?
So people think he's normal, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
because right now he's still in like the state of
Yep.
yeah. But you are allowed to give it some back if you'd like to achieve that goal.
Absolutely.
When you do, he stands up straight. Yes, ma'am. Immediately. And he starts walking out of the room, just like beelines out. And he eventually starts. You hear him bringing guards back as like Corvus is staring. What? Did you? I thought I would have to pay you. He says. Still, I have being unmarried. He says I have quite a lot of gold to my name. Corvus it tells you. I could give you something to make it worth your while after this.
Well, I'll think of something. How about that?
At least tell me your name.
It's just Ari.
Ari. I will make sure that we'll build you a statue or something of that sort. Perhaps. Oh, they're coming. Ari, do you stay here as they're arriving?
I think Ari will just give him a little bow and duck out before anything else happens.
He's brought the knights as well, and he's like, I believe there is a misunderstanding. I will take this one to the king personally and argue for his innocence. Come with us, he says. And they seem to be in a rush, as if, like, you know, they want to... He's almost, like, trying to get this done as soon as possible, as he leads Corvus out with him to the king.
That was surprisingly effective. Well, I guess with that, Ari will go back to rejoin the group and just show up next to Peregrine, dangle a little pendant in front of his face.
Where'd you get that?
You'll never guess. The resident asshole had it on.
Whatever you did to get it, I appreciate it. I won't ask for details.
So we only need one more, right?
Yes, and I'm sure you can guess where it is.
Yes, I know. It's in the greedy little midst of Grey Dawn. I guess before we go, I can try making some food or something. I don't feel like going out to get some spells anymore.
Do you need a transfusion yourself?
Let me count through this.
I'm a little better. I'm not that worse for wear. I'm not some fragile little flower peregrine.
Wicker, what are you doing today?
What I would like to do is see if I can get in touch with Marike.
Funny you should mention it. By the way, did I accidentally interrupt something? I'm really sorry if I did.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Sorry, I'm doing like the, you know... I just rolled another one of my funny dice because, Wicker, funny you should mention it. Literally, you were the one to see it. You're perhaps like in one of these nearby kind of like forests thing. You can see it just out of the glimpse of your eye. Marika and Agnes are walking off somewhere. But right before, like, you can see it, like, you see the general direction they're going towards the temple. But, that's the last glimpse because they fade back into the trees, but they're definitely heading in that direction.
Wicker would definitely, first he would put his hood up, and then he would try to scamper after them.
Okay. Wicker, you start to follow them towards that temple, and, you can see that it's currently empty today. Still, the curfew's on, and any guards that they're accosted by, or even you're accosted by, if, like, you're far away back enough to stay private, you know, would be able to, would see, like, Maltese's orders and be like, oh, okay, actually, yeah, you're okay to go through. You start getting closer and closer to the Temple of Scions. Are you just kind of spying yourself on this whole thing? Or are you trying
Actually, or am I trying to what?
to, actively make contact?
Yeah, I'm trying to make contact.
Okay.
So I'd be trying to catch up to them.
Outside of the Temple of Scions, I'll just put this right here. And I might actually have a map for this. Let's see. There might be actually a fun little map that I could use. You know what I'm going to look at? Ooh. Okay. I've got an idea. just for the set dressing. I'll put it right here. Nice. Yes. This will connect everyone who's seen a variant form of this map.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. I think this is actually a great staging place for it. Here, I'm quickly gonna put you in, Wicker, where you see them. Her.
This is a
Yeah.
long map. Ah. This
Yeah.
place.
They've walked off to here. I'm gonna quickly also grab a commoner token for. I'll just use Palace Guard. Yeah. These guys are, standing amongst each other, and you can see she's grilling into Marika for something. Don't you understand?
Uh-oh.
If you let anyone know, you will put this entire kingdom at risk. We've already got it bad enough with current orders to keep this under curfew. But if the king finds out what we are doing, we will be in the worst trouble imaginable. But you're making others work without giving them money. He says, you know what that is. I know exactly what it is. And I will take full responsibility, but I will not let this kingdom die. He says, are you sure you have to? And she's kind of backing her into the wall. Do I make myself clear?
And when he starts to see this, he will steel his own nerves and start to definitely make his presence known. Hi! Oh, hi. Oh, there you are, Marika.
Marika's like, oh, hi. Wait, no, you're not supposed to see this. What are you doing? He says, stepping forward. This is private business.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I had to talk to Marika.
Well, she says, how much of that did you hear? And she gets in your way.
I didn't know what you guys were talking about. I just saw Marika, and I came running over.
You gotta give me a deception for that.
Can the deer deceive? He can.
Yeah, let's actually check her against her perception DC. Oh my goodness, that just barely beats it. But she's kind of just like eyeing you down. Listen, there is something we must do to keep the peace right now, she says, somewhat shakily. That is all I will say. Before rocking off.
Good luck with the peace.
Kid's looking over. Is she
You
gone?
alright?
I saw something I was supposed to not see. Wait he knows. Listen, if I tell you this, she'll tell my secret.
Well, you don't have to. I'm not making you tell me anything about that. If don't need to tell me anything, but if there's something I can do to help.
It has to do with Ace.
Oops.
Yes.
From
one
the
in
throne room?
She has this puffy blonde hair, she says.
Yeah.
She said I have a certain secret having to do with that. And
Well,
if I let anyone know about her secret and something terrible that she's doing, she'll let everyone know about something I'm doing. Or did. But I assure you it was not, like, evil, she says. It was just a misunderstanding.
well, sometimes ponies just don't understand, but look, I don't know. I'm not trying to force you to tell me anything about that if it's, not comfortable for you. I mean,
I just need to let
I guess at this
someone
point I'd
know.
like to know any information about that lady that I can, but I had some other things to ask you about too.
Listen, she's heading... Will you promise me that you won't tell her?
Yes.
That's all I need. Okay.
Who?
I just need to get it off
Yes.
my...
Who?
Agnes, the one in the armor. Don't
Oh.
tell her
I feel
that
like
I
I don't
told
want to
you.
talk to her ever.
Okay, good. Listen, she's running a slave operation here to get some kind of stuff out to the ponies who work with AIDS, she says. And she also knows that I'm not supposed to say something about the king, about when the whole incident happened, where Hathor Sage was destroyed. He says, I know something about that that's sensitive, and I think the king would be upset, understandably, if he knew. But it shouldn't be at me, at least. But I need to get it out there, because I saw them in the mines here. They're taking away just random criminals and forcing them to work for the rest of their lives, even for, like, stealing something because they were hungry.
Well, slavery on anyone, any pony, any creature isn't good. That's awful. You said that was that one in the armor that was running the operation?
She is, she says, and she doesn't want the king to know. The king knows that there's something going out, but he doesn't know how it's being done. And she's managed to convince him not to look into it. She's a very powerful countess. That's the rank underneath a duke. But still, she's managed to maneuver her way around the court enough that no one is able to know. But if she finds out now, then she'll reveal my secret. And I really don't want that to get out. But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I knew that I kept this a secret. Well, her secret.
Out of characters, this is the same slave ring we already discovered, right?
Oh yeah, we already know everything. Wicker's just listening in like, yes, interesting, after having already known this.
It's just that she's imparting into it that, like, she's got her own secret that's going to get revealed if that secret gets revealed to the king.
Right. Also, I don't think we knew that Agnes was, like, part of it.
No, she was there. Yeah.
Oh, was she?
No, actually,
she was there, dog.
You're right.
She was just kind of off to the side. Like, we never really interacted with her. Maltese actually sent her away when I showed up.
Well, I hope maybe you feel a little bit better having gotten it off your chest to me, but I feel like maybe creatures might find out without you having to tell it, and it wouldn't be your fault.
But she'd still blame it like it was me. That's the problem.
Probably.
The problem is that my secret's going to get out.
Well, is it like a bad secret?
It's something that I saw about the king.
So how... He scratches his head a little bit. So that's it. I'm sorry, Marek. I'm not gonna tell anyone and have them ruin your secret or have your secret get out. But slavery should try to be stopped. We should see if there's a way we can put an end to that.
The only way, really, is if the king knows, because I know the king wouldn't be happy about that. But the second that
yeah.
happens, I'll have to get it out. He says, I'll have to admit, what happened. And I guess maybe there would be a chance of me not getting in trouble. It's just I really don't. She's just thinking to herself, what should I do?
That's very tough. I'm honestly not sure. And Wicker definitely isn't sure. He's looking a little stressed over this with her because we look, my friends and I kind of already know about this.
What? How? I mean, you could say, like, you could explain the whole story if you want, but...
Yeah. He'll tell that story.
Yeah. And, she's like, there's more going down in Out Valley? There's more going on down in Out Valley?
Yeah, Out Valley is kind of like a no-rules place. I feel like no one even has eyes on that place from this kingdom.
It's terrible, she says. The more I keep this in, because I have proof that could end this whole thing right now. But if I do that, I'm going to have to... Yeah. He's already beaten around this bush plenty of times. This seems to be just her locked into a spiral of insecurity now. If you're not going to stop her, she's just going to walk away to be alone.
Yeah, he feels a little angsty that he couldn't offer best advice. And it's, he feels a little trepid. He's gonna kind of like freeze up as she just starts to walk away.
I mean, she's walking back to the palace if like she's just going to that area. Kind of like this would be probably the part where other people would see her again coming back out. But if you wish, you can return back to the party.
I guess if I see Marike, I'm just gonna like, even though maybe I'm still a little out of it, I just light up a little bit because I see another magic dork friend and I'm just like, Marike, it's been a while. Where have you been?
She like eventually like you see her like downtroddenly walking through the courtyard as you're recovering, and she's looking over. Ashtaspa, she actually brightens up a little bit. I thought, oh hey, you're back again. Of course, I saw Wicker earlier.
Of course. I don't think any of us have gone anywhere away from each other for too long, but seriously, how have you been? And she just like gives her a little hug.
It's just, and she's like, have you ever hugged a friend who, like, they're your friends, right? But, like, they kind of just don't do anything, and they're just like, thank you.
Yeah, they going through some stuff.
She's just like, listen, it's just that, have you ever heard of something called the trolley problem? He says.
What's a trolley?
Well, you see, it's a back on Hejmen, they have developed a technology where they are allowed to basically travel on these tracks that take them from place to place quickly, and they integrate it with the magic, and she's starting to go onto a tangent about how it works. Oh, but anyways, someone from there came up with an intellectual question where you could have a track, basically, that was running towards a giant crowd of people, and you had only enough time to flip one of the levers so that it would go towards one individual. And, like, you guys all know the trolley problem. She'd explain it, right?
Yeah, like, it's just a funny little in-character thing for someone that doesn't know what the hell a trolley is.
I really like that. I actually have to give you a hero point for it. Give yourself a hero point. And actually, Wicker, give yourself a hero point, too. And Ari, because Ari solved that other issue. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
You get
She
a hero
refills her
point,
hero
and then you
point
get a
meter.
hero
God
Her
damn it.
cup runneth over.
Damn.
I
Marika,
drink hero
Ari
points.
hero point del mandilolino.
And I didn't get one for that rousing
you
ash
know,
thing I gave.
you actually make a really good point. I'm sorry. You gave yourself a hero point. Hey, no, you're like for real though.
No, that's
You're
how
wrong.
it
You're not
works,
wrong.
though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you get hero points by doing things yourself. So
I don't mind
know.
you guys. I don't mind you guys reminding me. But yeah, she's like gonna be. Listen, Ash Tospa, it's have you ever? It's like that, except I am the one on the track with only one person. And
So you're in a very bad position, is what you're meaning to say.
if I don't get out and tell the king what's happening, there are going to be hundreds of innocent ponies who suffer. But then I'm going to have to reveal my secret.
Well, I can't exactly say that I've been in a similar position. I didn't have as much time to get involved in these courtly intrigues back home. But do you think maybe we could at least talk and try and understand what to do? Because I don't know exactly what you mean by hundreds of ponies in a bad position.
I'd have to explain what the secret is. And inevitably, I'd have to explain what my secret is as well, she says.
Well, I suppose you're not going to be very comfortable talking about something like that, but...
Well, you'll know where to find me, she says.
Well, I was actually about to ask, did you want to try and talk this over somewhere where there aren't as many prying eyes?
Well, okay, she says. And she'd be willing to go to somewhere private, if you'd like.
Yeah, I guess maybe, I don't know, the first thing I would think of is probably like her quarters that she's been here with.
Now, I should mention to the party, the rest of the party can see them conversing. I don't know, it's up to you guys if you want to, like, eavesdrop in, but these guys are heading off to here, it seems, until some kind of private thing.
I mean, I feel like that would be rather rude.
Nah.
Just
I think
dub-
we'll choose rank.
Just double-checking with you guys. Alright.
Oh yeah, Farrah's gonna listen to this. This is important.
Hey,
She's the
that's
one
rude.
person. She's the one person who knows anything about what happened
Yeah.
at.
We can always just ask Ashtaspa after the fact. There's no need to eavesdrop.
Well, hush.
Do you
Just
do you
tell
want
me
to
that.
do you want to
Yeah,
give a
who's
stealth check? Yeah, go ahead and give your stealth
Yeah,
check.
sure.
You weren't nice to the one person who can give you invisibility, so you get no help.
There's two
The
people who can give
one.
me invisibility. Actually, there's three.
Electra is not people.
Oh,
That's a spicy one.
It's
Hey,
like
that's
a
my
huge
line.
Dragon. They're just a thing.
God.
Dragon thing.
Electra fucking destroyed.
She's
Absolute
sitting
snake,
here.
Kieran.
I
She's.
see how it is.
Let's see how this compares to her. Just to let you know, Farragon. Oh my goodness! It actually just passes, but it doesn't pass. Do you know who it doesn't? Oh wait, no, it passes for both of them. Okay. All right. All right, so they're in this room. Ash Tosfa, for the sake of RP, I'll just let you know. You don't know where Peregrine is.
Oh, that's okay. This could mean funny interactions later.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Ash, oh god, you're really in there. I thought you were like at the door, looking through the keyhole.
I'm just, I am, but I want to see it.
Yeah, yeah. You have every right to. You succeeded the check.
Yeah.
Ash Tosfa, she sits you down and she's just like, well, I still don't really want to tell you. Might look like she needs some more convincing.
Well, you don't have to worry anything about it. I mean, come on, we've traded book notes. I know that probably sounds a little weird to someone else, but with the magically inclined, it's something special. If I'm willing to share notes with you, you can tell me what you need to.
Right. Right. But... And now give me the diplomacy check.
That's funny. I think in comparison to intimidation, I do not have diplomacy.
It's
Right
yeah,
there
it's
with you.
pretty funny. Well, you know,
Let's see. Oh yeah, completely untrained, and I'm assuming this is a public role, right?
public, yeah.
Let's see, what do we get?
Not bad.
Wow, not bad actually. All right. Hmm.
No
What
bonus though. Ow.
No
That's
bonus.
charisma.
I'll do quickly a little secret roll. Okay. I did my little coin flip thing. I'll say that since Ashtaspa, she's developed such a relationship with you, I'm going to give you actually a bonus for it. My own little, DM bonus. Because, listen, you've sat with her, you've given her the time of day, you're one of the only people she can ramble to, and she's like, fine, it's gonna come out one way or the other. At least it better start with someone I trust. Tirsiel didn't kill, the king. I guess we should start there.
So, was it Tearcell or Peregrine that didn't kill him?
I thought everyone thought I
Um,
did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mixed up a name. Tirsiel didn't kill, Athos. Yeah, there you go. Tirsiel didn't kill Athos.
Okay, and I've been under the impression that Athos the Wise is still in some state of living after what we've seen in Haether Sage. So,
He is. Yes. Athos the Wise is, something overcame him. I saw him getting pulled into this, force by this pony who looked very strange.
do you think you can describe this pony to me at all?
His eyes were stars.
Right. And
He was-
weird curved horn, kind of a
What? How did you
weird
know that?
attitude.
Yes,
Believe
exactly.
me, I've already seen a lot of things in my past few days.
But he looked me in the eyes, and he made me terrified. He let me know that if I didn't work with the shadow dancers, she's starting to close her eyes, to spy on the kingdom and give them intel on Mr. Peregrine, that the universe would end. She says, kind of like sweating bullets now that it's out.
Ash just rests a hoof on her shoulder in that reassuring way that a friend does and says, yeah, that sounds exactly like him. And I'll let you know, whenever I get my hoofs on him, he's not going to enjoy what I do to him in the slightest.
Don't go after him. He's stronger than White Talon could ever be. And I don't think I'd ever say that. I felt it in my heart.
Well, in a way, it seems like he's using some sort of illusion or control over people. I've seen him do it to a couple of friends of mine that had been hiding out in Out Valley. Believe me, I don't think he may be powerful, but he's not invincible.
I could have saved Athos from being pulled into what he was doing to him during that ritual. But if I did, I would need to go near him again. And I was too scared. And I was too scared to stop listening to him. But the point is, though, is that I've already committed treason. And that means I'll need to go to the dungeon. Because I've not just revealed him, I've also given notes on the king and all of your friends and everything they wanted to the Shadow Dancers. They have a complete profile of every important person in this kingdom thanks to me.
Ash just takes a moment to breathe. Well, I suppose you were doing it under duress, and I don't know if they're going to come back. But have you been contacted to need any more of these notes?
They meet me at a certain point at the end of every day. I thought that they would apply a gios to me so that I wouldn't tell anyone, but for some reason they didn't. They meet at that temple. There's a secret passage, and she would tell you how to go into it. I'm just glad that no one in the royal family heard me say this.
Well, your secret will be safe with me, and that really is an unfortunate position. I mean, from what I've seen, the Shadow Dancers have been involved in far too much. Their hooves are in more worlds than just this one. I believe that they're fighting for something, perhaps to strike at that foul union, the green and white, but I don't have a clear picture. I know what they're going after in the mines. They want Abyssium. And what they're looking to use it for, I haven't the slightest idea. But if it's to be used against the ponies of Esperanto, I think they're planning something big, but I don't understand what it is.
Well,
It honestly feels like I've been living a lie this entire time. Like I've just had someone pull a shawl off of my eyes.
If you want to talk to the Shadow Dancers again, he says, or see what they're doing, they would be normally meeting us, or me, tonight at the temple, was the new drop-off point. They'd always give me a drop-off point for whatever city I was staying in at the time. They would meet me at earlier in the morning. You'd have to sleep very, very early to even, well, have a hint of catching them. But that's all I wanted to tell you. She gives you the time. Apparently, at that little temple that Wicker was at, they gather up together at around, 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. or something like that. And she'd, leave you with that. Start heading towards the door where Peregrine is, if you want to ditch Peregrine.
Oh yeah, I'm ditching.
Yeah. She leaves out, none the wiser that you've heard this entire conversation.
Afterwards, I just, trot on out, not minding in the slightest that Peregrine is there.
What's up?
Just spending some time with a friend. And what are you doing out here?
Waiting. Everyone else seems to be doing their own thing. Maltese is busy. Just waiting, thinking, waiting for Cassell.
What is Cassell needing again?
He's coming up with a plan to help us get in to the Grey Dawn holds.
I suppose that would be important. But still, why wait here of all places?
Well, it's about the only safe place left.
I mean, this spot in particular. I think you'd be with everyone else.
They're doing their own thing.
If you guys wish for RP purposes, you can ask rules, but I'd never enforce rules like Memely does. But yeah.
If you want me to,
I understand.
I will.
I guess
a shit liar. So
if I guess I'll leave it in the hands of Eshtospa if she wants to keep prying into that.
I'll probably
not doing anything right now at all. She is in fact just sitting there looking at a book.
And to sense motive, would that be a diplomacy check?
That would be a perception. Yeah, you might as well make it public so we see if it matches Peregrine's. Does that match Peregrine?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I rolled a
10.
Oh,
10
I
on
see.
the diplomacy, so
Oh, that's just
no.
diplomacy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do with that what you will. You two. Yeah.
You can tell he's not being entirely truthful with you. He's almost
Peregrine,
got like an unconscious smirk on his face.
I've seen that smirk at least once before. You aren't telling me something, are you?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Well, if you're
Yeah.
not telling me something, well, let's just say you don't want to know how I've had to pry information out of Armada Airfay. Just a thought.
What information do you think I have that you would need?
Well, you're hiding something, and I'm a little curious.
I think you could be hiding things from me too, but you don't see me interrogating you.
I do wonder, what are you so smug about? Is this just the typical Griffin expression?
That's typical for me. You've been around me long enough to know that.
I guess I'm so used to you being the only example I have for Griffin kind. But still, though,
If only everyone were such a good example as me.
this kingdom would then be truly doomed. But seriously, tell me, what is it that you're standing here for, really?
That's an interesting conversation you had with Marika in there.
And I'm assuming you heard everything, haven't you?
Yeah, of course.
Getting into this territory.
With the
Well,
I'm going nature of who I am, it would do me well to know what's going on in my realm.
You could have just asked instead of prying on a private conversation like that, you know.
But then I would have had to ask you.
I wonder who gave him that advice.
And he does as much of a shit-eating like grin. He kind of has he does seem like he's he's not trying to one up you with it. He's more just saying like, well, I would have had to have asked you if I did.
Well, then why didn't you? Don't you know it's
Because
rude to
that's
pry in
difficult.
on a private conversation? Like,
Of
why
course.
is it difficult then? Explain
Because
it.
you have to retell it, and when you retell things, sometimes details get lost in the mix.
I don't think I'm that bad at saying things. Is that what you're trying to say, Peregrine?
No, I just think that's how it works.
I would have told you what you needed to know, which would have been the basics at the very least. And maybe it's expecting a bit too much out of a griffin, but I could assume that you could put it together on your own.
And he kind of dodges the point of what you said, and he says, "This is a very big issue."
It is a little upsetting to hear that she's involved in what she's in, but what do you even do whenever someone's in that kind of position?
Well, as much as I want to hold her accountable, I don't really think it's right to. Like you said, she was under duress.
Still,
So we should really go deal with the person the pony who put her in that position.
I don't think we'll have the strength to permanently create a solution to that. I do have at least a few questions, though. I might have to go there.
Of me, Marika, or our suspect?
Well, the suspect. I'm sure you know about the meeting place, do you not?
In character I do, but out of character it has already slipped my mind because I'm so damn tired.
It's all right.
It's okay.
In the temple.
Yeah, it's in a little secret
Okay.
passage in the temple.
Cool. Yeah. Well, we'll go there then. We'll suss everything we need out of our target.
Secret tunnel.
Exactly. It's just, I've had a few questions ever since I've learned that all those years of fighting, and still we were just being manipulated by people for their own aims. It doesn't sit well with me. I want to know why. What was the reason for it? Why we were just there, and then they just toss us aside like that.
It's the way the world works. Either
Well, I
you're
want to
controlling
understand.
people or you're being controlled.
I just want to understand. What was so important about just using our world as some sort of sacrifice? A little oingo just ready to be carved open.
Is Ash isn't from this planet, right? She's
Yeah.
from okay. You talk of using things as a sacrifice. It looks like my entire planet's been used for that, so I feel you.
Now here's a question for you guys. Do you guys do anything else for the rest of the day, or do you want to just time skip ahead to the early morning where that meeting spot is?
I guess
I'm
we
fine with
should.
time skip.
Is Peregrine going to let everyone else know, or what's the plan there? Is he just gonna run off?
I think I'd ask Ash first because I did eavesdrop on a conversation that is hers fundamentally.
Well,
What do you want to do?
it would look a little bad if the rest of you did show up. Like, it would seem like I've gone around and told her a little secret to everybody. It'd look a little bad now, wouldn't it?
We do have plenty of people who can make themselves extremely inconspicuous. Yourself included,
Right.
actually. But if you want to do this
Yes.
on your own, then be my guest. I won't interfere.
Well, how about this? Since this isn't exactly a smart decision that I'm about to make, how about you try and work something out with Maltese? Let the guards know that you'll be staying somewhere nearby, and if I don't come back to the airship or get out of that temple within a certain time, you come and find me, okay?
Okay. I can also take vantage with my old arquebus if I need to. Give you a little bit of cover fire just in case.
I don't know if that would work too well in a secret passage, but I'll only know when I
On
get
your way
there.
out. Yeah. Okay. Works for me.
All right. Go ahead and give your long rest if you guys need another long rest for anything. Because we could pretty much go ahead to the next, that goes time skip if you'd like to do that.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, so I will perform El Longo Resto.
You sleep.
Longo Resto replaced El Chapo.
Let's find the miscellaneous fire location. Carmine. Ah, perfect. Yeah, sorry. So another day will have passed, right? And it's early in the morning, like 3 a.m. And yeah, the Temple of Scions is pretty much like the streets are completely empty. If you wish to go, you may go.
I shall go.
You guys begin to head towards that way. Real quick, let's see. I'm gonna roll a little. On your way.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say. No, actually, I've already given one to that person. I'm gonna ask this question to Peregrine. Peregrine. There is something incredibly annoying that accosts you, some incredibly annoyance this morning.
So literally anything.
It could be anything. Let me think of something a little bit more inspiring here.
Pony, hippogriff.
Something.
Hippogriff parade.
Pick something like weird that accosts somebody this morning.
Let's go with a Yeah, like a hippogriff beggar
Oh no.
or a hippogriff pickpocket.
A hippogriff. Okay, based. All right. Go ahead and who gets it?
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. That's going on. That is going on short.
Short. All right, short.
Hell.
All right. You.
That's an easy one. What does that mean?
All right. Let me roll a
He's got a lot of
1d100.
alcohol.
Yeah, I'm pretty drunk. Fuck hell.
All right. Short. You. A 20. I don't know if how many people would see this, but a 25-year-old like pickpocket like bumps into you. Give me a perception check.
Okay, wait.
I think it's just against his perception DC.
Yeah.
If the guy
Oh,
rolled
okay.
a thievery
Oh,
check,
yeah,
yes.
he's got to actually roll a thievery check. Sorry about that. That's a good point. I'm going to just roll this private, or I'm just going to roll this publicly against his... He rolls an 18. Does that beat your perception DC?
I
Oh,
wouldn't think
definitely
so.
not. Short fuse, this guy is like walking away with one of your alcohols.
Hey! Hey! Get back here! Don't you see I noticed you? Hey!
Oh no! You see a 25-year-old Griffin look back. Wait, no! He starts running, and you guys like see him being chased in like the dead of the night. Like, you know, this is a part of the town where there aren't enough guards to enforce the curfew well enough to see this guy sneaking around this early.
Whatever. It was only for one day. That thing is going to be literally gone by the morning. But it was my dream.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the thing. If he keeps it, if he's just like, okay, nice, I'm gonna save this. You've mixed it in such a fashion. If you've done like reagents, that it's gonna go bad somehow the next day. Or it's
Yep.
just gonna be like water.
It's going to be.
Too many hops.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like some wiggity whack walk in there instead of what should be alcohol. It's like this weird sludge mixture now.
Yeah, alchemists are really weird like that. It's like just
Yeah,
some
it turns out he,
sludginess.
accidentally steals one of his alchemist mutagens.
Ah, all right. So you
Magic alchemy
guys
juice.
get here to the Temple of Scions. And, you know, I'm going to just take you back to that map that Wicker and anybody who's in Neely's game was at. Here we go. Actually, yeah, you're heading towards there. But just gonna grab.
I don't have any vision here.
I know. I'm just grabbing your tokens really quickly.
Okay.
Just setting the scene to kind of like just describe how things are. Oop, I don't want to short. I want.
So I
Actually, no, I do
told
want
the party like, this is what we're doing. Whether or not they come or want to hide out in other places is up to them.
Okay, nice. I do remember this scene. I remember watching the stream that you guys were fighting against a golem or something.
Yep.
Electra would definitely want to come along.
Well, I know you want to come, just... This is something that was discussed a bit more privately with me and Mareike, and I don't want to seem like I've just gone around and started telling everyone her little secrets.
Oh, I haven't
So-
told them the specifics. I just said we're
Oh.
going to do this.
Well, yeah, I was just wondering, like, but if no one's been told, I guess I'm just going to tell them. Just wait here and try not to look conspicuous, okay?
Let me find a map. It was called... What was the thing I used? Oh, it's right. It was... Yeah. I'm looking up for a particular thing. Okay, here's the thing. Mareike would have told you that, like, the secret passage is underneath one of these fountains. Like, you just have to walk through them. Right into the north of to where you guys... I can't ping for some reason. See that giant fountain with the not lady? It would be a griffin here. Like, in the very center of it. Yeah, that one.
Okay, so, like, walking through about here leads to the secret passage?
Let me. There we go. Yeah, this direction, right? I still can't ping. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. There you go. This one.
All right. So I'll just start walking over to the secret passage, and I know it doesn't want me to go through, but just imagine that I'm like walking through this area for the secret passage.
I'm just grabbing you guys up just for something. Do you guys follow her? I'm assuming, yeah. Let me just take you guys to where you guys go down. You start going down a very, very dark hallway.
Oh, I was just wanting like the rest of the party to not look as conspicuous
Yeah,
because
we're staying here. Yeah, we're
Okay.
not following.
Okay, yeah.
I might be like at a higher vantage point or something just to make sure no one's like, coming, but I'm not gonna follow her in there.
Ashtaspa, you're starting to go down a super, super narrow hallway. Not narrow hallway, I'm sorry, dark hallway, that just keeps on going and going in some direction.
This better not be like that last time where we went into that horrible room.
Well, start changing the ambience here really quickly as I. Yeah, it is starting to look very familiar. If you're on the map, it's just so that you can get a view of what is going on right now. Ashtaspa, you see this.
Same map.
Back here again. And I just slowly trot forwards, seeing a couple of familiar faces and gritting my teeth. Alright, kid.
You see a giant, very familiar-looking apparatus in this room, right where that used to be. It appears to be... You'd be able to gain more information about it if you got a crafting chip, but it looks awfully like that machine that was in the Esperanto office.
You know what? I'm going to roll a crafting check real quick, and this is going to be blind, correct?
Yep.
Okay, blind check incoming.
Yeah, this is another tuning fork. It looks like they've got their own, these guys. These tuning forks are used for interplanetary communication.
I suppose you use these to communicate with other branches of the Shadow Dancers. I just ask aloud, knowing that there's a bunch of other people there now.
Yeah, Devil says. That's right. I'm really sorry. It's just, go bring the rest of them, 8 says. I know they're hiding.
I wasn't intending on bringing anyone else. It's just me.
That is a little interesting. But she just sits back.
I only have come here because I have a single question. On Naraka, what was so important that you would have us defend an indefensible city for years on end, looking through our most treasured of libraries? Tell me no lies.
She looks down at you. Naraka. Don't you know more about that? She says lazily to Devil. Yeah. They wanted to defend the city from Esperanto as long as they could. We were just trying to keep things together, I think. Ah, well. You were just a foot soldier. Why does it concern you? He says.
Because I want to know why my world is used as a sacrifice. What is it that was so important?
Okay. There were some powerful things underneath the surface of that city, he says. And we needed them. That was part of the agreement for supplying it.
What are you even talking about? Are you talking about a homunculus?
Nope, he says. I'm talking about an artifact. Naraka had a divine artifact in it, and we needed it.
Divine artifact? What are you even talking about, you airheaded cult?
she's getting up. When are they coming?
When is who coming?
The rest of the guys. Marika, she says. She takes out a little bit. She takes out a sewing needle. And Marika's like looking terrified. She's starting to become like frightened. What if I poke this right through your iris? I think you're catching my drift, right, Ashtaspa?
She's just balking like, what do you even mean? No one is coming, it is just me.
I know you travel with others.
I have, and no one is coming here. I'm telling you the truth, you fucking idiot.
I should have calculated for this if it was Ashtaspa only coming in. You see, I was using her as bait, he says. I need to talk to whoever the king is to finish a few business before we can get going. A few affairs before we can get going. It's just standard procedure.
What, to use this world as some sort of blood bag or something? To leech out of it like a parasite?
That's one way of putting it, she says, and some highly predictable from someone like you. But, yes, I do need to talk to them before we go, and I'm going to do it one way or another. My time is as valuable as yours is. Well, looks like you guys have a rebellion to put down.
That may be our business, but Marika is not going to be any bait that you need. Just let her go.
In a blink of an eye, she's holding her. No, I need to talk to them one more time.
About what? What is so important that you have to hold to her for this?
The nature of our relationship. And the shadow dancers in this kingdom from now on.
Why don't you go harass the king if you're so powerful and mighty?
No, I find you more interesting. Sorry.
Why?
Her eyes just start to darken a little bit. Ashtaspa, you know what you're supposed to do now.
No, I don't think I know what I'm supposed to do. You explain it.
She's completely silent, but just grinning at herself. One of these guys walks up. Perhaps I could be of assistance, you hear a voice say. Doesn't look like he's moving much.
I just look over at him, not even speaking to him.
Now, what are you looking at him right now? He's just staring at you right now. He's giving you this offer, but he's not saying anything else.
She's just like giving him an attentive look, like trying to tell him to continue without actually saying anything.
Ah, yes, I see. I thought it was like playing like a setup. We needed to discuss something with the king, he says quietly in his voice. And she insisted that we talk to the prince first. She believed it would be more useful if we talked with the prince instead of the king.
To continue your parasitic relationship with this kingdom. Is that it?
He doesn't say anything.
Then I suppose I am correct in what you are asking me to do. To bring him here so that you can discuss this with him.
Yes, he says.
I don't know if he's going to give you a beneficial answer.
That will be fine. We will leave no matter what. But we have a proposition.
She just begins walking away, mulling over this and definitely not seeming to be in a good mood. I guess once she gets out to about where the fountain is, she'll wave Peregrine over with a hoof, not really wanting to speak because she definitely looks to be in a very foul mood herself right now.
Either you got the answers you wanted, or you didn't. Either way, I expected you to come out looking like that. So what happened?
They want you.
I figured they would, eventually. I'm kind of curious why they waited so long, especially after their uh, display in the throne room. But anyways, thank you. I'll go in there. I wanted to talk to him anyways.
I'll just stand to the side, keeping an eye on Marika. Just speak with him with what you need to.
Sounds good to me. And he will go and pass the fountain and walk inside.
8 calmly lets go of Marika, who immediately runs back over to her ashes.
Well,
I'm so sorry, Ash. I lied to you again.
Don't worry about it right now. There's nothing you can do at the moment.
You see what you see,
Well,
Peregrine.
I'm here. Let's talk.
The higher-ups want this to go a certain way. I've got what I've wanted to get, she says, holding up the deck of many things.
Not sure what you plan to do with that, but I don't suppose I can take it back from you either. So, enjoy it.
What were you wanting to discuss with me? He says.
Probably
Even
the
though
same thing you wanted to discuss with me.
That actually was a bit of an unpredictable answer, she says. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. She jumps down. So, my analysis of you tells me that you hate Esperanto to the point that even now you wouldn't want to work with them.
Correct.
The
And that is partly why I'm here.
The only way your kingdom isn't going to get invaded is... Oh, oops, sorry. This is too evil. The only way your kingdom isn't going to get invaded is if you manage to work something out with a power who can give you food. And that is what we can still provide. Unfortunately, I seem to have complicated things, she says with a smirk. So...
He just rolls his eyes silently.
I was wondering if you guys could do something. We, the Shadow Dancers, could smooth everything out with Esperanto, get you to a relationship where they don't want to invade you at the very least. No military bases on your planet, as we continue to work to taking it down. And in exchange, do you remember what we did with Maltese? I would like you to promise us to never mess with Shadow Dancer business on your journey, wherever you go and whatever you do. Easy enough, then. I don't think
a Geas is actually necessary, given that if I disobey that, my whole kingdom, my whole planet, becomes a wasteland. So I think that's plenty enough to bargain.
It still is enough. I mean, she says, it still is something we probably should do, though. He says, so, why don't you give the whole troop in here? Because everyone's getting a Gias today.
They're not going to be with me forever. This is just between you and me and my kingdom.
Oh, I've already calculated all the probabilities right now. There's a 96% chance you will stay together, in fact, at least for a decent while, to the point that it could cause us some trouble.
Well, let's finish discussing the details first, then. I want leverage, you want Abyssium. Is that all? Is there
Perhaps
anything else you want?
Perhaps you'd want to talk with the guy who's in charge of the thing, she says, walking out of the way. Here you go. And it begins to turn on. We've got a very advanced version of this.
Main
Double.
screen turn on.
She starts turning something on here, like some switches here, as Double starts to do some strange powering to this. Before, eventually, you see this screen where a shadowy figure in the center sits. Good evening, the voice says. It surprisingly is a bit chipper, despite the fact that he's this, like, shadowy figure on some weird hologram-looking thing.
I'm picturing the guy from Mass Effect. What's his name again?
The Elusive Man.
Elusive Man, there you go.
Yeah. Good evening, he says. Well, step up, chap. What do you want?
Well, I was going to ask you that same question. What do you desire from my planet other than the Abyssium, my promise not to interfere with your affairs, and anything else that... I'm looking for a full list.
We would need you to be on somewhat decent terms with Esperanto, he says. Just for appearance's sake, he says.
Well, I certainly
assure
don't intend
you-
to start a war with them.
We assure you, we have the methods to ensure that you wouldn't be invaded. And we would have the
That is
methods to
all
make
I
sure... We'd have the methods to make sure that the trade that you would receive, because we do use their ships to smuggle some of the Abyssium out, would be
I
necessary.
recall the ledgers that my sister had were quite generous with the food shipments. So I believe you in that regard.
Very well. Then the only thing we need to do is to have you all come in here and assign the Gios. It'll be a short process.
He kind of silently, he's looking around. This clearly doesn't jive well with him, but he doesn't seem to have any better ideas right now. So
For the sake of
nods,
privacy,
turns around.
he says, for the
like
sake of privacy, we wanted to, for the sake of transparency, we would like to give this to you written as a contract. One of the two of these guys gives you a complete contract of exactly what the details are. You guys can never interfere with Shadow Dancer's business knowingly, the Shadow Dancers will basically continue trade with you. And that seems to be the details of this Gios, as it's like written out for you.
I'm checking through here. I'm looking for a statement that guarantees my world's continuing independence so long as I cooperate.
Yeah, that actually might be a decent thing to bullet point out. You get Gotmouth will never be invaded. Will not be invaded by Esperanto. Or rather, it should be the Shadow Dancers will prevent.
will.
Yeah, Shadow Dancers will do everything they can to prevent. Shadow Dancers will manipulate Esperanto to not invade.
Okay, that works for me.
And then in return, you can't mess with the Shadow Dancers ever again. But there is one other thing, he says. In the interests of our organization, after what has happened, we do have to give you one guarantee. If you say no to this, we will leave and never interact with you again.
I have no intent of saying no to this. I know where we stand.
Very well. Come back to us. And, yeah, he's basically asking you to bring the party for it.
Which I will do. I will
I don't know.
explain the whole situation to them. Anyone who doesn't wish to take part in this, leave and never come back. This is my
guess,
world that we're talking about here. And I'm not going
Ash
to risk
just
it for
seemed-
anybody.
Ash looks especially betrayed right now. What are you talking about? You're exchanging one overlord for another.
I know. But if I don't, then my world is doomed. my society
already-
will fall apart.
Your previous rulers have already given Esperanto earth and water. There is no point. Whatever you do, it is already doomed, Peregrine.
Then I bought us time.
It won't matter in the end. And yet you are willing to work with these horrible people.
Getting some
Swift.
Oh yeah,
Someone's-
some background radiation.
swibbed.
I'm sorry.
Your TV was coming through.
Oh shit!
Not
Sorry.
miking.
Where are you guys? Where are you guys at right now exactly?
We're
right in
currently
front of the fountain.
here.
Okay. Sorry, you just
basically-
mentioned
I've
something
come
about going
out-
back to the party and everything. So I was.
Yeah, I came out from the fountain where that invisible entrance is, and I explained what was said in there. And if you're not gonna agree to this, walk away. I can't have you jeopardizing the safety of my world.
Now, I should mention something really quickly that they implied there, though. I tell you a couple of things really quickly. They'd probably inform you that, like, they've told you, we're gonna leave you once this is done. Basically. Even if you don't sign the contract, the thing is that we just aren't going to work with you anymore because we've already got the deck of many
Right.
things and we're no longer interested.
Yeah.
But that is not necessarily the end of the world because I'm
Well,
laying this
it-
out for you.
Right. What he means by that is if he doesn't secure trade with somebody, his
Yeah.
his society is going to fall apart.
Yeah,
He
so
can't go to Esperanto because they are well aware that we are not only engaging in we're dealing with people who have divine powers, but we're also running a slave trade right now. So he wants nothing to do with Esperanto because that's only bad news.
the basic thing that they might give you, I think, the kind of thing, the choice that they've given you essentially for you to ruminate on, is that if they would leave, right, and you guys kind of just wash yourself of this stuff, they'd be able to potentially, they actually might be good to add in that they'd be able to cover up pretty much everything that's happened here. It's just that you'd return back to the status quo with Esperanto again. So you'd basically be going back to exactly the way it was, minus one city after this. And that's they're saying pick your overlord.
Yeah, and yeah, I definitely made my choice on that.
Yeah. So
I would rather they be able to I'd rather maintain some thread with them. Not only because, they've taken my shit, but because they can at least help us where we're lacking right now. And I would prefer that over Esperanto because these guys aren't going to steal our culture and integrate their own ways into our world. And that's something that means a lot to us.
now here's the thing. Do you eventually tell the rest of the party that's outside? Yeah, you mentioned.
I'll give them all my reasons for why I'm choosing these guys over Esperanto.
It is your kingdom, and if that's what you think is best, I'm not going to disagree, but this is a very binding thing that you're walking into. You don't think there might be a better way?
All they're asking is I don't mess with them.
You're asking for all of us to not mess with them. Do you not understand what they are doing? It doesn't matter anymore because how can they make sure that Esperanto isn't going to come back? They say here they can manipulate them, but that isn't exactly a guarantee.
Well, maybe that's something else I can iron out with them a little more. They'll have to put forth a concerted effort to do it, or the kiosk will hit them too.
You
This
really
might be
think they're
your-
going to put themselves in a bind?
Well, the right diplomat can win anything in an argument.
Do you not understand that they're manipulating you, just as they manipulated Maltese into the position she was in?
Hers was a little more restrictive, I think.
And this isn't restrictive. How do you know this isn't the exact same contract they gave her?
Well, for one, they were having her mine Abyssium for them and running a slave operation. They're not asking this of me. They have what they want. They're going to leave. That much has been outlined.
Peregrine, this might be your planet, but quite honestly, if you're the one in charge of it, I can't see it going on much longer if this is the kind of reasoning you're going with. Are you this stupid? Honestly, I thought more of you. All the conversations we had, you seem to have a head on your shoulders, but do you really think there are no other options than Esperantos or the Shadow Dancers? That's it? You think there are no other planets in the entire solar system that would trade with you? You think there's nowhere else you could go to? You think there's if they're going to turn everything back to the way it was before, do you really think you wouldn't even be able to work out a simple trade deal with Esperantos? You might hate them, but they won't put you under a geas, and at least you can, well, I don't know, work your way out of it eventually. What are you going to do about this? Huh?
I think I do agree with Arya on this one. If you go through with the Skias, that's closing a lot of doors for you.
More importantly, what in the hell is wrong with you talking to them like this after everything they did?
Well, because if I'm put between a rock and a hard place, I at least want to know where I can go, what I can do. And as for Esperanto, we have blood on our hands, on our soil, of one of their high-ranking Armada members or
And
officers.
they said they'd cover it up, so what the hell does it matter? One way or the other, things will go back to normal, however you want to say that. And that's the end of it. Just walk away. More importantly, there's no way in hell I'm going to agree to this, not after everything they said to me. Your duty may be to your kingdom, but I think you're failing even that.
My duty is to my people, and what I'm doing is going to save a lot of griffins, ponies, and otherwise on this planet who are starving.
Even your father was really near killed by crazy AIDS.
And you're just
part
going
of
to
that,
let that slide.
I'm
No.
surprised that you are letting that slide, actually. Like, isn't he family? Like, that's
Do you
really
see what they
important.
did to me? I'm kind of out of options.
But didn't they
just
say
told you
they'll
your
just
options.
go if you say no?
Sorry, say that one more time, Wicker.
Said, didn't they say that they'll go if you say no?
They did say they would go, but as I said there's a lot of reasons specifically why the Griffins in this world don't want to deal with Armada and Esperanto. Part of their mission is to spread their culture and what's the word? Disperse their their way of thinking on everybody. We don't want that.
I don't think anybody's trying to say that that's not the case. And I don't think that having that close of a relationship with Esperanto would be good for Gotmouth. But like Ari said, there's other options. If you turn this down, we can find other
there?
planets to trade
Do you
with.
know why we went to them in the first place? I didn't think so.
To put this quite plainly, Peregrine, if you go through with this, I will not. And I will make sure everyone knows what you've done here. No one's going to be happy about that. Your people like Esperantos. As much as you might hate to admit it, as much as I might hate to admit it, they like them. They brought
Let's-
the Esperantos brought them comfort. Do you really think they'll be happy to know that you're consorting with these people?
Out of character, Triple. What's the litmus on the general population's opinion of Esperanto?
Well, you saw it yourself. There are plenty of people who may be dedicated to the kingdom still, but here's the fundamental thing of the day. You are still paying taxes to knights who will kill you if you don't pay your taxes, or let you die if you don't pay your taxes, and Esperanto is an alternative for that. So you basically get what you get in real life. People are complicated, but you definitely know there are people out there who are going to be like, yeah, no, I don't like this, or yes, I do like this, in fact.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty well established as we were traveling that when Esperantos came in, a lot of the common people were very relieved.
Well, there was a lot of times too where I stood in and chastised the hell out of
Yes, but that's
those
you.
knights
That's not
overstepping.
that's you.
But
That's not the kingdom itself. You have to remember that.
I will be the kingdom. That's the point.
What, do you think you're going to perfectly control every single person from top to bottom? Absolutely. Because
No,
as we're
no.
seeing right now, there is no control. Knights are busy extorting the peasantry like bandits.
And had I
No.
known they were doing that in the position of king, I would have had the vassals called up and punished in one way or another. Have their knights beheaded if I had to.
Peregrine, it doesn't matter what you would have done. The fact remains that that's the way things are now. Your people will not be happy. And if you care about them, you will pick what's best for them.
I don't think Armada, or I don't think Esperanto is good for Gotmouth, like I said. But you don't think it's ever possible for your kingdom to be self-sufficient without relying on Esperanto for food? In the short term, sure, you might have to, but like they said, they'll manipulate Esperanto or if they just go and cover it up, that doesn't necessarily mean Esperanto's going to enforce their culture on yours. You're not going under Gias in that situation, and you can always kick them out later once you get back on your feet.
I'll take it under consideration. I have one stipulation. I won't sign the Gias. But you all have to help me in this civil war.
Of course.
Isn't that what we have been doing, Peregrine?
There just may be more involvement in it than you might think right now. I'm just saying when the time comes, don't turn your back
I don't
on me.
exactly have anywhere else to go. I just wanted you to realize that you were making a stupid decision trying to rush to find the fastest solution, not the best one.
Peregrine, I could have gone back with Armada the first time we saw them, but I didn't. I stayed here to help you and your people. This isn't right what's happening here, and it's not right what Armada nor Esperanto has already done. I see that, and I am going to be here to help fix it, because even though I wasn't directly part of the problem, I was in support of them, and I need to make that right. So, yes, I will be here when the time comes for you.
Fine. Wait here. He will re-enter.
Do you just go alone, I suppose?
Yeah, I'm going in there to tell them no deal.
They said to... Didn't they say to bring all of us or something?
Yeah, if we were going to sign it.
I'm
going in there to say no deal, leave my planet.
Yeah, I'm fine with either way. It's just like there's nothing really stopping the other guys from coming in. It's not like they're like, oh man,
they
you can't.
I
mean, I'm going
I
to
just
follow
said wait here
because
because it'd be simple, but
yeah,
I have some questions. I have some very important questions, kind of.
Go for it.
I'm probably just going to
Yes.
go just to make sure Marike is all right, because even if she isn't in our
Oh.
little goon squad, she's still a buddy.
She ran off, didn't she?
I believe
she ran over to
she's
where I was.
she probably is with you still. Yeah, I'll take you in.
Actually,
Yeah,
Peregrine,
otherwise I'm not going to go in there.
well,
Hmm.
sure will ask you if every show center is there, and he's going to ask actually if that other guy is there.
Everyone that we know of that is been involved with the Shadow Dancers is there.
Oh, so that guy is also there. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know for no reason, actually. Don't mind me.
All right, those of you who have questions for them, go on ahead of me. We'll present it all at the same time.
All right. They're kind of just standing there still in this dark room, or I should say, in this ethereal looking room again.
Ari?
Well, I guess Ari will just sort of. Oh, yeah, now I got it.
Yeah, I think I put you in a wall by accident.
Yeah, I
Oh.
was kind of.
Excellent.
He morbed into the wall.
I'll get you
The
guys
first
out of
thing Ari is going
walls.
to do is walk up here next to Peregrine and just sort of motion to Eights and just ask her, like, what the hell did you do to me?
Ah, she says, standing over here. She looks down at you for a couple of seconds, and then her smile disappears. Her eyes like just completely turn like black, right? If that's like her eyes become shaded and you can't see them anymore. I turned you into a vampire, he says.
And what is that?
You now need to drink blood in order to survive. If you drink enough blood to keep yourself, if you drink enough blood within standard intervals, you can survive, she says, and like this completely calm voice. However, if you suck someone until they die, you will extend your life. I have given you the greatest possible gift. Now you can see the universe for the rest of time. Isn't it great?
Horrifying.
What? But why?
Well, you wanted to see the world, didn't you? You wanted to experience everything you can in life.
I mean, sure, but you were trying to kill us. What are you playing at?
I am particularly interested in where you go, he says. Take that as you will. Now, are you here to sign the Gios?
I've made
No.
a decision after talking with everyone. No. I will not sign the Gias. However,
Huh?
I have no intent of interfering in your business regardless. Well, you should leave my planet alone.
It's actually staring at you guys with a bit of interest. Really? Oh. Wait, isn't that bad? This guy says. That's quite a shame, the voice on that hologram says. But it's exactly what I expected, like just suddenly out of nowhere. It's exactly what I expected from you kings, he says. All kings, all masters and nobles are worthless. Just what I expected. Frankly, I'm glad that we'll never have to touch you again. The Shadow Dancers are the greatest. We will create a world without gods or masters.
I wish you luck with that. And I mean that, believe it or not.
Okay, so do we go now? Wow, I expected you guys to kill each other. Okay.
What?
He'll look
don't
at
think we-
crazy and say, well, you know, I wish you did that whole vampire thing to me before I got, he's kind of saying this half jokingly, just trying to break up the tension of the room. Wish you did that to me before my people had to do it and sacrifice half our land.
I'm sorry, Peregrine, but we actually didn't have much to do with that.
I know. Well, actually, I don't know that. Something about you was, not you specifically, but the Shadow Dancers was mentioned in the writings of Lanner. I don't know if you had anything to do with the process itself, but I have
yeah.
a feeling you probably had some hand in it.
He's kind of like scratching your hair. When was this?
3 months ago, maybe 4.
I've known Lanner ever since he was about your age.
Yet you wanted to stab his son and his grandson.
Something more interesting took my eye, she says. And besides, it was only for this. I knew I couldn't take it away from Lanner without him being weakened. Your grandfather was particularly strong.
Yeah, I know. Which is why I don't understand how, or what led me to be the one to kill him.
Well, life sucks sometimes, doesn't it?
Yep, really does.
Still, I can't believe you didn't end up killing each other. Anyways, let's leave them alone. Goodbye.
Oh, don't forget
Wait.
to clean up the mess with Esperanto.
Before you go, one more thing. You said Scarlet was on Dorama, right?
Last I saw her.
Do you know how I can contact her?
She says, you're just gonna go have to find her. Maybe if you have sending, you can talk to her. As long as you're on the same planet.
Alright then.
That's my best bet.
One other thing. Before you leave. Wicker, is there anything else you wanted to ask the Star Child up here? This is probably your last opportunity.
Do you know anything about the Holy Land?
Yeah, he says, I'm going there.
He clears his throat. Do you know where it is?
I really wish I did. That's what we're trying to find out.
Wait, that's why you took the deck of cards?
Huh? She says, looking at...
So that's what you're trying to find out? Or is that just tangential?
She doesn't respond to that.
Is that everything you have to ask Double, Wicker?
Does... No...
That's it?
Wicker's looking pretty fidgety. But yeah, because we're sort of looking for it too. But I mean, we have some other things we're dealing with first. But
okay, it can be like a race, he says.
A race?
Yeah.
I like a race. What are you trying to do when you get there?
Because, yeah, when I get there, I'm gonna become God.
Oh, that's fuck, what's the word?
Wonderful?
Ambitious?
Ambitious, yes, ambitious.
Electra actually scoffs at that.
That's ambitious.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a
Gods,
good reason to
bastards.
race. I just want to talk to the gods myself. I'm not trying to become one, but I want to ask them why they would
No,
make ponies the way they make us if our magic is hated.
Well, I'll remember to tell you, he says. These guys don't believe me, but I'm gonna become God. He says, motioning to the rest of the Shadow Dancers. The only one who believes me is her, he says, pointing at Eights.
I wonder why. No offense.
So that's it. That's your question, Wicker.
Why? Are you eager to ask anything?
Maybe.
Then ask.
Oh, well, not. It's not actually a question. It's more like, do you remember that spell you did on him and then he did on you?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Can you try
He's
that one
talking.
more time?
Okay. He says, I'm assuming you're talking about lay on hands.
Yeah.
He's gonna give you one of those lay on hands, the super powered ones.
Oh.
The laser
Like
beam.
this burst of
Yeah.
light. Yeah. If you recall correctly, yeah, Oh yeah, it actually gets to this.
For this guy,
Wow.
my head is on glass.
Putting short through the fucking spin cycle.
Actually.
Spin
Yeah,
cycle at
you
the
you
rave.
feel so healed that you're actually kind of dizzy right now. That didn't
Sick.
feel. That was actually too much almost. Um,
They healed his liver into regular functionality.
What do
Fun
you do
fact
about
and-
ponies that don't like your magic? Our magic.
I killed him. He says.
Yeah, I was gonna say Wicker. I think he's powerful enough that he doesn't care.
Oh. Mm.
You'll get there one day.
I don't
I
want to.
feel funny.
I don't want to kill ponies that don't like my magic. I want them to be able to understand. Don't you think that maybe if you're just killing ponies because they don't agree with you, that's like making it worse for ponies like us? That makes them even more afraid.
Oh, don't worry. When I create the... We need to get going now. Sorry about that.
The secret is in the...
They start walking away. And then the voice on the monitor, who's finished his rambling, which was like somewhat going on in the background, he's like, very well. The Shadow Dancers will not interact with this planet any further. And they
Just make
disappear.
sure Esperano knows that we didn't have anything to do with the death of
Yeah.
the Admiral.
That is actually something they'd probably just tell you. They'd probably like assure you really quickly. Tell you that the thing was a assassin. They'll inform that it was an assassination from a foreign rebel group.
Right. The body was planted in our.
Yeah. Now
bathhouse.
you can sense motive if you'd like, right?
Yeah,
but-
I definitely want to go ahead and just do that.
That they're basically
These
only
guys-
telling you via word.
Oh shit! I made it public.
Yeah, you gotta make it private.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh wow. You actually rolled really high. Well, I can't tell you which. Damn it.
Too late.
You would actually get that. Here. How about this? You get that? Yeah. Double doesn't really seem to be terribly interested in what's going on here. Neither there is Eights, but that guy there seemed the guy on the monitor was pretty assured of himself of creating this for the greater cause of things.
Mm-hmm. A place with
He's-
no rulers and no gods, and he is sponsoring someone who wants to be a god.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't say that out loud, but he's silently mocking him for that. But if he seems truthful, Peregrine's satisfied. We better get out of here before this this thing crumples up into a wad of paper again.
Yeah, it's starting to slowly do it. It seems that this time they've given you the courtesy to leave properly.
You guys think
Alright.
we'll
No
see him
complaints.
again?
I don't know why you care so much, and frankly, I hope we never do.
I don't know. The guy's funny, and I'm dizzy. Oh god.
There, everybody wins. I hope.
Things will be alright, Peregrine. I promise.
And I just make sure to That Marika doesn't like stand here petrified about what was going on or anything.
Yeah, Marika's probably following you guys. I'm just adjusting different things other than her token.
Marika's gonna be okay. I can't stay mad at her face.
It's too adorable to be mad at.
It is. I need more art of her.
Now,
Okay,
here's the
go.
thing. If you guys would like, would you guys like to take a break? And how are you guys holding up?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then,
fine.
Good.
then this is where we've hit the 4-hour mark, so we can take a break before we start heading out, starting in,
Okay.
because that has been resolved. But I will bring you back to the map.
So, fuck. Paolo was right. I should have asked his number.
Now, I was gonna have this conversation out of character, but it was we were too in character at the moment to really do it because there was a lot of shit happening.
Right.
But where was I mistaken on thinking that was a good deal? The what they were offering there.
Because
At
that
least-
effectively locks the campaign for the rest of us forever into never dealing with them.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
biggest problem was just that we could not. It's kind of like what happened to the Bannermoids, where they can't interfere with.
Well, that's just
It's-
we
us
can't
at all.
interfere with their business. I mean, as long as we
And
don't fuck with
Peregrine,
them.
they quite
And if
literally
they're-
were like, "Hey Ari, here's an incredibly important person in your life,
I'm gonna
and they're
tell
related
you-
to the Shadow Dancers."
I was
Peregrine's
actually.
like, "Hey, you should never
Hey,
touch them."
And I said, when I came out, I said, if you don't want to take part in this, leave.
Yeah, you see the problem with that, though, right? Like, out of
Yes, I
character.
understand out of character the
Yeah.
problem. Yes, but
Uh,
in character, we could have worked with that, and
I feel like even in character, it would have been a bad move for Peregrine because these people are
Maybe.
not to be trusted. Like,
Also,
they might
the
not.
only way we could get around the Skias is like insanely high level magic, because like the only reason that
Wish,
Maltese
yeah.
didn't die is because they got rid of it.
Which I believe
themselves.
Double would be capable of if we could convince him.
Oh yeah, but he seems to be like
the Double's on their
head in the
side, though.
clouds,
Yeah.
wanting to
That's
become
the-
a god. Like
Yeah,
he's
but,
trying. He's on
that's-
his quest for
that could
chin. He probably doesn't care
only-
about us.
But that could
Mhm.
only help us in terms of convincing him that we're no threat. You can get rid of the Skias, man.
It's.
I
I mean,
also
I'm
do-
sure it's possible to have done it that way. I think it's just easier to do.
I also
it this way.
I wanted to throw out a diplomacy check to see if I could get that to get
Mhm.
them to drop that, but I don't think they would have.
Nah.
Yeah, because like
I will say,
another
I-
thing is like since both of us are going to be racing to the Holy Land, presumably for its treasure, it would be like there's suddenly a conflict of interest that shows up there because he wants something at the Holy Land, which even though I'm not sure if this is the case, but if it is the treasure, it conflicts with what you're wanting from the treasure in order to repair the damage that's happened in Gotmouth from that.
Once
curse
that
incident.
Geas goes into effect, they can't interfere with Gotmouth anymore.
They could. Nothing's stopping them.
They could, but they just
Oh, they
get someone else who
absolutely
isn't.
could, because I think like the
But, I mean, we
Geas
could make the
applies
same
to
argument.
us
They would.
primarily.
I mean,
I
we
think-
could. It just makes it way harder. I don't know. I
I
feel
will
like it
say
wouldn't have been
something-
a good decision.
I also do think there's a bit of a misconception yet, Peregrine. They did not make Maltese do slave trade in order to mine the Abyssium.
No, they
Your
didn't.
kingdom, your kingdom was just in a bad shape, and that's what.
Oh, I know that.
Maltese chose.
That's
Okay.
what I was
'Cause-
saying. Made that a better plan, though, was that now they're not asking for any of that other shit.
Yeah.
They're
But-
taking their shit and leaving and just trading with us.
Yeah, it is a better deal than Maltese agreed to, but I still feel like the stipulation where you can't screw with them forever is
I
something
also
that's
think you
just
got a
not
little too
good for us.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think you
Yeah,
got
do
a little too pigeonholed into thinking about the world in like very. Because you got to remember,
Well, that's his
There
character.
are
That
a-
I know
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
out of character. That
Peregrine
was
hold.
very black and white
Mhm.
thinking.
yeah, okay.
But in character, where he was standing,
Yeah,
he
makes
doesn't
sense.
know he's going to go on this adventure with you guys. He doesn't know that you're going to hang out with him
Mhm.
afterwards, or that he's ever going to have to fuck with these guys again.
To be
His
fair,
only thought
I'm
I
not
was,
have
saying-
said I have said as much to Peregrine's face, so
Oh,
I think
I know, but he
I think
doesn't
it was
have to go on
perfect
that journey.
because the deal was like this is a little out of character thing. Think that Eight legitimately was expecting you guys to kill each other for that, and she was like, "Oh wow, that actually didn't happen." She thought that was like, I've
Oh,
put
that's
them
what
into
she
a
meant,
bind.
okay.
Yeah, she put you.
Ah.
She thought that would put you guys into a bind and like hate each other, and that didn't happen. So he was like, "Oh hey, that's actually kind of cool."
I mean, I guess
Goodbye.
it already did kind of threaten something extreme, but I mean, it's also
You
Probably the most
pissed
extreme
Peregrine
for
off
Ari.
with something you said there.
oh yeah.
By
No, I can imagine.
implying that he doesn't know anything about his own lands that he grew up in and was born in. And
I mean, from her
essentially,
perspective, it legitimately seemed like
Yes.
he didn't. If he's
from
gonna
her
be like,
perspective.
yeah, if Peregrine's gonna
Yeah.
like, oh, Esperanto sucks cock. Whenever we've been to cities where they're like, because Ari doesn't even like him, right?
Mm.
But if she's been to these cities, they're like, wow, we don't actually mind Esperantos. It's like you can't say, oh, I want what's best for my people, but also I know better than them, because that becomes very
Well,
like,
that's what a king just does. I mean, that is ultimately, unless they're like incredibly benevolent, which Peregrine's not far from being benevolent. He's just self-absorbed, but he does legitimately care about his people. And
I will also, yeah. Peregrine I think is like been good about, like you said, he stepped in with the knights and everything. He's been very good about that stuff. It's just this.
his distaste of Esperanto is not in their like presence. It's more of an overall cultural thing where he doesn't like the fact that they're coming in and attempting to fix what we should be able to handle ourselves, and in that we would owe them something afterwards.
Even
Maybe
if that's
not-
all they were doing, which it isn't.
Yeah.
Exactly. But like Esperanto has a goal. They're
Mhm.
trying to create
that's,
their world power.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the thing, and I
And we
guess
don't
it's
want to be
probably
a
a
pawn
bit.
in that.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
I
think-
guess like
sorry.
oh, my bad. I was just saying, like, at least from Ash's perspective, like, of course, she fucking despises them and would love to see them fall apart one day. However, she's now beefing on a more personal level with the Shadow Dancers and really doesn't see too much of a difference between them and Esperanto. Really, only seeing like this. Both of them are like fighting their war for total control, and she's tired of being a pawn now that she's learned that the past 10 years of her life where she was fighting Esperanto was little more than just to be like this offering in order to get what they wanted and then leave.
Yeah. Well, you were the one person that I expected to be like vehemently against it when I came back out, which I like I said, expected.
I feel like literally everyone actually is very amazing here, character wise. Like it makes complete sense why each of you acted that way.
Yeah, it also
The
helps
way-
that philosophically, Aegeus is like the worst possible thing to
Oh,
Ari.
yes.
It is
That was
complete restriction of options, which she is.
yeah. And Peregrine feels the
Nah.
exact same way about it. In any other situation, he would have never even considered it. It
I
was
think,
only because he was looking beyond what his like personal beef with them, which is okay. If I get them out of here now, not only am I helping my people, I don't have to deal with these people ever again, and they're not going to threaten my family or me.
I think
They
it was
said
all
they'd
in.
get out anyways if you said no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
but
is
he's like,
one
uh,
thing that I think
I think
was
it was
Saying the
Very-
yes was to get the trade. That was
Yeah.
the only reason he was going to do that.
okay.
yeah, because like I can definitely get his primary motive, which is he wants to help his people, and like even if she didn't really communicate it, Ash understands that. She just thinks that this is a suboptimal path to helping them, even though she understands Peregrine like where he's coming from.
I feel there's a degree of
He
fridge.
knew. Go ahead.
I feel like there's a degree of fridge brilliance here, if you guys know what that is too, considering the fact that Peregrine
yeah.
has no guarantee. Now, like, out of character, right, we know that, like, this was the deal that was being... But Peregrine has no idea that there was, like, a guarantee they could clear things up. The Shadow Dancers could have been just lying to him and being like, actually, we're gonna just, let Esperanto invade you. We don't care, lol. But, I mean...
And that's why I wanted to stipulate a lot of the details on that. But I guess
Yeah.
if they're not getting Geas, then it doesn't matter. They'll do
Right.
whatever the fuck they want.
At this point, the reason why they'd cover it up is because they don't want more kingdoms being invaded by Esperanto, which obviously for their goals wouldn't help out.
Yeah, and that was the other thing I was thinking about, is that they clearly don't like Esperanto either, so I don't see any reason why they would want to make them bigger.
Yeah.
And I guess the way I saw that at the end of the day was, all right, I'll take this Gias as a big self-sacrifice to hopefully ensure things get better around here.
Right. Despite everything my kingdom has gone through, I will, bear this load so we can be independent. But yeah, again, it makes sense. Also, all the objections. So yeah, like I said,
it
everyone
definitely makes
acted
sense.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. One could say this is a hero pointable conversation.
I really had a
Maximum
struggle
number of points.
internally because I did want to say more to double, but I only asked for the Maggie hand boop.
Yeah, and he was just like, "Yeah, I'll give it to you." By the way, I'm eating. If you guys want to know what the holdup is, but I'm
Oh, I need to.
I understand.
Yeah.
I have
Like,
nothing
like I'm
drink.
going to, I'm probably going to go grab a glass of water and understand what it really means to be triple. But then again, I would probably better understand it if I had like a nice 5-gallon jug and I just got one of those really big Chris Chan mean straws.
Stop talking about liquid. My mouth is dry and there's nothing to drink here. I have to order something.
I'm sorry.
Can't you use the tap to get some water, or are you in one of those parts of the country where it sucks dick?
It's tap water.
The
Is
tap
poisonous to
sucks, but
Peregrine.
it's not like poisonous. I just don't like tap water. It's got
Do we
metal in it.
know?
The tap water here is so bad too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just chug jug it. Like maybe I've been fully like soy
No,
consumoid
you don't.
pilled into it.
You do not
I drink
understand.
tap water
I
all
take
the
a
time.
shower and it actually stings my eyes a little bit. It's that
Damn.
bad.
Sulfur water.
Yeah,
So what-
it's
Yeah,
bad here.
that's awful. Yeah.
Maybe we just have better
Like,
water.
you're
here,
not that
but
far
I've
from me,
never
are
minded
you?
it.
Well, that's
Like what the fuck is going on in that part of town?
well in Tennessee where I'm at, I'm a little I'm spared the issue of sulfur water. I don't have to deal with that. But if you go any further east, all the land is basically on top of a giant limestone rock. And if you go, deep enough for a well, you're gonna hit some sulfur. And it just smells like ugh.
Fart
Yeah,
water.
like I think
it's
I've
not
had
bad,
something
like, it
similar
won't
with
kill
like I've had something similar with the well water out of my grandparents' place. It's very minerally and I think soft as well, maybe. But it's like it's not water that I'd drink readily because I will admit I don't really know.
It's definitely a last oh god, what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I'm
Resort.
talking about. Last resort. Yeah, thank you.
Don't mind me just being y'all's dictionary. Or is it encyclopedia? I forget.
All the above, plus the source.
Yay.
Also,
Alright,
I'm glad that I pissed off Peregrine.
Ari's been
That-
waiting to do that for
yeah.
a long time, hasn't she?
She's glad and she'll do it again.
Yeah.
She's
Aaron
like goofy
had to hold his
sitting
composure
there.
together. Plus the conversation before I got a chance to talk again went on too long for me to articulate in a way that made sense as a response to it. So I just didn't.
It's okay. We can handle it later. Ari will.
Yeah, I'll DM you how much I hate you.
Yeah, Ari will pass him the whip. He can have it this time.
Okay, I gotta order pizza. Be right back.
Yeah. Why does Peregrine get to be the cool undead without dependencies? What's up with that?
Get good, scrub.
What the hell?
I think you
Supposed to
can
be
still
ordering
die
pizza.
though.
Ari gets to extend
Oh, I
her
can
life
definitely still
though
die.
to like super long though. Now she gets to.
She won't
Yeah.
kill people though. She doesn't want to kill people.
I
That's
mean-
That's a good point.
I mean, she
Kill
could
our
like
enemies.
she could not. I mean, no. even enemies. But I was wondering, maybe what if there is an yes, there is an old lady, old man that is about to die, and they want to choose a peaceful death and ask Harry, just suck my life, extend yours and suck
So,
my
so
life,
basically, just make her a euthanasia machine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
getting-
Kevorkian vampire.
I feel like getting
Harry.
raisined by Ari isn't gonna be a peaceful way to go.
Harry is gonna be
Yeah,
a
that sounds
I
horrible.
mean, it wasn't
Plus, if you
that
kill them,
bad.
they turn into vampires.
I
Yeah,
think
I
that
probably. I should have explained that, like, sometimes you can kill people, but if you choose, you can give them the gift too. And, like,
yeah, it's usually
What's this
a
like some?
choice.
Is this like some VTM
Uh.
logic where you where drinking someone dry to kill them won't turn them into a vampire, but doing some other bullshit will?
That is
Well,
typically
it
how
is,
vampire mythology works, yes.
The way it works, the way I've interpreted it, at least, and who knows, this could be subject to change, is that, like, if you bring somebody, like, a second before they die, but don't kill them, that'll be enough to ritual them. But if you just, bite them, it won't be enough.
Yeah.
Like, this is
Generally-
all out of character. Right.
They have to be buried too, with
Yeah.
in a coffin with soil from where they were born.
Yeah. The I remember there's, like...
No,
There-
that's the home coffin. The actual resurrection, or like the ritual to bring them back as a vampire, is just burying them. Like,
Okay,
you don't have
just
to worry about
body.
any special
Okay,
soil. Yeah.
gotcha. I thought that was how it worked in the original
Yeah.
Dracula, but
Be a little complicated if, as a vampire, you had to kill someone, track down their like personal history, find their house, go over there, get some soil, come back.
I mean, if you're a
Might be
very
fair,
sneaky
sorry.
vampire,
there are more complicated rituals to create certain creatures.
True.
Here it's more like the disease. It's the FEV from Fallout now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
But
god.
when you can still
No.
choose to give, which is
Super mutant
which is
RA.
gamifying it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I
Also,
hope I didn't
Electra,
get bit by a
Ari-
spider while I was out at the lake today. Fingers itching like mad.
Spider-Man.
Ew.
Spider-Man.
Oh. Shit. Does that enhance my climbing abilities?
Yeah, yes, actually. You get climbing speed
Spider-Man.
15 feet if you take a feat, apparently.
Yeah.
Sick.
I can't yet, but I will be able to walk up walls if I so choose.
I mean,
That's a
whenever
powerful
we get to
feat.
whenever
It
we
is,
get to
but not in this campaign, unfortunately, because Triples said we could all get like little baby fly speed. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it would be more in character if I just climbed like stupid fast.
Yeah,
By
the
the way,
climb
when are
speed-
you nerds gonna get your baby flying? Because I'm tired of flying you people around.
When have you
Baby
flown us
flying-
around?
is
A lot, actually.
Yeah, he's done it quite a few times. Mainly in the earlier part of the campaign. Less these
Maybe,
days
like,
because
Yeah.
we got an airship. But the thing with the flying speed is like I have no idea really how to square that. It's just literally for balance sake. Like flying in the base game just does not work. But we have Pegasus
Yeah.
and Griffins which have to, so
It's
everybody kind of
brutal.
has to give it. So my explanation is like it could be rocket jumping or like grenade jumping if you're short. It could be like a device. It could be that like you're doing the anime jumping, and you know how in anime they like jump
Or just-
unreasonable amounts.
yeah.
I think the
I
closest
need
Unicorns can
thing,
just
to-
pick
at least,
themselves up by the tail.
I mean, at
Everything's
least,
closed, so I need to run to a store. I'll be right back.
Drive
okay.
safe.
I think like the, what's it? Like remember that scene in like that? I think it was like the show finale for Avatar: The Last Airbender, where that one firebender guy, what was his name, Jong or something?
Mhm.
Like he was like flying on like a little levitating platform of fire or something like that. I imagine that would probably work for either Ash or Electra. Probably Electra more.
Yeah,
I think
well, there's like Garen can fly in mythology by like riding clouds and stuff. I thought.
She just has like a little water
Actually-
on her to make a cloud.
No, how Kieran fly actually is that they walk on the raindrops and ride lightning.
Even cooler.
Yeah.
So does that mean I'm going to have to cast spells to make Electra fly?
Yeah. No, it's supposed to be Kieran are so gentle that even if they walk on grass, it doesn't bend beneath their weight. So
Fact.
they can basically walk on rain.
True,
sort of
because
spring
Electra
around.
has been like one of the sweeter beans of this campaign so far, so it makes sense.
You know
She
what
just
I was
falls
about to
asleep
say?
on watch all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
little sleepy.
Sleepy
Sleep.
cozy.
EP Kern.
The keeper.
Oh, that's true. Kierans are also like mostly made of air, therefore they can fly.
Hold on, are you saying Electra's full of hot air?
Exactly.
I mean, she wouldn't deny it. Yeah.
Also, I don't get bat form till level 10, so unfortunately, I do not get
Sad.
up. I do not. I mean, we could, if Triple gives us the fly thing, I can probably just flavor it as that.
You just like
Because-
temporarily grow some bat wings.
Yeah, because pest, the bat one is like you get pest form or aerial form, so it's like those are like actual stats and shit attached to them. I could turn into a large bat that gets 2d8 damage on its wings.
Very nice.
Sorry, no, 2d8 on its bite, 2d6 on its wings.
That's pretty good.
I get it
But
on
what if-
10 though, so I don't know if that's very good actually, but it's
Oh
fine.
wait, like I don't know if this will actually work anything out, but I think at like level 7 or so, I learned enlarge person, and like whenever you're at level 10 and you get bat, I could make big bat, and I don't know if that increases your damage or not, but I think it should increase your reach
Okay, so
by a little bit.
what does enlarge person do exactly? Read me the spell. Is it
I
just,
think
or
it,
rather, just tell me, is it up one category?
Up one
or is
size
it-
category.
Oh my god, I think that would actually make it huge size.
Oh geez, that's an
So-
even bigger bat.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it just makes it large, I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was just
uh,
large. If it's
but
up
like,
one, then yeah, I would go.
But let
to
me
It
let me
was
let me
like
check
that
on
in-
archives of Nethys.
Yeah, enlarge
Okay,
makes
yeah,
you
yeah, it's
large.
mainly-
Because
yeah,
it
mainly
was like that in PF1, but it's different in PF2.
Okay,
yeah,
so right, I guess I'd have to like heighten it, but it is a conflux spell or something like that, so it might be some hocus pocus magic that I'm not sure of.
Also, I will go ahead and say I will probably never actually use that in combat. It'll only ever be like coincidental if we get into one. But
Oh shit, this is actually pretty neat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can enlarge it just reading it, because like if I were to heighten it to 4th level, I think, but I'm not sure if I'm reading that right. Let's see here. You grow to size huge, but if I get it heightened to level 6, I think, I can choose either the 2nd or 4th level, and I can apply this up to 10 willing creatures.
Oh my gosh.
That's fucking bonkers.
2D. Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. That seems incorrect. So advanced, or not advanced, what is it called? Automatic bonus progression, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that supposed to enhance natural weapons?
I'm not sure, but I think so.
Interesting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
so I
ABP
think
it enhances all attacks you have. Wait, does that imply that without ABP you could enhance natural weapons? What?
I mean, a lot of natural weapons usually will have like some kind of stipulation on how, like for example, if you're using like a build where you attack with your horn, they'll be like, you can attach runes to this now.
I can kind of understand that, but it's like Fang 2d6 piercing. It's like, how the hell would I put a rune on that?
I mean, I think the automatic
guess you
bonus
just-
progression is supposed to be like an out-of-character thing to help with scaling a bit better, but
Yes, but in
So it makes
character,
sense.
your weapon does have the striking rune, I think it's called, in order to, determine how many. What are they called? Feature runes? Not performance.
How many? Yeah, property. I think runes.
Property runes. That's the one.
And in normal games, you do need something like hand wraps or something.
Oh yeah, but since we're
okay.
using
Mainly
ABP,
says you
you
need
just
an
get
ancestry
4.
feat. Okay.
I think we're using an ABP systems though, so that means we just grow our damage dice, I think. Well,
yeah,
not like
it's you getting stronger. You're not getting fancier equipment. It is you who is becoming stronger.
Yep.
But yeah, that's actually big knowledge. Like I don't think like at least maybe I'm not seeing it here in the rules, but I'm assuming that if you're already starting out as large in bat form, I can't increase you to gargantuan. At least I'm pretty sure that's not the case. But
Yeah,
I think
you
it would
can't.
only put you up to huge. So yeah, let's see here. Yeah, because I don't think at like second level it would allow me to like make a large shoot. Yeah, because it has no effect on a larger creature. So I couldn't do anything with like it being anything but like heightened to fourth level. But hey, I could make you a huge bat, which is cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I get it to sixth level, that's fucking nutty. That's just me.
I want to see a
Fucking
huge
Jack goes.
thumbtack, actually.
You got to
What?
be the biggest bird, huh?
Poison joke.
So he got to be a hugie, huh?
Largy. That's the word you're looking for.
Oh,
He's
largy
2
is for
inches
standard
tall.
size. Yeah, like largy is like regulars, and then hugies are larger ones. At least that's what I think I remember of Meanly's fucking deep thumbtack lore.
Okay, I'm back. If you guys are ready, but I'll be ready whenever you guys are. I know that
We're waiting
you
for
know,
Peregrine to
Peregrine is
return
out, yeah.
from his pizza
Mhm.
parlor.
Oh, that's probably an ancient fucking image.
Yeah, that's
We are
fine.
so back. Sorry.
I like a newt in the background.
Little newt corn dog.
Oh, I
It's a
was
hot
looking
dog.
for Carlos OC.
I mean, you can
Or that's dude.
put ketchup and mustard on a corn dog.
You can, but that is clearly a hot dog. The dog is visible.
Well, I mean, whenever you bite into a corn dog, the dog is visible. Does it magically turn into a hot dog then?
I'm going to stick you in one of Peregrine's prison cells and forget where I put the key.
That's okay. I'll just break it on my way out.
I don't think you will. I'll take away your funny spell book. You're one of those nerds that has a spell book and you can be disarmed if I just steal it.
Alright, I'm back.
Hey, it's
Sorry.
a very nice book. I'll tell you, it's the nicest fucking book ever. And if you touch it, I'm going to
Yeah, I
like
know
take your
it's
fangs
nice.
and use them as a necklace.
I know it's nice. I had a little nibble last night. Tasted good.
If there's any spells missing, I'm going to make Ari past tense.
All right, yeah. I just want to let
Alright.
you know
I don't know
if
where
you
this
guys want to
plenty.
continue.
Oh
Perfect.
yeah, I'm perfectly
Yeah, back.
Alright.
ready to start.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
Yeeted.
Are you ready to get back onto the train? Let us go back onto this train. Okay.
What's a train?
Hold on, we have one more for the head count. Is Wicker alive currently?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm good.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
And
That is
Short
everyone, then.
is here, I think. Yeah, Short.
Yeah,
Yeah, Shorts has been
Okay.
posting,
I'm
so
thinking
Okay.
about. I mean, yes, yes. I don't want to
Okay.
say what I was thinking about.
Okay.
You were thinking about double, weren't you?
Shut up. It's not my fault, okay? That boat left me a bit, dizzy. Yes, I'm dizzy. I'm a
Of
bit
course he did.
Now, suddenly, when you guys are leaving, right? There's an odd air in there's an odd atmosphere here, and you're hearing like very distant bangs.
Here?
Does it
Now, when you say
does this
bangs,
sound
do you
like
mean
gunshots?
Yes, that's what I was about to ask.
They sound too big to be gunshots because they're quite distant though.
Cannon.
Is this that the spot that we
Artillery.
beat that centipede dragon?
Can I roll a perceptoid
Oh.
to determine where this banging is coming from?
Let me quickly get the ambience on real quick, just because, yeah, you guys are in an airy space. You guys are back outside again. It's somewhere to the south, west. Yes.
Oh,
Okay, let me see.
this doesn't sound anything like that giant groaning that we heard before, does it?
It doesn't actually, and that
Okay.
groaning
Yeah,
was in
but-
the opposite direction, actually. But
Yeah,
well, not
southeast.
opposite. Yeah.
It's
Mirrored
probably
direction.
somewhere in this direction.
Yeah, the mirrored direction. You're hearing some blasts in the distance. And then after a bit more time, you're hearing, you see a bunch of, like, knights rushing to the castle. Just in the streets. Like, you guys are at a pretty high vantage point right now, because, like, that temple is kind of, like, higher up than everything else. It's the whole thing's like this giant mountain. And you saw that they're,
Friendly
yeah.
knights?
Oh yeah, they're aligned to you. They're not those guys.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but there's some knights hurriedly rushing off to the castle in a frenzy.
It's like Grey Dawn's made their move.
You said we're at a high vantage point, right? Can we see anything or climb a little bit of something?
Well, let me take you to the map really quickly. This might help answer that
Alright.
question.
We have a periscope.
Actually,
We do.
Yeah.
We sure do.
if you just got view over the walls, you probably would be able to see. Damn it. Anatum and Fortress Anatum. Let's activate this one. You guys are, as you can see, like the topology is quite literally this. You're like up this hill, basically, and the city's down there. And yeah, actually, if you just like, I think you're actually a little higher than some of the walls, so you'd probably be able to just squint into that general direction and see. It's just that it's a little bit of a thick fog today, as usual, in the last month.
Yeah, I was gonna say today.
And what do we see with our special eyes?
Not much. You see a lot of fog in the distance. It would probably
wonderful.
help.
Well, I'm going to attempt to pierce that with my very cute eagle eyes.
Yeah, that works.
Let's see what his special eyes see.
Yeah, eagles are the
see
guys
a
you
lot of
defeated.
stuff.
Oh, actually, wow, Peregrine, you can just barely see it. There are little faint flashes in the distance. Looks
Oh,
like
plenty.
something is being blown up over there. There's a lot of
Yep.
bombs being set off.
Cannon
Outside or-
fire or actual bombs, yeah.
Do you think that has anything to do with the peninsula? Or does it
No,
look like it's
I
closer?
think that's Grey Dawn.
Triples, real quick. Inside or outside the city? Like,
Oh, it's very much outside. Let me actually point on the map to the general direction.
yeah,
It's,
yeah.
Oh,
Rather,
It's-
better question is like, what is the approximate distance?
it's somewhere around here.
Hold
Yeah.
on, let me move to the map.
Grey Dawn's
Okay.
attacking Everberg. That's what's happening.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Now, as this is also happening, you're seeing a ship approaching. This ship seems to be coming from the southeast.
Like,
Oh, that's
north,
unnerving.
southeast?
Can I roll a perceptoid to see any identifying features of it?
Yes, actually. Storm pirates, but it looks like they're actually waving like their flags kind of in a fashion. Now, I believe there is a way to flag things as like we are coming with peaceful intentions, but you know, it would probably be that you see their ships. I don't think they'd be wearing the pirate flag right now because that's usually an act of aggression. So they'd just be flying. You'd be seeing familiar storm pirate looking ships coming towards you guys. It's just that they're not waving the "we're here to plunder" thing. And you know, if you ever pass up one of these knights, they might be like, "Why aren't we shooting those down?"
Oh, just
They don't look
out
like
of
they're hostile.
Out of character, what?
I was about to say, out of character, like, depending on where you were in time, it would either be a white flag they're flying, or it's going to be the colors of the other nation. One of the reasons why the white flag came about, actually, was because I think the French colors for a time were white, and so whenever Englishmen would come to parley with the French during the 100 Years' War, they'd wave a white flag, though I probably need to be fact-checked on that.
Well, they've
So
got
they probably are
some,
waving, like, Anatum banners or something.
yeah, something like
I-
that.
Feel like I remember there being some precedent where you would fly your own flag, and then the nation of the flag that you were intending to parlay with, or pass through peacefully, you would fly their flag as well, either on like the same mast or I can't remember if it was like above or below it.
Yeah.
Though,
We'll be sure to check this ship autism later, though.
if
Yeah.
you ask around
Crash
enough,
would
it probably would be relayed to maybe one of you or something that this actually was something ordered by Maltese. Don't shoot down storm pirate ships right now.
Well, it's certainly good to see them coming through to help.
Yeah, after everything we did for them.
Eventually, they eventually stop at the port. Do you guys want to go there? I'll take you.
Sure, I want to see who's on the ship.
Yeah.
Now, here come the inevitable jokes of like, oh, they're gigantic, so get them out of your system now, because they're. Well, I'm just gonna put these guys on the map. Who shows up? These giants who accost the city. Let me put them out. Perfect. You see, yeah, these guys showing up, along with Mr. Gigantor. You
Big
see
McLarge,
Magnus.
huge.
Yeah, Mr. Magnus showing up behind them, except he's a griffin or hippogriff. I'm gonna just enlarge in him. There you go.
How many
These
times
guys-
was enlarged heightened for them?
But since birth, he was enlarged.
Yeah, his mother rolled a pretty high roll on her pregnancy check, and so she got a Big McLarge huge son.
Yeah.
The what check?
I said the pregnancy check.
The pregnancy check, yeah. These guys are here, and you hear Magnus stepping down and said, "Right, now we're talking. We can use this to become the 6th family of Gotmouth, of the Anatums, and it'll be led by a hippogriff nonetheless."
After all that diplomacy I did with them.
Well, you have a promise to honor, Peregrine.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But at
Ah,
least they're gonna take the shitty Outlands.
yeah, exactly. We're giving them the
That they were-
shitty part of the world.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Actually-
that was 100% in my mind when I made that promise to them.
Yeah. Well,
Like, okay, they're gonna get these lands that we don't give a shit
Peregrine's
about
such
other
a-
than assault.
He's such a shithead.
yeah, he walks up to them and he's like, "Well, actually, I don't want to actually cause too much trouble with those ones down there." He just pointed to the Outlands. "What if I got a portion of this new land?" He says. You could see like the sparkles in his eyes. He doesn't seem super malicious. It's just he's like, I can become a duke now. I can do duke things."
Yeah. Which land is he talking about?
He's talking about like splitting off some of the Grey Dawn, like they go help destroy Grey Dawn,
Oh,
and then
okay. And
and then
become that. Okay,
yeah,
I understand. Supplant them.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm fine with that.
They get a
Keep the
traitor's
hippogriffs
reward.
next to us so we can see what they're up to.
they're like
Of course, I don't say that, but
Arash is like stepping down nervously, staring at Ashtaspa, but you know who isn't nervous? It's Parvis. He was like, "Well, I didn't expect to see you again."
Oh, it's been so long already, in just a few days. You would not believe what we've been through. And she just, like, gives him a big old friendly hug. She misses her old friends.
Arash is kind of like nervously staring at you guys, hugging. I just, you see, but Parvius interrupts. Well, we're here because we've heard of a good opportunity. I never thought I'd have a chance to potentially become a knight, but that's what this guy has been telling me I could become if we become nobles.
Exactly. And knowing how you performed as an artillerist back in the day, I'm sure that you're going to be one of the best Feodorms they'll ever have. Besides, it's not like many of these other griffins will have access to good old-fashioned American Feodorms. They wouldn't even know what to do with magic if it slapped them across the face.
Maybe I could teach a few, he says. Some of these griffins aren't that bad at magic, he says. And now, of course, the last one to step off is Soraya, who, you know, I mean, she's pushing her glasses in, and she's, like, looking around and starting to take notes on what the city is like. Interesting. Now that this entourage has arrived, they probably want to head off, of course escorted by the guards, to the throne.
You know,
Sure.
I don't 100% remember, but did Peregrine actually let his father know about that whole deal?
Nope.
It'll be a surprise.
I would have assumed Maltese may have informed him about it. Because Maltese was the one who had the idea of, like, we need some help, actually. We need we cannot defeat this army alone.
Peregrine, I want you to know you're such a shithead.
Yeah, no, I know. It was all made under the pretense that, oh yeah, I'll be king, you know, at some point, so I'll be able to, you know.
Right, he brokered that deal without. Yes, now I remember.
I didn't even know that what was happening over there at the at the castle.
Yep, you didn't even know that it was like, oh, there's stuff going on. Yeah, these guys are headed off to that direction.
I'm gonna be going because I want to hang out with Parviz and Arash, but I am kind of curious as to what Parviz was, or well, not Parviz, Arash was trying to say to me.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to talk now? He says.
What would you like to talk about?
It's just I don't understand why you spared us, and you really didn't have to do that. And his eyes are starting to tear up a little bit.
Because
didn't you remember what I did to you on that island?
Well, that's in the past now, and besides, I have much, much bigger problems right now. And hey, you were a friend once at the very least, and I'm sure I can be a friend to you again.
Well, that, you know, he's gonna be connipting. His insecurities have gotten him for a little bit, so he's gonna take a little while before he recovers, basically. But yeah, he's very happy to hear that.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna, again, like, ruffle his mane, just, you know, let him know that I'm not here to kill him, because if I was, he would be dead already.
Oh, yeah, you were always really the best, he says, or he cries or something. Yeah, so these guys have seemed to be pretty on board with this idea that Maltese is proposing. We could get you. Do you want some positions? Do you want some job offerings? But yeah, they're headed off to the manor right now. Now, the rest of you guys, probably you might get word that there's, you know, obviously this has been relayed to the king. This stuff is starting to happen, and anyone who is a military staff looks a bit frantic. However, here's the thing. People, there isn't like an air of like, oh, we gotta do this, this is great. No, this is an air of like near panic. They don't care that these pirates have come in and are like, oh, we're gonna help you now. No, they're like, oh shit, this is the end. This is the last stand, isn't it? And they're just running, you know. You can tell that there's a general area of, like, everyone is frightened, too, except for you guys. Yeah, so, what are you guys doing now? You guys follow them?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely following them. Both because like I want to be with some of my old buds, and also because it might be good to hear what they what's it like what the war plan is.
Yeah, eventually they go. You guys are led off to a war room, probably somewhere in the fortress. I'll put you guys here, up this tower. I'd say like one. You see how this fortress has like a bunch of like walls and towers. Maybe on the very top of one of these towers. This is the place where all the military strategy gets done, and you can see it right there. In the war room, you can see Maltese. I'll put him on the map. Put her on the map.
Probably
Maltese.
on the right map.
There
we go.
Yeah, on this one, I'll just use this to represent Cassell, and I'll just use this regular token to represent Peregrine's dad, which I really should have made a token for, but whatever. It's there you go. No, Peregrine's dad is not a hippogriff.
What if he was secretly one this whole time and he was just like sweating bullets?
That would be
nobody
terrifying.
found out his dirty secret.
It would be horrible
Would
for
witness-
poor Peregrine.
You would witness, what is it,
Through our-
parricide?
Patricide.
No, patricide,
I think-
thank you.
I
I don't know.
think-
Pear is French, that's why I went there.
Parasite. I was thinking that was Peregrine wanted to kill
Peregrine
himself.
side. Yeah.
No. You're thinking pesticide.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
Ari
That's
with
so
the
Rodent
spice.
removal. Oh god, okay.
You can see Cassell is like, biting on like a stick or something. He used to smoke quite a bit more, and he's just using that to kind of relax himself a
Yeah.
bit. Oh, sorry. And it doesn't seem like there's a lot of cigarettes left these days to go around. So he's pointing at a map saying, "All right, this had better work. Ah, finally, you're here," he says, pointing to the party arriving. "Get in here," he says with a now commanding voice. You can see something new has possessed this man.
It better work, Cassell, it's your plan. Now what do we have?
"I'm afraid I've had to change things," he says. He wrote a bunch of scribbled. "See this right here? That's South Valley." And he's going to start talking, in military speak. He's like, "This South Valley here is a potential weak point. We're going to move some of the troops here. Now, they're obviously going to assault this area right here." And, he's pointing to there. "We could send off a regiment there. But the main point is to make a distraction. We need to make them scared so that they can mass more troops from Fjord, protecting the tunnels from here to there, because there are indeed tunnels between us."
Right.
Now that's the easy part. The hard part is that we're going to need to hold it up for several days, because those tunnels take quite a while to get through.
Well,
Damn, I wish
if
I
you
could
don't
draw
mind
this
me,
map.
if you don't mind me asking, is there an objective in the area that they will not relinquish if you attack it?
Everberg,
Aside
but
from
I'm not
Fjord
giving
itself.
that up. Oh, I see it. He says. "The lake there." He points to one part. "They've got a small dam. They would panic if we started going for that. Think we've lost our minds. Could flood the whole area if it was done at the right time."
Then
Well,
go for
Problem
it.
is we're deep in winter.
Remember who we're
But-
going up against, though.
They're not stupid. These people are backwards, sure, but they understand battle strategy well. I've read through all the reports I can in a couple of days. You can see that he hasn't slept in a decent while, but there's a fire going in him so deep that he doesn't even mind.
You know they have Tiercel too, right?
Tierso will be your issue. He should be there,
I'm
holed
just
up in
saying.
Fjord.
He is no doubt influencing their battle plans as well. Places we might think are poorly defended may be reinforced. Something to think about.
The best we can do is
Awesome.
make our best shot and see if they've got something in return. Have you ever played poker? It's like that.
Plenty. Quite good at it.
I don't like playing card games that much, but if there are any objectives they will not relinquish, I personally would recommend that, because that is the best kind of diversion. They will funnel more troops there and be distracted by the assault there, Although, if it is too heavily fortified, you might have to look for a better objective so you're not callously throwing away the lives of your soldiers. They are not like trees, after all.
For a goat, you're awfully experienced, he says. And he starts to like, look, what about this valley right here? And he's basically doing like a, like, let's actually, he's starting to trust you enough to say, I've got this one valley. I could do this or this, but, and, you know, he's deciding with you. If you want, you can give a check to aid him in that. Just a minor thing.
Alright, and what would the check be?
It could be society, it could be, you know, warfare lore if you've got it.
Unfortunately, I don't have warfare lore, but maybe that's something I should pick up later. But I'm just going to use society real quick. Blind roll.
Okay. Yeah, you do a pretty decent job at, like, beginning to help him. Though ultimately, like, he finally says, very well. Point is, if this is a poker game, we're going all in. That sounded... I flubbed that line, didn't I? But if this is a poker game... Yeah. We're going all in. So...
we have no other options. So we're going to have to either win this or accept defeat. And I intend to win this. Do you?
It's not a choice to lose, he says. Failure is not a choice. There is a time. I'm sorry, I had to do that. But yeah, no, he says it unironically. He says, like, failure is not a choice. Now...
Never give up, never surrender.
Then you know what to do.
Lay out the orders, he says, turning to the rest of the knights, though. But all the knights kind of just... Now, they're listening to him, right? And you can actually see that outside of this war room downstairs, there's quite a few people gathering around. There's a couple of pirates. They somehow mysteriously, you're seeing a couple of Esperanto guys standing down there. For no well-explained reason. You don't have any idea, but like they're just standing there with the rest of them. They're pirates. There are knights, not Fae at arms, but like, you know, men at arms, I guess, standing out there. Griffins at arms, standing there, and they're just like all looking up at you guys. Just staring up at you guys like with this look of complete despair. As it begins to like dawn on you guys that like these guys are terrified.
Yeah, I believe it.
They have experienced months of war where it has been nothing but losing every single time, and they're being told, "Yep, this is the last stand."
Hmm.
Do you think I could give them an inspiring speech of some kind?
Well, would certainly help, but the person that they're looking... I gotta ask this to Peregrine real quick, and you know, just do whatever your character would do, but is Peregrine out of disguise right now?
Always do.
They're looking at Peregrine, not really at this point, because any incredulousness, any anger is pretty much gone. They're too scared. They're staring up at Peregrine mainly. But you know, that's the one they're kind of like super hyper focused on.
Should I give them a battle speech?
What if I help? Yeah, what if I help focus on the fact that, I mean, the prince is back? And I mean, I quite literally have something like, oh yeah, I mean, you just DM'd it to me too. I was gonna say inspire courage is like quite literally what I'm trying to do here.
Oh, yeah, I'll inspire them. Give me a moment.
Yeah,
if they need any more encouragement, I can try something. I don't think it would work. But you try your best, Peregrine.
Backup music, why not?
Go for it. I want to give a short little speech explaining why the dead blackened prince is back. Again.
If you're sure you're the one to give it.
Yep. It'll be short, succinct, and very clear.
Yeah. Go ahead and make your check while you're doing it if you'd like.
Sure. If the check is bad and the speech is epic, that always pisses me off. But whatever.
Yeah, that's really. I hate that. But let's just see. Oh my God! Does anyone have? Okay, wait.
I hear your point.
Yeah.
Are we going to Kieran luck this?
Kern luck. Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, Kieran.
That
Holy shit.
would have been
Let's
hilarious if he
see.
went through with it.
No.
Or-
All right.
Okay.
So what he was going to, maybe I'll edit this a little bit just to so
Yeah.
it'll be.
You know,
Um,
don't feel the need. Don't feel the need. Actually, just say it as you'd say it, right? And I just see where we're going with this. You know.
He walks out of the podium, or not the podium. You know what I mean. And looks out among all of them, and he clears his throat, and he says, "It's come to this, and I'm sure you're all wondering, the Blackened Prince, what's he doing back? What does he have to do with all of this? Is this finally going to end? Are we going to win? Are we going to lose? Well, I stand before you today to tell you that I've risen from the grave to ensure a victory for us, to bring down the tyranny of Grey Dawn and bring justice to my bastard brother and restore these lands to greatness."
The crowd, right, is kind of shocked. There's just murmuring like, "Why would he ever come back and to protect the kingdom?" It's the one who you hear like voices just like murmuring, but they seem to be kind of like stirring a little bit, like, but there still is like an air of like washing down as you're standing up there. Like they seem to appreciate you standing there, right? Just in awe that someone would actually stand before them. But you're hearing a murmur in the crowd, how are we going to do it? And you feel, I would say, to the rest of the party, you feel something washing over you, as if potentially he may need some help.
I was actually about to try something. Just walking up and try to recite a little speech that I would know from back home, and I'm assuming this would be a diplomacy check.
Well, I mean, that's perfectly fine. But like you, if just stepping out on the light, if you'd like, that might stir a few people. Go ahead.
All right, so forgive me. I just have to like try and cut and paste little bits. Let's see here. If your mother is dear to you, if you cannot stand the thought of a Grey Dawn knight doing them harm, beating their burrowed face with her feathers wound around his arm, and those hands which carried you to your cradle, washing instead the dirty clothes of a Grey Dawn soldier. If you haven't forgotten your father, who tossed you and teased you, who was a good soldier, who vanished in the snows, who died for the fate of your kingdom. If you don't want him sleeping to turn over in his grave, when a Grey Dawn soldier tears his picture from the wall with crosses from its place, and before your own mother's eyes stamped hobnailed boots on his face. If you don't want to give away her that you walked with and didn't touch, her you didn't even dare to kiss for a long time, you loved them so much, and her being cornered by the foul dogs that are out there. All these things you preserved with your strong love as a native Gotmouth son. If you do not go out there and stop these monsters, there will be no place for you on this world anymore. No one is going to defeat this foe if you do not defeat him first. And until you have defeated him, do not talk about the things you love here.
Now this is actually beginning to like stir them up a little bit. They're like, she, look at that one. She's, the way she talks, I've never heard. So you're hearing murmurs of the god, but they're starting to stir, but they still need a little more encouragement. They're starting to become, after hearing what Peregrine says and after hearing what Ashtospa says, they're still getting, a little bit stirred up. Things are starting to turn into another direction, but not completely yet.
I think is this a hint for Ari to come out with her music and start playing a follow-up song for all of them? Actually,
Yeah.
I wish I do like their a country song or something, but I suppose I don't, so I'll just have to play something vaguely appropriate.
Yeah, things are
Reign
starting
of
to like.
Castamere.
Should I do a performance check or anything for that, or?
Yeah, this is. Go ahead, make your performance check. That's not completely convincing them yet, but the fact that like 3 people have stepped up, 3 people stepping up is getting them to connect a little bit. They're starting to stand up straighter, and the music, it's like invigorating them with some kind of power they've never thought before. First, they're being told that the king, who should be running for the hills, any normal person, sane person would run for the hills, and then they're seeing this person telling them to fight for their life. And truly, like somebody who's experienced battle-hardened conditions, tell them, this is do or die. That's beginning to start. And now the music is starting to kick in from that's making them feel differently. Things are starting to change just a little bit. But are they going to go run out there and die for this? They still need a little bit more to really let it sink in. I'll let anyone go.
I will use Cassell. I'm sorry, go ahead. That'll be a piece of resistance.
Yeah, Electra will step up as well and say, if you want to do the right thing, fight for your country. Don't let other foreign nations come in and tell you what to do. Stand up for yourself and fight.
What? You're hearing a couple of the Esperantos say, "That's Electra! What is she doing up there?" But these guys are starting to get still more hyped up right now. Yeah, these guys are starting to become a little bit more riled. They're starting to get towards that like battle frenzy of like, yes, we're so back. They're starting to get that back. You can see it in the crowd. Now.
So Peregrine will finally grab hold of Cassell. Come on, they need to see their commander.
Very well.
Pulls him forward.
He walks forward.
And, allow me to present to you the one, the only, Cassell!
He walks out.
I want to do that differently, but I fucking fell into it.
He says, "Open the window." They begin to open up one of the large windows and like get the glass out of the way. He points his gun. He actually no, he doesn't have his gun. He's like,
"Oh no,
Peregrine, you promised."
My bag. I've got this arquebus right here.
As if you were a squire. He's like, "My gun, my gun, my prince."
Pull it out.
He grabs it from you. With like a second, his body contorts almost into the perfect sniping position. He looks into it, shoots. A bullet flies out and goes off into the distance. And when it does, there's like this flash of light almost. Like you can see his eyes almost glowing as there's this flash of light as it goes off into the distance. I'll just use the proper... Yeah. Like, something like that doesn't sound like a normal gun, even though it is a normal gun that he's holding. And then, after like a second, you see an entire mountain peak, like about maybe an acre, completely just be destroyed off the top of that mountain. This is the power of a level 12 gunslinger. That doesn't take any more convincing. At this point, the crowd is in a frenzy. They start to, like, they're starting to cheer and whoop.
Good shot, sir.
Yes.
If I recall, you
there'll
split
be...
a dragon in half one time.
That was a ship. But I'll take the dragon
ship.
story if I can. He says, yes, but like, he leans in with a bit of a grin. But if you do go around telling everyone I defeated a dragon, that's perfectly fine as well.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly how I've been telling it, and how I should keep telling it.
Yeah, these guys are ready. It sounds like the battle plan is in place. The only thing left now is to send you guys into the tunnels.
into the tunnels we go. And I just look at the former crowd of people that were cowering, and these people look like they're fucking ready to go right now, right?
Oh yeah, these guys are like almost zealous. Yeah. Whether
And I
it's
assume we'll take care of everything else, Cassell.
whether it's desperation, inspiration, or something else, something has possessed these people. Now,
I guess I just like give a nod to Cassell, and we're gonna go.
yeah, it's time you guys go to the tunnels, and I'd say that this is a perfect time for you guys to begin the travel. Now the tunnels at the beginning of the fortress are pretty deep, and it's here that I'm gonna basically say quite a few people that come and approach you with propositions. I'm going to bring everyone up to the map. Knight Petra. Yeah, proposition. All of these guys are meeting you at the front of the tunnel. Yeah, this guy. Cassell is probably there. Maltese is still there. And actually, even though she's not really there with fighting, Marika is there too. The guy who isn't there, obviously, is the guy. And I would say that, I don't know, probably Soraya stayed with the hippogriff, Magnus. But
Oh, I see where her allegiances lie.
she might be like, well, I can at the very least see this. I haven't studied a lot of battle, he says, but you do understand this is a Hail Mary of all Hail Marys. There ever was a Hail Mary.
We don't really have any other choices. It's either this or admit defeat.
Maltese, do you want to see Tirsa one more time before, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you guys were still continuing that conversation. Go ahead.
Now,
Oh, I think everyone just,
I love
my
it.
bad,
Go ahead.
guys.
Dead silence.
Dead silence. I thought I stepped on something you guys were continuing, so I stopped.
yeah. I have a question, though.
And-
I have to ask you something really quickly. What was I'll just send it to you directly. Really quickly.
Yeah.
She actually seems interested in that. She's like, I think it would be a welcome change of pace. All right, she's actually quite willing to go with you. But these two knights, Petra and Sir Gerhardt, are like, please allow us to. You've saved our lives. If you're going to go on to a suicide mission, you should at least give us the honor of joining you.
Who said anything about a suicide mission?
You know, Petra would be like, yeah, exactly. What a rude thing to say to the king.
Do you
Not
really
necessarily
doubt us
rude,
that
just-
much? These basically all these guys kind of want to somewhat join in some way, but I would ask probably you guys to select just 3, while the rest are going to be like heading off to go somewhere else. Now these guys aren't going to be like,
me.
yeah. Maltese will
Actually-
join here.
Soraya should come along, I think. Because Soraya
Now-
has... Well, first off, Soraya is a bard, and I do think that would actually go really well with
The
you know,
only
what we're
reason
trying to do.
The only reason I don't want Sarai coming is because
Yeah.
she is already under the influence of Shadow Dancers. And they said they left, but we don't have a guarantee
mean,
of that.
Well, I mean,
The
so
only
would,
the only
the
influence
ghost.
was, oh yeah,
No,
like
sir.
the only influence that they had was like temporary hypnosis by Double, and he's gone as far as we're aware.
Okay,
But
fair
plus,
enough.
the goats would count for the same if that were the case. So
So would Magnus as well. Like pretty much most of the pirate crew that we dunked on last time.
yeah.
Now,
That's fair.
Also, just to check, these are the people that are like coming with us specifically, right?
yeah, and
Yeah,
and
like-
out of character, I have to tell you guys, in combat, these guys, because initiative is going to be a nightmare. It's going to be more of an explanation for, like, why aren't there 5,000 Ets chasing you? It's these guys are in your entourage.
Yeah.
Fair.
Soraya would come, and she'd, like, be like, if you're planning on pulling a trick, I want at least one of these two. And maybe increase the limit a bit, but, like, she'd be like, I want one of these two. And Arash was like, please, let me make it up to you all. Can't I, come along?
I'm mostly just thinking about it. Well, I think you can come along if you want to, but I'm gonna have to make sure you don't get into too much trouble. I don't want to bury any more friends, okay?
Yeah, Parvis would be like, yeah, don't let him die too early, he says. But if you want my bet, he'd be the first to go. And he's like, what? Before being shoved over to the other side.
Ari just wiggles her eyebrows at Ashy.
She just like goes, would you please stop it already?
I'll think about it.
And
One of these days I'm going to throw you off the ship.
Among us, these two, which of these two guys do you want to... Again, this is for mainly RP purposes, but which of these two guys do you want to bring to your little team to cover your back?
Was it Griffhart?
Gerhardt, yeah.
Isn't it?
Gerhardt.
Yeah.
Biddies.
I say him because, I mean, he was there at the start, and he's come back, so it's like, I can't...
Oh yeah,
I
that
can't say
he's
no.
so fucking good. That also explains why Arash is coming too, because he's also someone from the start.
Yeah, he was
Big brain moves.
the fake out arc villain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still someone I have a bone to pick with, by the way.
Yeah, he did kind of try and imprison us and sell us into slavery.
He did
but it's
imprison
okay.
us.
Yeah, he
He
did,
tried
but he
to,
didn't get
he
very
was not
far.
successful.
I was in a cage. I was imprisoned.
It was voluntary. You don't get to complain.
Now, hold on just a second. There we go. I had to grab something real quick. Okay, these guys are all about to leave off with you, but yeah, Marenka's still standing there at the entrance as you guys are going. And just kind of just saying, sorry, we can sort this out when this is all over. I'll accept any responsibilities.
Well, let's just not worry about that right now. We have much bigger issues than past grievances.
And
They'll be settled eventually.
Eventually.
After
Now let's
Okay.
go. Let's
Can't
go
say I
beat the
can
shit
take
out
it
of this
here right
tear
now.
cell fellow. He sounds like a complete and utter tool.
And you guys are headed off. Now, you guys head off in the direction of start heading off into the direction of Fjord in these underground tunnels. And I'm gonna have to start actually making the checks, the inevitable checks that you make. Go ahead and make a 1d100 as you start going through these tunnels.
Sure.
Like you're going through the Anatum portion of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those ones are pretty safe. And as you're getting deeper into here, it's starting to get a little bit more iffy as these start getting darker. Unkept, almost. Oh, these gotta be blind.
Darn.
Oh, sorry. For the the D100 or
Yeah, D100.
okay. Hang tight. Blind.
Hold on just a minute. I'm grabbing. Also, this is a bit. I'm gonna actually put on. Let's see. Put on this one. Actually, this is a good one.
Beethoven's Fifth.
This old goodie. All right. As you guys start to walk through these tunnels, things mostly seem all right. You come across a giant pile of gold in the center of another one of these caverns.
Electra starts walking towards it.
Electra, no. Electra.
First thing I'm going to do,
Look.
since I instinctually have like a suspicion of large piles of gold now, is I'm going to cast a lightning bolt on it.
'Cause he's
Okay.
cold.
Yeah, go.
That also
The
heals
lightning
those.
bolt. Oh, this, however, the lightning bolt hits off, and inevitably you're just hearing a bunch of like. Oh wait, that's the wrong one.
No.
But
That sounds like
You're-
a fucking
Remember,
velociraptor
lightning makes them
about to
split.
come out of the walls.
I thought, okay, there we go. Yeah, it like blows up onto the ground, and you see a bunch of mimics like probably 3 or 4 jump into the air and like run around in circles now in like a
it's just
demimify
mimics.
form. Yeah, they're lower level though, so they're just panicking.
I was just afraid it was the slimes who split when they get hit with lightning.
No, this is
I
the
think
No,
they
same
slimes
thing.
split
do.
when they get hit with
Yeah,
slashes.
It's
you just,
light-
they
it
just
is-
happen
it's
to be in the same
lightning.
battle.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's lightning.
Yeah.
Electro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Definitely lightning.
All right, this keeps
I
on
mean,
going
if
for.
they're- Oh no, never mind then. Okay.
Go ahead if you want to do. What I'm saying is this is a non-combat thing.
I was just like, oh, I mean, if there's something we have to take care of, then I mean,
Nope.
get
I mean-
going on. But if not, yeah, we can just go past them.
You have a party of 10. Monsters really aren't
Yeah.
too much of an issue right
Yeah.
now.
We're
yeah,
on a
that
mission.
and that sounds
Il-
like that sounds like it'd be like some real primo torture if we
Yeah.
You
if
know,
we did start.
11 if you count Oslo, who might have actually came along too. Again,
Mhm.
for RP stuff. But
We need our
he
pilots.
actually... Yeah. I couldn't miss this for the world, man.
I'm
Just make
sorry,
sure those maps
Electra,
are
but
accurate.
I think piles of gold in the middle of tunnels is just too good to be true.
You guys
Maybe
keep on
one
heading
day, but
Silly
forward.
Billy.
Listen, if you find a pile of gold in any tunnel created by a griffin, it's fake. It's a trap or monsters.
I would
We
expect
agree.
nothing less at this point.
A day passes as you guys keep traveling through these things, but as night falls, it is very obvious from this direction. You're hearing like the ground is shaking, right? There is a war going up, happening above surface.
The World War I trenches.
Well, it certainly sounds like they're having a real proper battle up there. Hopefully, they'll hold for at least as long as it takes for us to finish them off.
Now, this is things are quite quiet for now, and things are getting to be around the time when you guys got to go to bed.
All right, but before we go to bed, I'm going to whip out my wand of cozy cabin and make one appear should there be enough room for it.
Yeah. Let's actually see the description of Cozy Cabin. Is it big enough for 10, 11 people?
Not really.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. I
It's
guess
like
that
8
means
people.
that some people are going to have to sleep outside like animals.
Yeah. They don't really mind.
Hmm.
They're aware that
Oh,
they
God.
were this huge entourage.
I think it only has one bed.
Well, hey, that's
No, it's-
why we do the slumber party strategy of get all the blankets on the floor.
Yeah.
Well, royalty first.
20 feet on each side and 10 feet high.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
one wooden door.
That's cramped.
No, it's pretty
Yeah.
small.
It does have
With,
3 cots, is what it says. It's 3
Yeah.
cots.
So yeah, like just to at least make sure at least more people are comfortable. Magic house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 feet sounds like it would be a lot, but you're dealing with 4-legged ungulates.
Yeah. Unglets. Also, Triples didn't mention this, but I'm pretty sure I don't sleep anymore. So I guess Ari is going to be
I don't
traveling with
know.
her.
Yeah.
I can
You
keep-
can,
I
but you
can
don't
keep-
need it.
Yeah.
I can give you a shovel if you want to sleep.
You still have to
No.
rest to recover, but you can't. But you don't need sleep.
Yeah, you don't
It's
need
a
the full
state
8
of
hours.
It's a state of quiescence. So it's like
Yeah.
so long as I am basically
Like
just
elves.
like meditating.
Mm,
Yeah.
that makes
You
sense.
do have to sleep in your coffin for certain things, and I believe that's only if you like get mortally injured.
That's only for feats, but yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So I guess Ari can, be one of the people chilling outside the cabin, just
Yeah.
grappling with the fact that she's not feeling tired.
She's
Ari-
on watch duty.
You're watching like Soraya like getting up in the night, walking off in a little bit into the distance just to see the tunnels, and then she runs back to the rest of the other group, the like Oslo, all these other secondary guys, right? And like they're talking amongst each other, and then I would say probably Arash would run back and said, "There are Grey Dawn coming."
Are other people asleep or?
Yeah, the other people are asleep, and then he like turns back, like, "Oh, damn it!" And he runs back, and you start hearing like a lot of fighting over in the distance. And after about a minute, they come back because that's a full party, and they just handled the other,
Oh, okay. Well,
they just beat up all these other guys, and they come back eventually, like saying, "We beat up a couple Grey Dawn people." Eris says.
Well, let me know if you ever need help. I'll be just a shout away.
Yeah. The that's kind of like the night. Anytime that happens, they basically will go ahead and defend you. And then the morning passes, and you guys just wake up to maybe like 10 Grey Dawn guys that have been defeated and thrown off to the side.
I just like, kick one of them and just be on my way.
The journey continues as you guys head towards Fjord until eventually... Yeah. You guys eventually arrive at Fjord, and I'm going to post an image just to set the mood. Well, the very, very outskirts of Fjord. Because one of the first things you see is like some of these lakes here, and you start to realize there are... The caves here start to become gigantic. I'm just going to post a picture really quickly in chat to give you an idea. Like, this is what you're walking toward. The tunnels start opening up to.
Whoa.
This is certainly impressive. And all just beneath this kingdom.
Is
You
it,
could
is
almost
it
have
called?
another kingdom
Is it calling
entirely down
here or?
What were you saying, Electra?
You could almost have another kingdom entirely in these caves.
And what were you saying, Short?
Is it cold?
It is a bit cold, actually. Yes.
No,
But it's warmer than the surface, actually. So the water is, kind of frigid down here.
well, this is better.
And as you walk towards, like, maybe up that staircase, you'd see there are a couple of steam vents down here. Past that peak, and you can see it in front of you. The gigantic city with lights down, like, down the hill, basically. This is almost like the very top of a ledge inside of a valley, inside an underground cave, where you see at the very center, there's a big city and a gigantic tower going to the very ceiling.
I suppose that's where we need to go, right? To the tower and up it.
More than likely.
Don't look at me. I have no clue.
Soraya pulls out the map. Actually, we probably should enter through, pointing through one of the directions, their hidden tunnels. If we just waltz through the streets, they'll catch on to what's going on. We need to go cut the head off of this operation.
Yeah, I guess we can't just walk to the front door and ask us to let us in.
Well, we could always blow up the front door, but this is probably the smoother approach. So let's get going.
They start to like head a little bit towards the back, right? And I'm going to take you guys to a map. You guys start entering more tunnels. Tunnels within tunnels.
Oh, I bet I know which map you're using too.
The map itself provides you a decent route to the main tower. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying this is just like Arx Fatalis, just tunnels and tunnels and tunnels.
And more tunnels.
This map is literally called Tunnels.
Yeah,
Based.
I really think it's. I think I used this map in another game, but I haven't seen it yet.
I'm gonna
You can
quickly
tell just
pull
by the
on
shape.
Yeah.
over here. I'm gonna put down some guys now.
Oh, no.
Ash, Tospa, and Ari, and I'll just keep you there. And the rest of the party is kind of like far behind, kind of just making sure that like the entrance is blocked, and they're waiting. Like any further you go into the tunnel, they kind of are like, okay, we'll catch up with you. We're the guys to block the back getting assaulted.
Yeah, bringing up the rear.
Yeah,
Alright.
but you guys are the canaries.
Okay,
Hey.
this is a good time for to use this.
All right, so what's this ledge? Is it like a nice 10 feet drop?
Yeah, it's probably about 10 feet. Yeah. Actually, yeah,
Alright.
each of those ledges are about 10 feet, I'd say.
All right, I'll just goat prance my way down it.
I fly.
I try
That's
to
falling with
climb down, I
style.
guess.
I see enemies ahead.
I'll do a
3
cool
o'clock.
flip.
And if they haven't noticed you yet, but if you walk any further, you're starting to see patrols walking through this whole area, basically. Now, one of these guys, you're hearing him say, "Just give me the damn rock," he says. "It's not that special."
Get in the darkness.
Well,
Oh,
what's the
never
plan?
mind. There's a light following us. There's no darkness.
Yeah, it's short over here with his glowing ass forehead.
Yeah.
I can use my night googles, but I don't know how to put a fucking status effect.
Hey,
Googles.
don't you see a weird light over there? One of them says.
Short!
Okay.
They start walking over.
Right, Peregrine.
Yep. I'm lining up the shot.
This guy's walking over here, kind of looking around into the darkness. What the hell?
Wrong
What
target.
the hell?
We're on
Wait,
target.
which one?
It was one here.
What?
Yeah.
You
Oh,
took
I
us
didn't
south.
see that guy. I didn't see that
Yeah.
guy, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's walking
Well,
towards
you
us.
if you didn't see that guy, you shoot at this
No,
guy.
I didn't see him. Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah.
I didn't see him.
And yeah, just all of a sudden there's you guys hear like banging, like some kind of something banging in the distance like a bell. And yeah, suddenly you're hearing, "Oh, the base is under attack."
Did I hit this guy? real
Peregrine,
quick?
like oh yeah, it says you did.
Yeah, you did. This
Oh,
guy like
yeah.
falls over and like falls down the ladder. It's time for what we call a chase scene. These guys
Oh,
all
no.
are freaking like all starting to mass around you as you guys. I'm just gonna use so I'm gonna use grab the party together and kind of use it as a representative thing for where you are on the map. Now, feel free to turn on a light at this point because there's no point in sneak anymore.
They know where we're at
Also,
now.
I have this fun spell if we're gonna be running a lot.
Ah, you gain a.
Ooh.
Is this for you though? Only for you?
It is. I think it is. Let me double check. It
It's
doesn't.
the end of your
say-
turn.
Yeah, it
it's just
says.
for you.
Yeah, it doesn't have any range, so I'm pretty sure it's just me. So
Yeah,
I can
it's just
outrun
you.
all of my nerd friends if I want.
Yeah.
Ain't that just grand?
Now I need everybody to give me a will save really quickly.
Oh no, why?
Damn.
Public roll, right?
Martial art, is
Or
it
is
Public.
fear?
Public.
0 point.
It is not fear.
No!
I'm gonna check through your sheets.
What are these terrible rolls? Oh my god.
You can't really tell the difference, but I mean, like, nothing really seems to be happening actually, or you seem to be straying off this stuff.
Oh.
But okay, I'm gonna. Okay. You guys start to run off as these guys begin to accost you. They're chasing you down. I'm gonna get in the last guy, Gerhardt. Yeah, Gerhardt at the rear, and yeah, Oslo's following in the behind as well. So you guys are here. You're in this open room. Now here's how I'm gonna do this chase, right? Normally chases require everybody to pass a check. I'm just going to say, if one of you guys passes a really good check, right, I'll just say everybody got through, just for the sake of brevity.
All
with
right,
each of these challenges.
Would this check be an athletics check?
No. The way it works is I keep presenting you guys with a challenge, and you guys just go like, I do this, and then I, just throw out a check. Once things have satisfied me enough, I say, you get through, or, oh, you're hindered, and you're staying here. And if you guys lose all of these invisible points, I'm keeping track for you, you guys get caught. So, I'm going to say you have... I'd say you have... I'm not going to tell you how many victory points I have. But I'm going to give you a number of victory points right now.
Okay, so, is there a... Let's see.
Yeah, I'll start in just a second here. I'm just writing a few things down. I'm just getting you guys into a little pile so I can move you from room to room. This is getting a little more like theater of the mindy than like rounds. It's more like, I react to this way to this threat.
Stay close.
All right, first room. You are surrounded by like maybe 5 or 6 different guards from each of these catwalks, basically, all starting to like shoot spells and arrows down at you. It's a big room, so you have a lot of distance to cross with, like being pelted down with fire. What do you do?
First thing that comes to mind for me is that I'm going to prep a really special Horizon Thunder Morb to like air out some of the platforms to like reduce the effect on us.
Go ahead and make me an Arcana check. Yeah.
Grenade
All
at it.
right.
Okay. Peregrine, go ahead and...
Right?
Yep. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Oh, that would be for... I was saying Short could throw a grenade. I've got Pesh Pines, but they're not going to do anything to the...
Okay.
I can actually... What is this? I can use illusory object if we want to run north and basically make like a wall along this, since that does fit into it. It would just 21. Be an illusion, but they can't see through it, so they can't hit us.
I think if they see a cast, though, they get to make a will save against it, right? And they are wizards, so...
No, you have to touch it to make a seek action.
Ah.
Yeah, I know the spell. You, alright, I'll say with this much... You guys are able to get through. Now, which of these doors do you go through? This one, or the one way out to the far left? Oh, shoot, I can... Alright, do you go upwards, or do you go to the right?
My vote's on up. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I say up, yeah.
You guys
Yeah, I think up is probably the best path for us.
You guys move to this here, right here. You gain, so as Ari seals off this area, you gain a victory point. Now you would learn that you have 5.
Okay.
Cool. You're standing on this bridge when suddenly 2 guys, like, on the ledges of them, right, are just immediately cut the things binding it together, and you start to fall into this thing below. What do you do?
Oh my god, I have something perfect for this. Here you go.
Oh my goodness.
I can quite literally make a bridge out of music.
Very
Wait, what
nice.
happened? Repeat it?
Wow.
These guys cut the bridge.
Down.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I have something too.
Oh,
I think.
let's see. Oh.
I cut the bricks.
Hold on, let me pull up the sheet.
Go, Ari, make me an occultism check, or whatever you use for your highest skills, or just like spellcasting check if you'd like a spell attack.
Apparently this is online. That is not very useful. Mending. Oh wait, that might be even better.
Yeah, okay. Both of you guys make any roll that you think would be appropriate for this, and whoever wins out.
Not really a roll with a spell.
This is the thing about chases, though. Chases are more like abstract, right? And we use rolls to determine how good you did that.
That's a 10-minute cast time, by the way.
Oh shit, is it?
Oh, okay, yeah.
No! Then I craft on the fly or something.
Okay, yeah, you.
20.
Okay.
That actually was, Wicker holds the bridge out long enough for Ari to cast this Sonata span and get you guys across. As these guys kidnap, they're like, what the fuck?
Maybe you should learn some magic, you stupid birds.
You guys walk out to these.
No, not you. The other ones.
Yeah, you hear Soraya pipe in. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Pressing go excluded my ass.
You guys are in this main room right here. Let me set this up. Okay, here, right, I'm gonna put a light. You see, this room seems to be pretty dark, and then it suddenly brightens up. As, this isn't like a wheel. They've got a gigantic cannon pointing at you. And at each of these exits, you have, like, big guys guarding all of them. There's a little big guy or a crowd of little guys standing in the way. And, they shoot a cannonball straight at you guys. What do you do?
Oh, shit.
Alright,
Telekinetic projectile?
Yeah, I was about
well,
to say, I do have telekinetic projectiles.
Okay, you better have...
yeah, I also
I
have
think-
telekinetic projectile.
Can you...
This...
Flip the cannon upside down.
I don't think you could technically grab the cannonball.
Oh, one bulk. Yeah, you're
I
right.
don't know if you could grab the cannon or the
Yeah.
cannonball, but there's probably
Yeah.
a keg of gunpowder
Actually-
beside the cannonball, or the cannon, right?
I mean, one thing I could do is that I could cast lightning bolt on the cannon, you know, or I could blazing dive onto the guy and just like make him past tense.
Does the
well...
cannon have a wick?
The problem is the cannon and ball coming towards us right now, I think, right?
Yeah, the ball is coming towards you in anime
Okay,
time,
has
where
to
it's
launch.
like, oh well, it has started to launch. The wick has, the little flare has gotten
Okay,
to it,
so
and it's starting to
first
get
thing I'm
out.
going to do is that I'm going to lightning bolt the cannon to like perhaps damage it too much to actually be of use. Like maybe it'll
Go-
just blast in the completely wrong direction.
Go ahead and give me a either a spell attack roll or an Arcana roll.
I'm going to give an Arcana roll. Let's see here. What do I get?
Ooh.
Ooh!
That's a
Oh my
spicy
goodness!
Arcana roll.
Yeah, there's like this freaking it goes the thing starts to shake up, and the cannon shoots upwards into the middle of this cave. As like there's like wibbling sounds, and like you managed to actually throw it off. Like so much energy has been thrown into this that the cannonball's trajectory, just as it's leaving, goes straight into the very top of the cave, and the whole thing starts to shake a little bit, but not enough where it's like, oh man, the whole thing's coming down. It's just seemed to have startled them at least, but you're still trapped in this room. What do you guys do next? As like these
Okay.
guys.
Shot, Ash.
Well, I mean,
Okay, so
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
You guys do not lose a victory point, and you're still at 5.
Fireball, fireball,
okay.
fireball.
Let's
I mean,
True,
if we
Electra.
Want, if... Oh wait, no, you go ahead. Actually, I want you to do stuff.
let's just pick a tunnel and go.
blast them out of the way
Well-
so we can get through.
Oh, all these guys.
Southeast.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is about 3, 4, 5. There is 5 guys in this area, by the way.
Yeah,
Where is
fireball
Uh,
them, and then let's make a run for this area. It might not be the best direction, but or maybe we could go here.
Which area are you going towards?
I thought we were
Uh,
going down right here.
Yeah, I thought that's where I was throwing the fireball.
Oh,
just-
well,
oh,
I
down
thought
right?
that-
Okay. All right.
True. That's
You
that's
guys-
a good point.
Go ahead and make me a spell attack or a spell attack or Arcana
Okay.
to see how like successful it is at clearing them out.
I'm just looking at see which one's better here.
Get him, Electra.
All right. Do you keep that?
Yep.
All right,
Reminder
you
that
guys.
Theoretically, you should have a +1 to all of this stuff, like permanently, because I'm, giving us some nice chase music as we're running along.
Yeah, these guys are blown out. But as you guys pass through this tunnel here, kind of like towards now, I'll say that you guys are running towards this direction. You're actually kind of heading towards the wrong way. back down.
Yeah, that's what
But-
I was gonna ask you guys. Well, okay, go on, Trips.
All of you guys give me a perception check.
Ooh.
All right.
We need to
Public,
run
right?
through the Scooby-Doo hallway.
No, it's blind.
Blind.
Okay.
That's so base. Peregrine, your eagle eyes lets you see that there's a secret passage down this way, and you don't even need to fly people. There's like a little like thing you can walk down onto. You would have missed it had
Get
you
the
been
trench.
running as fast. Yeah, they get into the trench. You guys start to run this way. You gain another victory point up to 6. I need to just show what Peregrine rolled. It's so funny because
Nice.
Falcon eyes. 31.
Always
Max roll.
the bird sees. It never fails.
You guys pass through these secret tunnels. As, like, these guys are, like, yelling out, oh, they're taking out the tunnels! Quickly! Reinforce the right side! You guys come out over here, right? Maybe, like, this area. And then you can see, now, you guys keep on heading towards that way until eventually, kind of you pass along to...
Ain't
I'll
I?
say-
I see dynamite.
Ooh.
Dynamite.
Oh god.
You see some dynamite over
Standing
here.
on.
Yeah, you guys see some dynamite. As like, up at the
Those are
very
huge
head
sticks.
of...
Yeah.
this area, you see some lights over there. It's like a couple more of those goons over here have accosted and started to form a perimeter right around this northern area. Now, let me just kind of come up with a cool topology for this that kind of makes sense. They're closing in, but I'll just give you this extra thing, Peregrine. You can see that there's another hidden tunnel right here. I'm pinging it on the map that you can just run through to evade them once more.
Yep. I'm gonna grab a couple sticks of dynamite, and as we're running that way, I want to light them and throw them at the next at this narrow section right here to try to keep it in.
Ooh, which narrow section? The
one
place.
next to the.
Yeah, they start to come over here as these guys, start to gain in on you, getting in on this side, and you guys
Chuck it
slip into
back
this.
at
Yeah, you guys slip back into
Holy
here
smokes.
before hearing another one of those freaking explosions as that little small tunnel caves in behind you.
Nice
All
work,
right.
Peregrine.
Who needs a gun?
Now, you find that these tunnels here are actually much less populated, as you're hearing just commotion over in this direction as people expected you to go straight for the north, right? To that, obvious-looking exit area. But you haven't, and instead you've taken another exit direction. As you guys safely make it through here, and maybe down some more corridors. These are representative. These are huge mines that you're running through. Until eventually, you guys are able to get to the edge of the mine where... You see it. The tower is right up ahead. It's just guarded by maybe, 20 or so Grey Dawn guys standing right outside of the entrance. What do you guys do?
Well, my first reaction is to start morbing all over them with some spell strikes and just try and carve a path through them.
Go ahead.
Hoping that other people will take the hint.
Go ahead and give me your
I'll
attack
start.
roll.
All right. Let's see what I get.
Nice.
Pretty good. Anything else?
Do you want the specific spell I
should-
plan on using?
There should technically be an extra +1 on it as well, if that.
Yeah,
counts for
plus
anything.
one.
True.
Okay. But this is a big group. They at the very least start to slow you down as you feel one of your victory points go back down to 5.
Oh yeah. Okay. Pesh pine grenade.
All right. You guys get to You guys get to the door, and the whole thing has been bolted shut. It looks like.
If
Hey,
if the door's going,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say perhaps I could use my arcane focus spell of thunderous strike and see if I can't just hit the door so hard with the sword that it just it just buckles.
You'll
hold
have
on,
to
what
give me
f-
another.
Before you do, what flavor is this door? Is it like wooden, metal?
This door is metal, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Now
Just
it doesn't
wanted to
seem
see
to be
if it was
super
with the
thick
side.
at all. Seems like the only thing that could get through this is like ordnance or picking through. But you guys are in a bit of a rush. What do you do?
Is there anybody
Well-
that can pick?
Technically, I can.
I can haste you, and then we can try to hold them off.
All right. Well,
Wait,
well, if
I don't think haste works for that though. I have to use stride or strike.
I mean, I know it's, but like just flavor-wise, but and
Okay,
don't
that's
feel like
fair.
you have to use if you do that, then don't feel like you have to use haste. But that's a decent enough idea that like I can say that's an assist. So go ahead, if you guys are going with the pick your way through plan,
We have
Ari's
an
gonna have
office
to
of bombs. I just want to say that.
true,
Actually-
we do have short fuse. So like,
I
if the
do
picking
have
doesn't
the
work,
I also have the
I guess-
skeleton key, so like I do.
true.
Yeah.
Short,
guess-
do you want to give a crafting check?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I do have good thievery too. If that-
I guess
that
while
becomes an issue.
they're like looking to pick through the door, I'm just going to be holding off the Grey Dawn fellows.
Okay, actually, you begin to start rigging up the door well enough to start to like get it ready, but as that has happened, enough time has passed between the picking and the rigging, right? Whatever is going to work first, that you've built up. Basically, there is more artillery fire coming in your way. These guys see that you're like big business, and they're straight up shooting straight at the door with some of these giant crossbows and cannons they have.
Thanks.
That might actually
think-
work in our favor if we.
If everyone can give me evasion checks or reflex, I see what you're going with,
Get them to
Ashtaspa.
shut the door.
I'll definitely give you one of those, but could I also give you another check to try to alter its
Mhm.
no!
trajectory with telekinetic maneuver?
Yes,
into
you
the door?
can.
I'm
Yep.
going to re-roll that because that is horrible.
Impressive. 18. Wow, not bad.
Get on my level.
Bruh.
So spell attack roll, you said, is
Yeah,
successful?
spell
Hold on,
attack
two
roll.
nat ones. What is this?
Jesus.
Yeah, that's some real fucked shit.
Woo!
Just checking.
Yeah,
We are
they're
choking
idiots.
our reflex rolls.
Mine's
Probably
okay.
try
Mine's
to dodge.
okay.
All right.
Show one who had decent rolls.
All right. So Scout's honor. Anyone
There,
who
that's-
didn't
That's my reflex.
anyone who didn't get over a 22, take this damage.
Damn it.
If you did get over 22, take half. I'll start taking a.
Oh, if these are a +1, then I crit succeed.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, these
Ah.
are +1.
And oh shit. It shouldn't be blind. It should be 6. Anyone who didn't take that
It's gonna
takes
hurt.
25. There's just a bunch of
Yow.
like freaking explosions out at the front. These just like just a bunch of
Soak that up.
Trying to
I'm
double check to see
assuming-
if there's not anything else that gives me like an extra +1 to reflex somewhere.
I'm assuming the telekinetic maneuver didn't work since it was below 22.
Actually, yeah, it was still below 22 there. I'll say this actually. Go ahead and heal up that damage. Never mind. I'll just say you guys lose another victory point. You're down to 4 now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's actually a bit
Don't
more
sleep
appropriate.
anyway.
Oh, is Swift asleep? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so.
We are incredibly late so far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is about 2 in the morning, but
Swift!
we lost the Schwid.
I guess we finish up this chase and then call it.
Okay.
For the best, because I do have some Easter stuff I probably need to get in bed for.
Now, you guys-
Yeah.
actually are starting to hear yourself. You know, you actually have managed to open the door to this giant tower and have entered it. And you seemingly, you know, are alone as you start to walk down these corridors. You know, I'm just gonna play some like, yeah, not airy space. This is underground. This is a cave. You're in a dry cave-esque area. And I'm going to take you to a new map where you guys kind of like run into.
At
After,
least it's
like-
dry down here.
I was gonna say out of character. I like that a lot. That sequence was really
That was
cool.
awesome. Yeah,
Oh, chasing.
Yeah, that was a
Boots
pretty
are
epic
freaking
sequence.
fast.
I
Now,
really like that.
you guys start to walk through. You guys are all here. I'm gonna actually shoot. I can just literally take you guys from the tunnels. You guys are like here and just kind of walking through. And
Damn, we got cold again.
hold again.
No, it's
I'm
just
gonna-
there's snow in this one as opposed to the blast.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's like gunpowder from the blast or something. I don't know. Some loose gunpowder flew over there. It's starting to catch fire. But you guys
That's
are
why
in
the
this.
snow-
Electra, don't do anything.
Termite.
Yeah, you guys see this like cave here. It seems a little out of place for a tower. These guys like are, they're yelling and they're chasing after you, but quickly I would say that the rest of the, your plus ones start to like barricade the area as best as they can. You guys are like running through here.
My next thought is like to see if we can't like maybe this is a bad idea, but we could try like blasting some of the rock down with either some powerful spells or something, and just like
Oh yeah.
put a more solid barricade up there. Or maybe we could get short to throw some grenades.
I opt for option number 2. The dynamite worked out pretty well, so I think a grenade will work fine if we're trying to seal off certain sections.
Well, the question is, what kind of stones are we looking to block this off with? Because if it's with the tower, that's not a very good idea. And the ceiling, I think, for the tower, because
And if
we-
the tower's
reinforced.
still underground.
If we
Oh yeah, I
can't
was
move
just wondering
forward
if there
through
was
this-
like a if the tower's like built like going up into here and there's like a door. Like maybe I'm just logistically thinking about it wrong, but if there's like a rock edge or something where the door comes out to, if we were to blast that down, maybe it would block the path for the Grey Dawn dudes.
You guys kind of like just are in this area though. Like you've blocked off the thing with these methods, right? And things seem a little bit quiet for now. You can at least catch your breath. Though obviously at some point they're going to break through there as you're hearing a bunch of like, people are starting to try to make their way through moving things. Obviously you're hearing bells outside as like, hey, the city's under attack right now. And everyone is alerted. But you guys are seemingly safe here. You're in this odd cave-looking thing. Like, this was a door that opened up to another cave.
Caves. Is this all Grey Dawn can do?
Who puts a big door like that in a cave?
I think people do that when the cave is important in some way.
If I had to wager, this cave is right underneath the city. I don't know where exactly in the city it would go. Hopefully right under the keep's door, so that we can break through it, but chances are we'll encounter some Grey Dawn types there, so...
This may be the fortress's escape route that we're coming in.
Just to get things clear, we came underground the whole way here, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
went underground.
Yeah.
Yep, the whole way.
Even the tower was underground in a big cave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We took the tunnels close to Anatum Keep and made our way to their side of the tunnels, and then made our way to the tower.
It does make logical sense to have tunnels like that. You can move troops without having them seen above ground.
Well, I think whatever the source of this tunnel is, we better keep moving, Gerhardt says. We don't know what they could have up their sleeves.
Agreed.
Exactly. Let's get moving. As much as I want to take a breather, maybe refocus my spells, but we need to move now. We can't stay here.
He kind of like prattles on.
Wind's still dead.
Yeah. I gotta drag him along here. He's like prattling on, kind of like muttering, "If I die first, it'll be a knight's duty to die first to any traps that are laid here. It would be much like them to lay traps like that," he says, muttering to himself about like honor and stuff.
Are all griffins like this?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed that.
That's
I was
fine.
sending a call to Wickerwind.
He's probably sleepy.
Oh, I know.
it's
That's why I called him.
don't worry, I'm not keeping you guys too much longer. Hey, Ari,
Sorry,
yeah,
is this a cave? Yeah, what the hell's this? Huh?
you're seeing some
Found
odd bones.
ectoplasm.
That's just water, right? But you see some bones. But these bones don't look like they belong to anything in particular. They look like they're...
Can I do a perception to see if there's like anything going on in this room in particular?
Yeah, I'm going to perceptoid the bones as well.
Even
Okay.
weirder. What about this rubber glove?
Yeah,
That's for the griffin
You've got-
hands.
you've
What do
got
you
a
mean?
talent.
Yeah, that's griffin
Yeah.
hands,
Yeah.
exactly.
Gloved. Yeah.
Gloved griffins.
If the
Gloves
glove
for
fits,
armor talons.
Yeah, these bones, you can't really tell exactly what they are. They're just bones. But like, even in your medical experience, you're not exactly sure what kind of creatures they belong to.
do I sense any magic emanating from the room?
Something's magical about this place.
I would be careful in there, Ari.
Use my sword to kind of poke at one of the little pools of water.
Oh, shit.
It's just water.
Huh.
Is it?
I look up. Is there
lot of
anything on the
steep territory.
ceiling?
There's some, like, little droplets of water coming from the ceiling. It seems like a little moist room. Hey, Mon! You want to stay back there forever? Don't you know we're being chased?
He has a
Sorry,
point.
just I don't. But why
I
would
wager
they?
that it's something these Grey Dawn types are doing. Maybe executing prisoners they don't
think-
care about.
Hold on, I'm just
Those
gonna
aren't
group you
griffin.
guys.
I think we should keep an eye out. Don't step into anything that you're not sure about. Is this supposed to be snow? I'm curious now.
No, it's not. It's just the map. It's just, you know,
Okay.
Molinet being
So
Molinet.
it's like rock
Yeah.
texture. Oh no.
You guys enter this room,
Oh,
and it's just an empty room.
So just to make sure that this isn't just like a map thing, is it supposed to be like vaguely spider themed?
It's
vaguely,
it's very ornate, right? This would be like
Uh-huh.
maybe like a griffin, but these the point is this is like very
Okay.
very well sculptured.
Okay.
Hmm.
Just wanted to make sure they weren't like doing weird cult stuff with spiders or something.
No, it just looks like very intricate sculptures. Yeah.
Elsa's castle kind of thing.
Yeah. You see the door up ahead, right in front of you.
You know, you make a lot of really nice sculptures, but then bury them underground. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, they're not buried, they're built into the stonework. Part of Griffin ingenuity.
Kind of interesting that it's all Griffin iconography. I don't think we have any real icons of goats back home.
We're very egotistical.
If I recall correctly, there are
If you
You
did.
fucking think?
Gotmouth's. Soraya would prattle off. Gotmouth's stoneworking is one of the best in this entire system. I should let you know.
Indeed.
They pass through. You guys see this door. And you guys start to walk through it. You through a little dark hallway to another little staircase.
I'm just constantly on alert for any sort of magical auras as well.
This whole place has a magical aura. It is like
Okay.
right now dangerously high. This whole place is a
Like it
magical
feels
aura.
kind of like
From
Hey.
a vibranium deposit.
same level
They're
as like
swift.
the deck of cards.
Should be
Oh no, not to that
Yeah,
level. Of
snoring.
course, definitely not to that level. But like, that's like super power. You guys, keep on going through this, yeah, and you guys end up right here.
Here again.
Whoa.
What?
Same
Oh, yeah.
room.
The commons.
I'm going
Oh.
to Perceptoid to see if there's anything different about this room that I can see.
This room looks exactly the same.
I have
Alright,
All
an,
right,
branching
feeling like I'm
paths.
being messed with, I'm going to roll a occultism check because something doesn't feel right about this place if we're in the exact same place again.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think
Left
my
and right.
my
You
idea
have
is
no clue what's going on.
I think my
I look
idea
back.
is gonna be to leave. Maybe leaving will make something, you know?
You guys start to head back, and you see a room that is exactly the same like this.
You have to walk backwards through the exit, and then turn around and walk backwards again. Suddenly, be at the end.
What a curious antechamber.
Okay, just to check, Triples, this door over here on the side, is this an actual door?
You can go through it actually. Yes, that is an actual door.
Oh. I guess Ari will motion. Oh no, Electra found one. There are two. I'm gonna follow Electra.
Yeah, there's 6 different paths on the left and right.
All right. You guys enter a door and enter hold on.
Make sure to stay together, everyone. We don't want to get separated.
You guys enter here. Oh wait. Oh shoot. Sorry about that.
What
that's-
the fuck?
Yeah, I'll say you
We're in the
guys go
Twilight
here.
Zone.
Yeah, you guys enter here.
Oh. Wait a minute.
This is
Yeah, we're in, where's
Wait,
Maltese?
Are we
Oh, yeah.
actually here?
You guys
No.
appear to be in some kind of, like, area. And, you know, this door just leads back out to there. If you go back through that door, it'll lead you immediately back to the room.
I'm running a memory check here.
Mhm.
Has my brother ever fucked with me with this kind of thing before? Knowing
No.
his capabilities.
Oh, definitely not. Like, this is way
This
too
is
advanced.
different.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
way too advanced for him.
Yeah,
Let's see.
gotcha.
Something's not up here.
Someone in
Yeah.
economic code. Yeah.
I think we should head back in.
Just to check, there's like no one out here, right? Triples? Or
Yeah, I'd actually say probably there'd be nobody out here.
Okay.
It's just like you just walk out into this open field.
No sky.
Yeah, well, you see the sky. It's up ahead.
Okay.
Like there
Gotcha.
seems to be a sky.
Can I roll to disbelieve? Like
Um,
everything in this area,
Yeah, go ahead.
like it's an illusion.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
As you kind of start to look around, this place like starts to look fake, and then you start to hear some shaking. As you guys kind of like go back to this main area, because like, yeah, I don't actually have earth. Ooh, do I have earth?
Earthquake?
Yeah, I don't have an earthquake sound still. Actually, shake. Yeah, do I have a shaking sound? I got. You're just hearing some rumbling sound. Like there's some rumbling as you guys head back to this main area. All right, you're starting to see that this place, Electra, isn't like completely real. Like there's bricks over there at the edge of this wall, right? But when the second you come to realize that, the thing starts to completely shake. As you guys head back to the main room, and you feel yourself starting to fall.
Like the
Guys,
floor is actually giving way, or
No,
just
not
real,
like an elevator. Have you ever been in an when an
Oh,
elevator
yeah.
starts to go
Yeah.
quickly, it starts heading
Speed change.
downwards. You're feeling a speed change.
Down. Hold on tight.
It's just
What even is this?
you guys head back to the exact same room, just with the same thing. Which door do you go to?
I want to go to this one right here. Or well, there's a door right here, right?
Yeah. There's another. It's another little hallway
Alright, so
you can
I'm
head
curious
towards.
what's over here. Yeah, let's go through this door. Let's see if there's anything particular about this place.
If you're
All right.
sure.
Real quick, I do want to request.
Mhm.
Swift, are you here right now?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. We're good. We're good. I wanted to stop if you weren't here because this is really cool, and I didn't want you to miss
Yeah.
this.
You
I'm
guys end up
Cool.
right here. Oh wait, shoot! I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. All right, let's just say activate
Honestly, I
right
wouldn't
here.
be surprised.
Yeah, you're right here. Yeah, I'll just put you right there.
Uh-huh. We're back in Larkville.
I don't like this, guys.
You can feel it falling further. Like everybody's starting to feel it. Electra, as you're starting to, like, see the walls, right? And everything around you. Like, the more you realize is stone, the more this room is starting to fall. What's happening? Gerhardt's saying, if we keep falling like this, we'll eventually hit the other side of the island. And that is where I'm going to leave it off for today.
Damn.
Oh no.
Cliffhanger.
That was really, really neat.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I really enjoyed that.
I don't know what hanging on really. I'm too sleepy.
See you guys next time. I'm gonna end the stream.
Bye.
Goodbye.